who moved to the big city with bright lights, and she wanted to be a model. And so you know how the girls with the sparkler champagne bottles at the club, they get people to spend more money, they dress scantily clad and things like that. And I, being the girl about town, popular on the radio at that time, I was hosting a lot of these parties and I was a staple. I had the Wendy Williams comedy night at the Caroline's Comedy Club and things like that. And so, yeah, get over there with the sparkling girls and, hi girls, go look, see that guy right there? He's got money. See, because I knew the scene,
yeah, right,
and attracted the scene. And all their job was to go over there and offer a sparkler champagne for more money than you normally spend for champagne, and guys would actually pay it. Kevin's problem is that Kevin ended up getting with this girl. She made herself very available to him. She was very disrespectful to me. Do you know he had the
Word on the street is that Sharina Hudson's ready to drop some serious bombs. She's threatening to spill how Kevin Hunter allegedly kept Wendy Williams hooked on certain things while she was still running her talk show. People say she's had enough because rumor has it Kevin's cash flow isn't just low, it's completely gone, like rock bottom broke. Insiders are whispering that Sharina's at her breaking point, using some pretty bold moves to push Kevin into action since he can barely provide for their daughter anymore. Let's be real, for years, Wendy's alimony checks were the only thing keeping that household together, especially when it came to taking care of their kid. Without that steady money, everything seems to be falling apart fast. But here's the real question. Where does Sharina think Kevin's gonna pull this money from? His finances have been hanging by a single thread for ages, unless she's discovered some hidden stash he's been keeping secret. Or maybe she caught him slipping again, sneaking around when he shouldn't be, and now she's ready to make him pay for it, literally. At this point, nothing about Kevin surprises anyone anymore. His name and drama are practically glued together. Wherever he goes, chaos just seems to follow. But here's where things take a dark and twisted turn. Word going around is that Wendy Williams was secretly planning to go back to her radio roots right after cutting ties with Kevin Hunter. She wanted a clean slate, no more flashing cameras, no fake smiles, no drama, just Wendy being Wendy again.
I don't recommend that you work with your husband because I made him my manager, and then when I decided to divorce him, he had to be fired. In other words, I made him divorced and unemployed all in one day.
But before she could make her comeback, someone from that tight Hollywood circle allegedly tipped Kevin off. And once he heard what was up, he lost it. Sources say Kevin couldn't stand the thought of losing control. If Wendy left TV, he'd lose the money, the influence, and the grip he had on her. So, the whispers claim he moved fast, teaming up with a few production insiders to pull off something cold-blooded. They allegedly came up with a creepy plan to keep Wendy medicated. Not enough to knock her out, but just enough to keep her calm, compliant, and able to show up for work. The goal? Make sure she stayed in that purple chair, smiling for the cameras, spilling celebrity gossip like nothing was wrong, while never fully being herself. And get this, the tea that Wendy was always sipping on during the show might have been part of the setup. That cute little cup everyone thought was harmless, some people say it was used to keep her in a fog. Every time she sat down, she'd dip her tea bag, smile, and chat with the audience. But the twist is, she wasn't the one pouring the hot water. That job was handled by someone else. Rumor has it that's how they slipped things into a cup without her ever realizing. Soon after, Wendy started showing strange signs. Her speech slowed, her energy dropped, and she just didn't seem like herself. Fans noticed it all, and when she fainted live on air in that green Statue of Liberty costume, that shocking moment that had everyone gasping, people now believe it wasn't a coincidence at all. Insiders claim that fainting spell might have been the result of whatever was being slipped into those cups of tea.
They said you're cognitively impaired and you're incapacitated.
Do I seem that way?
No.
You've been calling me 5 times a day for the last 2 weeks. No, you don't seem that way.
Well, how dare, excuse me, who I naturally am is who I naturally am, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yes.
And my niece knows all about that. I mean, I'm sorry. I apologize.
And to be clear, you can't leave. Like, they won't allow you to leave or have visitors, family members or not. So you can't even leave and take a walk if you wanted to. Or
allegedly, the plan was as cruel as it was simple. Keep Wendy medicated just long enough to keep the show going, then toss her aside the moment she stopped being profitable. Cold, right? And here's the jaw dropper. Insiders claim Kevin Hunter knew every single detail. Some even whispered that he's the one who masterminded the whole thing. His mistress, Sharina Hudson, was allegedly in on it too, quietly playing her role behind the scenes like nothing was wrong. And when you think back, suddenly some moments hit way harder. Remember when Wendy looked straight into the camera and asked if her team had put something in her tea? Maybe that wasn't just one of her dramatic jokes. Maybe she was trying to tell us something, right there, live on air. At one point, she even said something that gives people chills now. She joked, "If you're gonna put a pill in my tea, at least stir it well so I can't see the residue. I'm not drinking that." Everyone laughed back then, thinking she was just being extra. Classic Wendy. But looking at everything that's come out since, that line feels like a cry for help hidden behind a smile. And then comes another mystery that still doesn't sit right. The producer from Wendy's show, who reportedly took his own life after she left. The official story said he stole money from the production budget and the guilt broke him. But people who were close to the situation swear it never added up. The timing, the quiet reactions from the staff, the way everyone suddenly went silent, it all felt off.
Whispers now suggest that maybe he knew something he wasn't supposed to. That maybe he was ready to speak up about what was really going on behind those studio doors. Around that same time, police were said to have done a wellness check on Wendy because there were real concerns Kevin might have been poisoning her. If that's even partly true, then that poor producer might have held explosive information, the kind that could have blown the whole story wide open. And now the talk on the street is wild. Sharina Hudson might finally be ready to spill every last secret. People are saying Kevin Hunter's longtime partner has reached her breaking point and is done keeping quiet. Allegedly, she's gearing up to let the world know what really went down behind those closed doors, the kind of details that could blow everything wide open. Whatever's happening between her and Kevin Sr. sounds straight up messy, and it's obvious their picture-perfect act has completely fallen apart. I mean, what woman could keep standing by a man who not only stopped supporting her, but went behind her back and tried to sell their house without saying a word? That's beyond betrayal. And to make it worse, Kevin's reportedly drowning in debt. Word is, he took out 2 massive loans on luxury cars through a company called Flex Wealth, and then got slapped with a lawsuit from UBS Bank for failing to pay off his credit card balance. The man's money problems are stacking up faster than he can count, and it looks like Sharina's had enough of cleaning up his messes. But let's be real, it's not like she didn't see this storm coming. Months ago, people were already whispering that Sharina had walked on Kevin because he couldn't provide for her or their daughter anymore. Everyone remembers how things really worked. It was Wendy Williams' alimony checks that kept that whole household running after the divorce. Even when Wendy's show was still on air, Sharina's lifestyle was being propped up by Wendy's money. She did try to branch out. Rumor says she finished school and opened a small massage therapy kiosk in a North Carolina mall, but nothing ever really took off. No matter what she tried, everything somehow circled right back to Wendy's wallet. And now that the money's dried up, the bills are piling high, and the truth is bubbling to the surface, Sharina's ready to talk. Whether it's out of revenge, desperation, or just pure survival, it seems like she's finally got nothing left to lose. At one point, Sharina Hudson really thought she was about to build her own empire, or at least that's the image she wanted everyone to believe. She launched an online jewelry and clothing brand called Vish, hoping it would be her big moment, the start of her glow-up story. But that wasn't the only hustle she tried to pull off. She even dipped into real estate for a bit, thinking she could flip houses and make a name for herself. When that flopped, she switched gears again and tried running a vegan company, a whole new lane, same result. It seemed like Sharina was constantly chasing the next big idea, jumping from one business to another, but nothing ever took off. And here's the messy part. Every one of those projects was allegedly bankrolled with Wendy Williams' money. The same alimony cash that Kevin Hunter was supposed to give to Wendy reportedly ended up funding his brand new life with Sharina instead. Even Wendy herself once threw major shade about it. She straight up said Sharina's not that sharp anyway. And honestly, looking back, it's hard to argue with that because none of Sharina's ventures ever made it past the starting line. Everything she touched just fizzled out. Meanwhile, Kevin was busy playing the part of a devoted partner online. He once posted this over-the-top birthday tribute that had everyone talking. He called Sharina his wife, all caps, 2 red exclamation marks, the whole dramatic display. The caption said something like, "Happy birthday, my queen, mother, chef, wife." If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life. It looked picture perfect at the time. Love, loyalty, and luxury. But now, with the money gone, the cars disappearing, and the bills stacking up, that same love song is gone silent. The devotion, the posts, the gifts, all of it seems to have vanished right along with the cash. Reports are flying that Sharina Hudson isn't getting a single dime from Kevin Hunter anymore. The man's pockets are dry, and now that the money's gone, she's got zero reason to stick around. Word is, she's already packed up her things and moved back home, which is a wild twist considering she supposedly cut off her entire family. When Kevin's affair first exploded in the media, her family was furious. They didn't bite their tongues either. In one exclusive interview, Sharina's own uncle said she shared the blame for Wendy Williams' painful divorce. He described her as a strong girl who should know right from wrong and made it clear that the family never stood behind her choices.
He even revealed that Sharina left her hometown in South Carolina years ago, cutting ties and skipping out on holidays because she thought she had made it. In her mind, she was set for life, living large, playing house with Kevin, and spending money that technically wasn't even hers. When Wendy filed for divorce, Sharina still thought she'd be fine, convinced those alimony checks would keep rolling in through Kevin. But once the payments stopped and the TV money dried up, the whole fantasy fell apart. The luxury cars? Gone. The little business ventures? Closed down. The vacations and designer bags? History. That picture-perfect lifestyle just crumbled overnight. And now, with nowhere else to turn, it sounds like Sharina had no choice but to go crawling back home, facing the same relatives she once turned her back on. The same family she left behind when she thought she leveled up is now watching her fall right back to square one. The truth is, Kevin's finances are a complete disaster. There's no secret deal, no backup plan, no miracle payday waiting in the wings. Whatever dream life he and Sharina thought they'd built off Wendy's fame and success has totally collapsed, and this time, there's no one left to save him. Not too long ago, Kevin Hunter found himself right back in court again. Seriously, this man just can't let go. But now it's what, the 5th time he's tried to toss out his divorce settlement with Wendy Williams? It's like he refuses to accept reality. In his latest filing, Kevin begged the court to vacate and set aside their entire agreement, throwing around big accusations like fraud, misrepresentation, and misconduct. Basically, he's still chasing after Wendy's money, acting like the gravy train hasn't already left the station. And to push his case even further, Kevin decided to drag Wendy's best friend Regina Shell into the drama. He referenced an affidavit she filed claiming she had first-hand knowledge of Wendy's finances back in mid-2022. Regina said that while she was living with Wendy that July, she saw the numbers herself, Wendy's total bank balance, and even knew she was thinking about moving her money to a new bank. By December 2022, Wendy reportedly had a meeting with senior advisors at Bank of America's private banking group discussing new accounts and investment plans. Regina said she was right there through it all, sitting in the meeting with Wendy and her legal guardian Sabrina. And when it wrapped up, the 3 of them, Wendy, Regina, and Sabrina, all left together, riding in the same car straight to a courthouse. But just a few days after that, things allegedly took a dark turn. According to Wendy's publicist at the time, they overheard a tense exchange between Wendy and Sabrina, where the guardian allegedly said, "There is no money in your accounts." That one sentence sent shockwaves through the circle. That shocking claim that Wendy's money had somehow disappeared became the backbone of Kevin's latest courtroom stunt. He argued that there had to be more cash hidden somewhere, that the numbers weren't adding up, and that he deserved a cut of whatever was missing. Once again, Kevin's out here trying to squeeze more out of a situation that's already drained dry. But Sabrina, Wendy Williams' court-appointed guardian, wasn't about to let Kevin's story slide. She clapped back hard with her own legal response, and what she dropped flipped the whole situation upside down. According to Sabrina's countersuit, Kevin didn't just have no right to extra money, he actually owed Wendy. Talk about a plot twist. She laid it all out plain and simple. The original alimony agreement clearly said that Kevin's payments would stop if Wendy's yearly earnings ever fell below twice her income level as of February 1st, 2020. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. Wendy hadn't hosted her show for a full season, and by October 2021, her entire salary had completely stopped. Yet somehow, Kevin was still cashing those checks like nothing changed. Sabrina didn't just talk, she came with receipts. She showed that Kevin had collected $112,500 he wasn't supposed to get, 3 months' worth of payments at $37,500 each. She demanded that he pay every single dollar back, plus interest. In her words, Kevin had been unjustly enriched, basically living off money that was never his to begin with. So when you look at it closely, Kevin wasn't a victim of fraud like he claimed. He was the one taking advantage. He'd been milking the situation for as long as he could, even after the contract made it crystal clear the payments were done. The court documents painted an ugly picture too. No steady job, multiple lawsuits chasing him down, and a stack of unpaid debts trailing behind. It's no wonder he's been trying to drag Wendy's name back into court. It's the only move he's got left, fighting just to stay afloat, and the receipts prove it. When it comes to Sharina Hudson, nobody really knows what she's expecting from Kevin Hunter anymore. The man's running on fumes. No income, no business, no real assets, just the leftovers of a life built on somebody else's success. Unless he's got some secret stash hidden somewhere that even the courts couldn't find, there's no miracle money coming his way. Whatever dream Sharina's holding on to is fading fast, and it's becoming clear she might have backed the wrong man. The truth is, that flashy lifestyle she once flaunted was never really hers. It was all borrowed from Wendy's world.
And now, people are whispering that Kevin might have done Sharina dirty too. The same way he cheated on Wendy, history might be repeating itself. They say you lose them the same way you got them, and wow, it's looking like that saying fits perfectly here. Sources say Sharina's officially had enough. She's done playing the quiet partner and is ready to serve her revenge cold. Word is, she's gearing up to spill everything she knows about Kevin's behind-the-scenes drama with Wendy. Every secret, every shady move. Meanwhile, Wendy Williams is still fighting for her freedom and her voice. Since 2022, she's been living under a court-appointed guardianship, and she's been loudly questioning why that's still happening, especially after reportedly acing not one, but 2 mental capacity tests. You'd think that would have been enough to prove she's capable of handling her own business, but somehow it still hasn't changed a thing. Now, Wendy's waiting on yet another cognitive evaluation, but the timing and process are completely in the hands of her guardian, Sabrina Morrissey. That means Sabrina controls when and how that next test happens, leaving Wendy stuck in limbo while trying to reclaim her independence. Through it all, it's clear. Kevin's empire is crumbled, Sharina's plotting her next move, and Wendy's out here fighting to take back her life, one step at a time. In her recent interviews, Wendy Williams hasn't held back. She's been crystal clear. She wants her life and her money back. Wendy's spoken openly about how trapped she feels under the current system, saying she's ready to take back control of her decisions and her future. One of her most talked about interviews was with The Breakfast Club, where she kept it real, honest, but careful. She admitted there were some topics she just couldn't touch yet because of legal restrictions. And let's be real, one of those off-limits subjects is almost definitely Kevin Hunter. But if there's one thing everyone knows about Wendy, it's that she's far from finished. She's probably already behind the scenes planning her comeback, setting the stage to tell her story on her terms. When that day comes, you better believe it's gonna shake the entire entertainment world all over again. Wendy's always been the one to turn chaos into headlines, and this time won't be any different. Now, here's where things get interesting. Could Sharina Hudson really be gearing up to turn on Kevin after everything they've been through? Could Wendy finally be on her way to getting her freedom back and reclaiming her crown? This story's still unfolding, and the next chapter could be the wildest one yet. Drop your thoughts below. What do you think is really going down behind the scenes? And make sure you like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for the hottest celebrity tea, real talk, and non-stop updates on this crazy saga.
I'm gonna tell you, I've always wanted my own talk show, maybe called Sherry, I don't know. Because I love to have fun, I love people feeling good. When I tell you the battles, people don't understand. When we are in power, the battles we gotta fight that you will never know about. Never. To keep a show on the air for all of us here at Sherry. And I know that you have seen the news, and I'm ready to address it. Our show has not been renewed for another season. And I wanna say to y'all, everybody, y'all try not to faint or fall out, because healthcare is expensive and none of us have it anymore.
Wendy Williams could be making a return to daytime TV after Sherry Shepherd's sudden show cancellation, and the industry is buzzing about it. Word is, Wendy has been quietly planning a big comeback, ready to reclaim the title that once made her the queen of daytime talk.
Y'all, that things are finally looking up, y'all, for Wendy Williams. And they're saying if the signs are right, they're saying 2026 could be her biggest year yet. Now, they say just one day, honey, after the news broke that her daytime replacement, Sherry Shepherd, is being canceled after 4 seasons. It's being reported, y'all, MTO has learned that producers are actively, y'all, working on a plan to bring Wendy Williams back, y'all, to television.
And this isn't just empty talk. It's spreading fast across major networks. Insiders say producers are already in serious discussions about a possible 2026 return. The timing raises eyebrows, especially with reports suggesting Wendy might be released from her conservatorship as soon as next month. That's too perfectly timed to overlook. But what really stands out is that Sherry's show ending might have more behind it than Wendy's return. That's where things start to get messy. Why is Sherry so emotional right now? What's really happening behind the scenes?
So people don't understand when we are in power, the battles we gotta fight that you will never know.
Something about this whole situation feels off, like there's more going on than anyone's letting on. For months, whispers were floating around that Sherry's show was barely hanging on. The rumors kept piling up until the official confirmation finally hit. Then came the statement saying Sherry will continue as planned, with the series airing its final episodes in the fall. That same statement added, "This decision is driven by the evolving daytime television landscape and does not reflect on the strength of the show, its production, which has found strong creative momentum this season, or the incredibly talented Sherry Shepherd. We believe in this show and in Sherry and intend to explore alternatives for it on other platforms." It all sounds clean and carefully worded, but people in the industry know things are never that simple.
Okay, so Sherry Shepherd. Sherry.
Reports claim the show's ratings were solid and it wasn't losing money. So if the issue wasn't performance or finances, what really caused this move? Something about it doesn't quite add up, and fans can tell there's more being hidden than revealed. The fact that the cancellation first surfaced through an article rubbed people the wrong way. For a daily talk show where the host is in front of viewers almost every day, why didn't Sherry share the news herself? Many felt she deserved to make that announcement directly, the same way Kelly Clarkson did when she revealed her own show was ending earlier that day. The timing raised even more eyebrows, especially after that emotional moment when Sherry talked about Tyra Banks and America's Next Top Model. Her reaction didn't seem random, it felt raw and personal. Right around that time, Netflix released a series that many joked should have been called Surviving Tyra Banks because it dove deep into the behind-the-scenes chaos and shocking stories from America's Next Top Model. The drop reopened old industry wounds, and suddenly, Sherry's emotional reaction didn't seem like just another on-air moment. People started to think something bigger might be happening quietly behind the scenes. Soon after, things got real.
To keep a show on the air, there are things that we have to do that people will tell us, if you want to stay on the air, this is what you got to do. And we got to weigh the options. And sometimes we make bad decisions and we look up and we go, in hindsight, maybe I should not have done it, but I just want to open the door and give a platform to people who look like me.
Following her emotional segment and the surprise cancellation, fans began connecting dots that didn't look random anymore. Insiders claimed serious power plays were happening off camera, and not everyone agreed on the show's future. Whatever was brewing backstage, it sounds like the off-screen tension might have been louder than anything the audience ever saw. There's talk that some network executives had been planning a major daytime shakeup long before anyone on the outside noticed. And when big networks start rearranging things in silence, it usually means a major reveal is coming. If Wendy Williams is truly being considered for a comeback once her conservatorship is lifted, that could flip the entire daytime scene upside down. This wouldn't just be another hosting change, it'd be a full-on media storm that could take over headlines overnight. Now fans are starting to wonder if Sherry's exit was just one piece of a bigger plan to reset daytime TV and bring back a name that's already built for attention. In this industry, timing is everything, and this timing feels far too neat to ignore. At the same time, Tyra Banks' name has been thrown right back into the spotlight. She faced major backlash in 2020, and now the talk about her and America's Next Top Model is spreading again.
Starting in September, I am debuting my own talk show, Sherry! I am so excited because I am going to be joining the Debmar Mercury family. That is the company that produces this show and several others that you love.
It almost feels like the industry dug up that whole Tyra debate just to stir it up and shut it down all over again. Somehow, Sherry's show ended up caught in the middle after she brought on former top model judges to speak openly about their time on the show. What makes it even more layered is that Sherry had already defended Tyra long before this new wave of drama hit. She said that when Tyra first pitched America's Next Top Model, she was a young black woman trying to break through in a tough industry. According to Sherry, Tyra pushed for inclusivity, fighting for featuring black women, Latina women, and plus-size models when the fashion world wasn't ready for that kind of change. Sherry also pointed out that back in those top model years, there was no social media to call out issues in real time, no intimacy coordinators, no on-set therapists for the contestants. She even gave Tyra credit for having a long-term vision that opened doors for models like Isis King, a transgender model, and Winnie Harlow, whose vitiligo became a symbol of beauty and confidence in later seasons.
Goal right now, then the priority is to get her back home. Wherever home is, not there. Which come go as she pleases.
Right here in New York, where I'm working, and you know what kind of stuff I want to do. As a matter of fact, we just met somebody very familiar with. Well,
she wants to get back to work, and she should get back to work.
Right.
People
And
love
we
her.
miss you.
I get more calls in support of her than I've ever had for any client, ever.
Still, Sherry didn't completely let Tyra slide. She admitted Tyra should face accountability since some contestants were treated unfairly. Through tears, she explained that it was a different era and that people today don't really understand what it took to survive in such a ruthless business. That raw defense hit hard, and a lot of viewers began to wonder if Sherry was also talking from her own scars. That's where things turned personal, when Sherry broke down defending Tyra and talked about how brutal the entertainment world can be. Fans felt she wasn't just standing up for Tyra, she was revealing her own pain. That kind of emotion doesn't just appear out of nowhere. Think about it. Sherry stepped into the daytime spotlight in the middle of chaos, right after Wendy's dramatic exit. From the start, she faced constant comparisons, criticism, and endless questions about whether she could carry the show on her own. That kind of pressure lingers. So when she said people don't understand what it takes to stay on air, it didn't sound like a comment. It sounded like she was speaking from experience. Now, with the show ending just as rumors swirl about Wendy's possible return after her conservatorship, the timing feels almost unreal, like history repeating itself. Some fans think Sherry may have been quietly hidden at her own struggles behind the scenes the whole time. Was she dealing with network pressure, executive tension, or hidden battles the public never saw? Because in daytime TV, everything shines under the lights. The smiles, the laughter, the perfect set. But the real power games play out in private rooms, far from the cameras. And when those network calls get made, they hit fast. Listening back to what Sherry said during those emotional moments, it all sounds simple, until you remember her show was suddenly cut. Then her words take on a whole new meaning. She talked about how the public doesn't understand what people in her position deal with, how they're constantly torn between protecting themselves and doing whatever it takes to keep the job. That no longer feels random. Many viewers now believe she was quietly signaling that she was being edged out, that this had more to do with politics than performance. Some even claim Sherry didn't want to play the game behind the scenes, and that made certain people in power uneasy. According to that theory, her show might have been considered too positive for today's market, where drama and controversy pull bigger numbers than feel-good content. Nothing's confirmed, but the buzz keeps growing. The deeper people dig, the more it sounds like her split with the network may have been way messier than it appeared on TV. Word in the industry is that Sherry was expecting a raise and had already pitched changes for the show. One rumored shift, she supposedly wanted to film fewer days. If true, that could have caused tension with the network. Things got even more interesting when whispers spread that she requested a higher salary while cutting back her filming schedule, stacking multiple episodes in one taping block so she'd have time for acting work. From her angle, that's smart business, but in network TV, execs rarely love when a host starts shifting their focus elsewhere. Rumors say Sherry's relationship with Debmar Mercury, the production company behind the show, started to go downhill sometime last year. Even though a show was reportedly pulling steady ratings and bringing in more than it cost to produce, her contract was cut short, and not by accident. Sources claim Sherry was blindsided and heartbroken, expecting a multi-year renewal and a bigger paycheck heading into season 5. She didn't see it coming, and that's when Wendy Williams allegedly stepped back into the picture. Word is Debmar Mercury made a strategic move to consider bringing Wendy back to daytime. Her name still carries serious pull, and reports suggest she's in a much better personal place now. Insiders believe executives see this as a golden shot for a massive comeback, one that could pull big ratings and attract new advertisers. Because while Sherry's show was stable and profitable, it wasn't dominating daytime like Wendy once did. Producers are said to be chasing that old spark again, and Wendy's name still has that power to draw instant attention. So now the question becomes, was this purely a business move, or was it about reviving a guaranteed headline magnet? Wendy Williams built her empire on unfiltered opinions, viral moments, and saying what others were too careful to say. That fearless unpredictability draws eyes fast, and in television, attention equals profit. If executives really think Wendy can return at full strength, that could flip daytime TV on its head overnight. Advertisers pay for buzz, and Wendy has always been the one to create it. Sherry, meanwhile, built her platform on faith, humor, and warmth, a style that connects deeply but doesn't always set the internet on fire like controversy does. Some insiders claim this whole situation looks like a numbers-driven business decision dressed up as a creative strategy. Others think it's really about control, image, and which host fits the network's future plans. Either way, it's a tense setup. One host blindsided and hurt, the other possibly preparing for a massive return. And if Wendy Williams does make that 2026 comeback, it's going to dominate every headline in entertainment. Executives know exactly what Wendy brings: presence, controversy, and non-stop buzz. The rumors surrounding her return sound almost cinematic. Word is she's chosen a luxurious 3-floor penthouse with a private elevator so she can move easily between levels while managing her lymphedema. That's not all. Sources say production would handle the entire setup to make sure she's fully supported. There's even talk about a custom purple mechanical chair designed to glide her smoothly onto the stage. That image alone would set social media ablaze. Behind the scenes, it's clear this isn't just a comeback. It's a full-scale relaunch built to put Wendy back at the center of the conversation. Insiders also say production is arranging serious accommodations to protect her health and stability, but with tight conditions attached. Reportedly, she'd have 2 full-time personal drivers available beyond filming days, along with a private chef and a life coach to help her stay balanced and focused. In return, sources say Wendy agreed to random scheduled testing to reassure the network she's staying steady. It's a setup designed to keep her supported while keeping accountability clear on all sides. Adding to that, insiders claim Wendy secured a retroactive multi-million-dollar payout from Debmar Mercury connected to how her earlier exit was handled. She's also been vocal about wanting her independence back, questioning why she's still under guardianship since 2022, especially after reportedly passing 2 mental capacity evaluations with perfect results. All of that makes this potential comeback sound less like gossip and more like a calculated rebirth waiting to unfold. If the rumors prove true, daytime TV could be on the verge of a major shakeup. Wendy stepping back onto that stage wouldn't just mean a new season. It'd be a full-circle moment filled with history, tension, and years of unfinished business. Viewers would absolutely tune in just to hear what Wendy says in her first few minutes back, and that puts Sherry in a complicated position. Imagine building a show from scratch, keeping it consistent, and then watching the original queen potentially take that seat again. That's not just a storyline, it's a power shift the entire industry would be watching closely. Fans are already split. Some say Wendy deserves a real comeback and a fair shot at redemption. Others argue Sherri earned more time, more recognition, and a better farewell. Either way, it's clear the network is betting everything on buzz, nostalgia, and bold personalities to fuel the next chapter of daytime TV. If that's the path they're choosing, things are about to get louder than they've been in a long time. Wendy has spoken out herself, explaining that even after passing a mental capacity evaluation, she still had to wait for another cognitive review, this time involving her court-appointed guardian, Sabrina Morrissey. That detail alone set off a wave of online debate, with people questioning power, control, and who really gets to decide when someone is ready to take back their own life. In several interviews, Wendy made one thing crystal clear. She wants her full independence back, including control over her finances and personal choices. She didn't come across as unsure or fragile. She sounded focused, sharp, and determined. One of the interviews that truly reignited public interest was her sit-down with The Breakfast Club, and that conversation blew up across social media within hours. Clips from that interview spread fast, and Wendy's supporters rallied behind her like never before. Her fan base is now more vocal than it's been in years, eager to see her take her place back on top. Some of her most loyal fans even say they don't feel sympathy for Sherri at all. There's also a lingering narrative that Sherri slipped into Wendy's old time slot a little too smoothly. Some critics whisper that she might have played a quiet role behind the scenes and taken over that space. Nothing about that has ever been confirmed, but in this industry, perception often hits harder than proof, and that perception has stuck. One of Sherri's first big moves after landing her show was cutting ties with Wendy's longtime executive producers David Perler and Suzanne Bass. Reports say that call came straight from Sherri herself, and it immediately set off reactions from Wendy's loyal fans. To many, it felt personal, like she was clearing out the old guard to make the space completely her own. Not long after that, Sherri brought in John Murray, someone close to her, often described as her rock, her prayer partner, and a key member of her inner circle. But soon after he joined, things reportedly shifted. Allegations about his behavior surfaced, and the once upbeat energy behind the scenes began to fade. What was supposed to be a smooth, supportive work environment started feeling tense, and that tension only fueled more whispers about cracks forming behind the scenes. Crew members allegedly described the atmosphere as uncomfortable, saying his temper and ego often took over meetings. Some staff felt dismissed or talked over, and what had once been a lively set began to feel heavy. Even Sherri's dressing room, once seen as her safe space, reportedly became a pressure zone. According to insiders, all that quiet tension and behind-the-scenes politics eventually hit a breaking point. When John left, several team members allegedly felt a wave of relief, saying it felt like the weight finally lifted. Rumors claimed he had created division among staff, pushed his own vision too forcefully, and even dragged Sherri into conflicts that strained relationships across the team. Now that Sherri's out too, everyone's asking what really went down behind those studio doors. Some people are even saying, "Good riddance, bring Wendy back." That's how intense the debate has gotten. A huge part of Wendy's fan base never moved on, insisting daytime TV hasn't been the same without her raw honesty and those unforgettable viral moments. But there's one complication no one can overlook. If Wendy really returns to television, she might have to start paying alimony again to Kevin Hunter. Her divorce reportedly included a clause that required those payments only if she was actively working on TV. That's said to be the reason she's been exploring other spaces like radio and digital projects. So while a comeback could bring massive money, it could also come with some heavy financial strings attached. Still, this is Wendy Williams. Nothing she does is ever random. Every step she takes is strategic. If she's truly setting up a return, you can bet she's already prepared for every legal and financial twist waiting down the road. Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think Sherri was pushed out to clear the way for Wendy's return? Have you noticed signs that something deeper has been brewing behind the scenes? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Like this video, share it with your crew, and don't forget to subscribe to Star Watch for the latest updates on what's really happening in daytime TV.
Here is a new blind item that is allegedly about Wendy Williams and her disappearing money. The illiterate former talk show host was wealthy, but not the kind of wealth her friend is alleging. That being said, The Guardian is helping herself to the money. And again, this is allegedly Wendy Williams. And the related headline reads, "Where's Wendy's money? Wendy Williams had $55 million in the bank before Guardian took over and told her she has no money left," court documents claim. Wendy has been meeting with Bank of America in an effort to leave Wells Fargo. Wendy Williams had $55 million in the bank before her guardian, Sharina Morrissey, took over and told her she has no money left, per court documents. In an affidavit submitted to a New Jersey court and exclusively obtained by the U.S. Sun, Wendy's best friend of 44 years, Regina Schell, claimed to have seen the star's Wells Fargo bank statements. In July of 2022, Wendy invited me to stay with her in New York City for an extended period, Wendy's childhood friend claimed in the affidavit. During the visit, Wendy expressed to me that she wished to explore options regarding her estate, specifically a possible change with her current financial institution. She also shared with me documents from Wells Fargo showing a cumulative balance of nearly $55 million.
For a long time, and now the people closest to Wendy Williams are finally speaking up. Behind the cameras, things don't look like protection anymore. They look like control. This is the same Wendy who once ruled daytime TV. Sharp, bold, and funny. Now barely seen, barely heard, replaced by silence and speculation.
Halloween costume contest. We do it every year. It's always a lot of fun. Let's get started. Our first caress. For some time now, and even today and beyond, I have been living in a sober house. I am driven by my 24-hour sober coach back to a home, lights out by 10 p.m. So I go to my room and I stare at the ceiling and I fall asleep to wake up to come back here to see you. So that is my truth.
But what's really turning heads is that her son, Kevin Jr., has had enough. He's calling out the very people who were supposed to care for her, and he's not holding anything back. Kevin isn't just concerned, he's angry. He says his mom isn't being cared for, she's being managed. And right in the center of it all is Wendy's court-appointed guardian, Sharina Morrissey. That title is supposed to mean protection for someone who needs help handling life, but according to Kevin, there's something much darker going on. He's questioning everything: Wendy's medical care, her medication, her freedom, and even who's allowed near her. The more pieces you put together, the less things make sense. This stopped being about health a long time ago. It's about control, money, and power. Wendy Williams, a woman who built her own empire from nothing, is now fighting just to have her voice heard. Wendy wasn't just another talk show face. She was a force. Before the wigs, the purple chair, and all the celebrity drama, she was grinding on radio, making a name out of pure hustle.
That was not a stunt. I'm overheated in my costume and I did pass out. But you know what? I'm a champ. And I'm back.
I'd walk in and all of my coworkers, including my bosses, would know. But instead of firing me, you see, I would grab my headphones and arrogantly walk in the studio and dare them to fire me because I was making radio.
She talked fast, laughed louder, and said what everyone else was too scared to say. That fearless attitude made her a legend, but it also made her a target. She always owned her story. Wendy never hid from her struggles, openly talking about addiction and admitting she had flaws. That honesty made people connect with her. She felt real, but life didn't play fair. Her marriage to Kevin Hunter crumbled for everyone to see. Cheating rumors turned into tabloid chaos, and when word spread about a baby outside the marriage, everything fell apart. When Wendy filed for divorce, those who really knew her said something inside her cracked. That moment wasn't just the end of a marriage, it was the start of a slow unraveling. Then came the health battles, Graves' disease, fainting on live TV, and exhaustion so bad she could barely stand. Still, she kept showing up, smiling for the cameras, pretending everything was fine, while her world quietly crumbled behind the scenes. Before long, the whispers about money started getting louder. Banks flagging strange transactions, lawyers talking about guardianship. Eventually, the court stepped in, putting Wendy under legal guardianship, with Sharina Morrissey gaining control over her personal and financial life. On paper, it sounded like protection, but to Wendy's family, especially her son Kevin Jr., it felt more like someone was building a wall between them. Kevin Jr. had always been tight with his mom. Wendy used to call him her heart, her everything. She worked non-stop to give him the best life she could.
The thing is that I've been asking questions about my money. And when I began asking questions about my money, suddenly Lori Schiller has got no response regarding my money. I want my money. This is not fair. And Wells Fargo has no questions and answers with regarding my money. This is not fair.
So when things changed, when he couldn't reach her, when phone calls stopped getting answered, and visits became a maze of rules, it didn't feel right. To him, it didn't look like care. It looked like distance being forced between a mother and her son. That's when things really started heating up. Nobody saw it coming, but Kevin Jr. decided he couldn't stay quiet anymore. At first, he tried to handle it privately, asking questions behind closed doors, trying to understand what was really going on. But when those questions got brushed off, the situation exploded. Reports say his quiet concern turned into full-on conversations that couldn't be contained. And soon, the family's worries about Wendy were out in the open for everyone to see. Kevin's been saying something feels off about how his mom is being treated. He's pointed out that her medications and the decisions being made about her care deserve a serious second look. None of this has been proven, but hearing those words come straight from Wendy's mom makes everything sound heavier and harder to ignore. Things get even murkier when you hear from Wendy herself. In past interviews, she sounded confused about why she's still under guardianship, questioning the restrictions placed on her daily life. She's openly wondered why she can't make some choices for herself, and that disconnect between how capable she feels and how limited she is has fueled endless talk and theories online. People familiar with guardianship laws say these situations are almost never simple. Sometimes they're meant to protect, but they can also rip families apart. Critics warn that the system can easily become isolating, cutting people off from loved ones who truly care. Friends have said it's nearly impossible to reach Wendy now. Her appearances keep getting canceled, her communication seems tightly controlled, and when information gets filtered like that, the rumors never stop. They just grow louder.
Now, the Kevin Jr. has reportedly taken legal action against Wendy's guardian, which started as a quiet family matter has blown up into a full-on public battle. He's not just upset, he's pushing for the truth. He's asking for receipts, full transparency, and real answers about his mom's health, how she's living, and where her money's going. From his view, it's painful to watch. This is a woman who used to run her entire empire with confidence, and now she needs approval for even the smallest decisions. To him, that loss of control just doesn't make sense. The public's been watching every move, and the pattern is becoming impossible to ignore. Wendy's powerhouse career suddenly stopped cold. Her talk show ended, her businesses faded away, and the woman who once drove every headline has almost disappeared from her own story. Fans are starting to ask tough questions. Is Wendy being cared for or carefully controlled? But that's where things get complicated. Wendy has always been open about her struggles with addiction, and that part of her past makes any talk about her treatment and medication a sensitive subject. Those who defend the guardianship say she's under professional care to keep her safe and stable. But critics, including her supporters and family, believe she should have more freedom, more independence, and more say in what happens to her. Somewhere between those two sides lies a truth that no one's been able to fully see. And without open answers, what started as concern is turned into confusion, and that confusion is quickly turning into a full-blown mystery. When questions start swirling around money, the spotlight gets brighter fast. Wendy spent decades building her empire. Her hit talk show, massive brand deals, and non-stop media appearances made her one of the biggest names in entertainment. But now, under guardianship, someone else has the keys to everything she worked for. On paper, it might look like structure and safety, but when the person who earned every dollar feels disconnected from it, that's when concern turns into real suspicion. Kevin Jr. reportedly believes his mom's finances need a serious audit. These are still unproven claims, but they've only poured more fuel onto an already tense situation. Emotionally, it has to be devastating for Wendy, a woman who once commanded entire audiences and built her name through bold choices, now standing on the sidelines while decisions about her life happen without her input. It's a sharp drop from total control to complete uncertainty, and the discomfort around it is impossible to ignore. Wendy's entire career was built on her voice, speaking her mind when others stayed quiet, calling things exactly as she saw them. Now, that voice feels muted, filtered through layers of control. And for someone as outspoken as her, that kind of silence can break the spirit. For Kevin Jr., this fight isn't about attention or wealth, it's personal. He sees his mom not as a headline, but as the woman who hustled nonstop, skipped sleep, and sacrificed everything to give him stability and opportunity. So when he feels shut out, it doesn't feel like legal paperwork. It feels like losing his mother while she's still alive. Fans can feel that same ache. Wendy was raw, unpredictable, and real, and that realness is exactly what people miss the most. As the story keeps unfolding, the silence around Wendy has started to feel heavier than words. Every week, new whispers surface about where she is, how she's doing, and who's really making the calls. Photos pop up here and there, but they only raise more questions than they answer. For someone who once lived her life in the spotlight, this sudden quiet feels unsettling. Fans used to hear her voice every day, and now it's like she's vanished into a carefully managed bubble that no one can quite see through. Behind the scenes, the pressure's building. Kevin Jr.'s push for clarity has reportedly triggered a deeper look into how the guardianship is being handled. People close to Wendy say they just want fairness, a situation where her well-being isn't traded for control. There's talk about lawyers reviewing decisions, financial experts checking numbers, and loved ones trying to get just one honest update about her condition. Yet everything seems to move behind closed doors, leaving everyone else guessing. Online, the discussion has exploded. Fans flood comment sections, calling for transparency, while others warn that public speculation could make things worse. But the truth is, when information disappears, people fill in the blanks themselves. Supporters say Wendy deserves peace and privacy. Others argue she deserves her freedom back. The divide keeps growing, and nobody seems to know which side is right. What everyone agrees on is that Wendy's story feels far from over. Whether this ends with justice, reconciliation, or more heartbreak, one thing's certain: people want to hear from Wendy herself again. They want her to speak freely, to take back her story, and remind the world who she really is, the woman who built her legacy by never staying silent. Now, seeing Wendy slowly fade from the spotlight without real answers has everyone on edge. The public isn't chasing drama anymore. They just want to know she's safe, cared for, and treated with the respect she's earned. What makes everything so tense is that there's no clear villain or savior in this story. Guardianship rules are messy. Health struggles are messy. Recovery is messy. But when a son starts speaking out, and when the woman at the center begins to question the limits placed on her own life, people can't look away. At this point, Wendy's situation has moved far beyond celebrity headlines. It feels like a wake-up call, a raw glimpse at how fame, health, and power can collide until the real person behind it all starts to disappear. The same industry that once cheered her bold, fearless energy is now standing by in silence. The woman who used to expose everyone else's truth is suddenly the one being spoken about, her story rewritten by others while she's forced to watch from the sidelines. That's the part that stings, because this isn't just about legal papers or court control. It's about a human being's right to be heard. It's about whether Wendy Williams, the fighter, the survivor, the woman who rebuilt herself time after time, still gets to steer her own life. With Kevin Jr. pushing back, the wall around her story is finally starting to crack. Questions are getting louder, people are demanding answers, and the world isn't watching for entertainment anymore. They're watching for justice and hoping Wendy gets the chance to speak her truth again. One thing's becoming clearer with every passing day. The silence surrounding Wendy Williams is growing impossible to ignore. That silence might be the moment everything starts to shift. Wendy has always believed that no matter how long it takes, the truth eventually finds its way out. And now, the world is watching closely, waiting to see what that truth will reveal in her story. Is this really a system meant to protect her, or has it become something darker, something that needs to be challenged before it causes more harm than good? What's undeniable is that Wendy's story isn't finished. She's stumbled before, publicly, painfully, and every time she's stood back up. She's battled addiction, heartbreak, and humiliation in front of millions, yet she's still found a way to keep moving, keep smiling, and keep showing up. But now, the question has changed. Are she surrounded by people helping her fight through this chapter, or are they quietly rewriting it without her consent?
as Kevin Jr. keeps pushing for answers and the public refuses to turn away. This moment feels like the most critical one yet. Wendy's voice may be quiet right now, but the world can hear the question it leaves behind. Who's really in control of her story? If you want to stay updated as this unfolds, don't miss a beat. Like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for all the latest updates on Wendy's battle, her comeback, and the truth waiting to surface.
And I don't attract gay men, and I'm not attracted to gay men. Like, it's just not a thing.
Who told EJ he was putting that shit on? Dressed to the nines, he said. Now, I give credit where credit is due, but baby, let's be honest, where's the fashion icon? Before you start trying to compare yourself and throw shade, let's have the credentials to back it up, babe.
Nobody expected Wendy Williams to step back into the spotlight and instantly shake the room again. But the second she started speaking, people online knew this was not going to be some soft celebrity chat. Wendy locked in on every detail, every look, and every awkward moment like she never left daytime TV. When she called out EJ Johnson for showing up with a giant daytime bag at a nighttime event, the internet laughed at first, but then people realized the comment carried a deeper message.
Okay, this is a 35 centimeter. This is a 35 centimeter, and 35 centimeters are for going to your daytime things, to your fashion show during the day, or to your lunch during the day, or to a breakfast during the day, or running your errands during the day. But anyway, it's during the day. Please don't bring your large format bag on a red carpet at night or during your dinner. You must go home and change and find a smaller format bag. Get into your 25 centimeter purse, or your mini Kelly is also an option. Something tiny. This does not go to dinner.
Wendy was hinting that EJ's entire public image has started to feel more like performance than personality, and critics wasted no time jumping in with their own opinions. For years, EJ Johnson built a reputation around shocking fashion choices, flashy interviews, and pushing celebrity culture to extremes. But lately, even longtime supporters have started questioning where the line actually is. Some people feel EJ is no longer just experimenting with identity or style. They think he is deliberately provoking audiences for attention while expecting zero criticism in return. Others inside the LGBTQ community have even accused him of creating unnecessary division instead of bringing people together. And because he comes from one of the richest and most famous sports families in America, critics say he moves through controversy with a safety net most people could never imagine having.
Say call me EJ as much as possible. Okay. You know, it's like pronouns I don't really like he, but like I've also trained myself not to get upset when other people use it, which I think is very important, because you're giving your power away when you lose it. You know, you give words too much of personal power. You know, they is fine, you know, whatever. She is cool. Like, I'm really not a stickler about it.
Now, the conversation has exploded after a podcast appearance that completely changed the tone around EJ's public image. What was supposed to be a relaxed interview suddenly turned into one of the most talked about celebrity moments online. EJ looked directly at the hosts and explained that the person he used to be is gone. He said he no longer wants his family using words like he, him, gay, or even son when talking about him. EJ then revealed that he now identifies with she and they pronouns, leaving the hosts visibly stunned as the clip spread across social media within hours. The interview took an even stranger turn once EJ started explaining how he sees himself. At first, people thought he was announcing a full transition, but EJ quickly shut that idea down.
Especially if I look cuter than any girl does. Like, what's the problem? Like, what's the issue? And that's exactly how I apply it to myself to these days in the way that I present, like in my, you know, in my feminine regalia. You know, I've always been a feminine being, and like, that's just like how I best express myself. But I'm like, listen, I'm out all the time, you know, and like, I'm killing a dress and no one else is. Like, the girls in the room are not doing it. Like, they don't look cute. They're not dressed to any nines. So, you know.
He made it clear that he does not consider himself part of the trans community and said he is not transitioning. That is where a lot of viewers became confused. EJ explained that he prefers feminine presentation and different pronouns, but many people online argued that his comments created mixed signals about identity, labels, and how he wants the public to view him. Then the conversation shifted toward dating, and that is when social media really exploded. EJ openly said he does not date gay men and claimed he has never been interested in them romantically. According to EJ, he is mainly drawn to men with very masculine energy. The statement immediately sparked debate online because viewers could not understand exactly what he meant, especially after he repeatedly referenced attraction from straight men. Clips from the interview spread fast, with people arguing over whether EJ was being serious, provocative, or simply trying to stir reactions. Things became even more controversial after EJ started comparing himself to women in social settings. During the discussion, he confidently claimed that he often outshines everyone else in the room and suggested that he gets attention from the same men women pursue.
EJ Johnson said he is the baddest in the room. He's better than any other female in the room. Well, yes, if the room is empty. Listen, EJ, I don't understand why the LGBTQ community is always trying to be in competition with women. Women is not in competition with us, especially if you up there trying to be a woman. You in woman's clothes, you in a dress, and that's cool. Express yourself how you want to, but why are you trying to bring down the next bit? You better than them. Anybody with two sets of eyes know that's not true. I don't know what land of delusion you reside in, but you best check the mailbox. The brochure said false advertisement. That is not true. That is incorrect.
That comment instantly triggered backlash online, with critics accusing him of turning relationships and attraction into some kind of public competition. Others defended him, saying he was simply expressing confidence in his appearance and presence. Either way, the interview stopped feeling like a casual celebrity conversation and started looking more like a full internet firestorm. EJ kept the controversy going when he said, "If I look cuter than any girl does, like, what's the problem?" That single quote instantly took over social media. Critics argued the comment sounded less like confidence and more like a comparison designed to provoke people. Many women online felt frustrated because they believed EJ was reducing womanhood to appearance, fashion, and attention, while ignoring the real experiences many women deal with every day, including discrimination, pressure, and unfair treatment. The debate quickly became much bigger than celebrity gossip, turning into a wider conversation about identity, privilege, and public perception.
Sexy?
Yes, he's fine.
He's a loser.
You don't like him, EJ?
Okay. I met Anthony over the summer when I was vacationing in the south of France. We flirted, made plans to hook up, and after that, I've noticed that he was talking a lot with Lisa in the corner, and then the man who led me on is now hooking up with my sister, and I'm supposed to be okay.
The reaction came from every direction. On Twitter and Instagram, thousands of users criticized EJ for comments they viewed as disrespectful toward women. Meanwhile, some LGBTQ creators and influencers pushed back for different reasons. Several argued that EJ's repeated comments about avoiding gay men while focusing on straight men came across as dismissive and confusing. TikTok especially exploded with reaction videos, breakdowns, and heated debates, with creators trying to unpack what EJ actually meant versus how his words were being received by the public. What shocked people even more was that EJ showed no interest in calming the situation down. Instead of walking the comments back, he made it clear that public approval was not important to him. EJ openly said he was not searching for acceptance from any community and seemed completely unfazed by the backlash building online. That response only intensified the criticism, with many viewers saying the interview felt less like self-expression and more like someone intentionally provoking outrage to keep attention focused on them. Once Wendy Williams heard about the interview clips making rounds online, she wasted no time jumping into the conversation. But instead of turning it into a serious debate about identity, Wendy focused on something she knows always gets attention: image, style, and presentation. She criticized EJ's red carpet look and even broke down the difference between oversized daytime bags and the smaller luxury styles usually carried at night events. To Wendy, the issue was bigger than fashion itself. Her argument was basically that if someone wants to position themselves as a top-tier fashion figure, people are going to expect them to understand the details and standards that come with that world. The internet immediately ran with Wendy's comments because they added another layer to the growing criticism surrounding EJ. Some viewers felt Wendy was exposing what they saw as contradictions in EJ's public persona, while others argued she was simply being harsh for entertainment. Either way, the clip spread fast, and suddenly the conversation shifted from identity and dating to whether EJ was trying too hard to create an image that did not fully connect with reality. But the deeper controversy started long before Wendy entered the picture. A lot of people began revisiting stories EJ shared about his personal life and family dynamics, especially involving his sister, Elisa Johnson. During one interview, EJ talked about meeting a man named Anthony while spending time in the south of France. According to EJ, the two were flirting and planning to spend more time together, but things changed after Anthony started talking with Elisa. EJ claimed the attention quickly shifted toward his sister, and before long, Anthony ended up pursuing her instead. That story sparked another wave of online discussion because many viewers felt it revealed a competitive streak EJ had been hinting at throughout the interview. EJ openly admitted he was upset about the situation and did not hide his frustration over losing attention to his sister. Critics online connected that moment to his earlier comments about wanting to outshine women socially and romantically, while supporters argued he was simply being honest about jealousy and rejection in dating situations. Either way, the story added even more fuel to an interview that was already dominating social media conversations. For a lot of viewers, the story with Anthony and Elisa felt bigger than a simple dating disappointment. People online started framing it as a moment where EJ came face to face with a reality he did not expect. Despite presenting himself with strong feminine energy and confidence, the man he was interested in ultimately chose his sister instead. Critics argued that the situation seemed to challenge the image EJ had been building throughout the interview, especially after repeatedly claiming he could compete with women for male attention. That is where the debate around EJ's comments became even more intense. EJ described himself as attracting men who identify as straight, but many people online questioned that label entirely. Social media users, podcast hosts, and entertainment commentators all started arguing over whether those relationships matched the description EJ was using. Some pointed out that sexuality is more complicated than labels, while others claimed the situation reflected men who were not fully open about their private lives. The discussion quickly spiraled into conversations about secrecy, image management, and the pressure some people in entertainment feel when it comes to public identity. Wendy Williams also became part of that conversation because she has spent years discussing hidden relationships and celebrity rumors in Hollywood. Fans began connecting her past commentary about private lifestyles in the entertainment world to EJ's current claims about dating. Online discussions exploded with theories about men living double lives, keeping certain relationships hidden, and avoiding public labels altogether. At the same time, others pushed back hard against making assumptions about people's sexuality based only on rumors or appearances. As the clips continued spreading, people also focused on EJ's comments about family and identity. When he asked Magic and Cookie Johnson to stop referring to him as their son, many viewers saw it as part of a larger effort to redefine how he wants the world to see him. Supporters viewed it as personal self-expression, while critics argued it reflected a deeper struggle with public image and identity. Either way, the interview had moved far beyond celebrity gossip and turned into one of the most polarizing online discussions of the moment. Critics online believe EJ's public image has become centered around competition and attention more than self-expression. According to that argument, EJ presents himself with feminine language, fashion, and energy because he wants access to the same admiration and influence often given to women in celebrity culture. But once comparisons start happening, especially against women like his sister Elisa, many viewers feel EJ responds by becoming louder, more provocative, and more confrontational in interviews and online discussions. That is why comments about being the baddest woman in the room sparked such intense reactions across social media. A lot of the backlash also comes from the belief that EJ moves through controversy with protections most people do not have. As the son of Magic Johnson, one of the most famous athletes and businessmen in the world, EJ grew up surrounded by wealth, connections, and celebrity status. Critics argue that privilege allows him to make shocking statements without facing the same social consequences many others would experience. Some online commentators even accused EJ of dismissing the struggles faced by both women and members of the LGBTQ community while still borrowing parts of those experiences for image and branding purposes. Supporters strongly disagree with that interpretation, saying EJ is simply living openly and refusing to fit into labels people try to force onto him. The biggest contradiction people keep pointing to is EJ's statement that he does not care about acceptance or validation. Viewers immediately compared that claim to the way he talks about attention from men, appearance, and constantly standing out in social settings. Critics argued that someone truly unconcerned with approval would not repeatedly compare themselves to other women or focus so heavily on being seen as the most attractive person in the room.
As a result, many online discussions shifted away from identity politics and started focusing on insecurity, public image, and the pressure celebrities feel to constantly maintain attention in the spotlight. At the center of all this controversy, critics believe EJ's biggest goal is not really fashion, identity, or even self-expression. They argue the real focus has always been validation from men he sees as powerful, masculine, and desirable. That is why so many people online reacted strongly to the constant comparisons with women and the repeated comments about attracting straight men. To critics, it comes across less like confidence and more like someone chasing approval from people who may never fully acknowledge him publicly. The backlash grew because many viewers felt those comments crossed the line from personal expression into putting other people down just to elevate his own image. Others see the situation very differently. Supporters argue that EJ has built a career by refusing to follow traditional expectations around masculinity, celebrity culture, and fashion. They believe his confidence, dramatic style, and willingness to speak openly are exactly why people continue paying attention to him. But even among supporters, there are people questioning whether the constant need to shock audiences is starting to overshadow everything else. Every interview, every podcast appearance, and every viral clip seems to create another debate about identity, relationships, and validation, keeping EJ locked in controversy instead of allowing the conversation to move forward. What keeps pulling people back into this story is the uncomfortable question underneath all the headlines. If someone truly feels secure in who they are, why keep chasing approval from people who may never publicly stand beside them? That question is what turned this from ordinary celebrity drama into a non-stop online argument. For some viewers, EJ represents confidence and freedom. For others, he represents insecurity, hidden behind luxury brands, social media attention, and headline-making statements. And as long as those mixed reactions continue, the internet is probably not done talking about him anytime soon. If you made it this far, drop your thoughts in the comments because this debate has people completely split online. Do you think EJ is simply expressing himself without caring what people think? Or do you believe the criticism is starting to expose bigger contradictions in his public image? Also, make sure you like this video, subscribe to Star Watch, and turn on notifications so you do not miss the next deep dive into the celebrity stories everyone is arguing about. Star Watch is where we break down the moments, interviews, and viral controversies that have the internet buzzing long after the cameras stop rolling.
Kelvin Fashion, he didn't keep his word on that. He'd rather spend that money on his side chick. Bought her a Ferrari as a push present, but that car, according to the Daily Mail, got repossessed the day after Wendy announced the divorce. You know you can't afford those type of toys, Kev.
I don't recommend that you work with your husband because I made him my manager, and then when I decided to divorce him, he had to be fired. In other words, I made him.
Sharina Hudson has now turned against Kevin Hunter, and Wendy Williams' money has landed right in the middle of the tension. As Wendy gets closer to possibly returning to television, Kevin has reportedly started trying to reconnect with her and get back into her good graces. But the situation has taken a messy turn because Sharina and Kevin's relationship has reportedly fallen apart in a major way. People close to the situation say things between them have gotten so bad that Sharina is no longer trying to protect Kevin or stay quiet about what really happened behind the scenes.
Wendy Williams' husband has filed a $260 million lawsuit claiming that Wendy is being held against her will in an illegal guardianship, has caused all sorts of financial and emotional damage. Problem is, he's divorced from her, and she doesn't like her much.
No, it was not a great divorce.
She doesn't like him much.
And even though she's had to pay him out a whole lot of money over a lot of years, she doesn't want him a part of this, and you know this straight from the source.
Well, I know it straight from the source because before I talked to the source, meaning Wendy, it was just apparent to me. I mean, he's filing this as Kevin Hunter, her friend. I mean, when does a friend have standing to file a 200?
Sources claim Sharina has even been warning people that if Wendy ever decided to give Kevin another chance, it could create serious problems for Wendy's finances again. During their marriage, Kevin had a lot of influence over Wendy's career and business decisions, and some people believe he held more control than viewers ever realized. Because of that history, Sharina's warning has made a lot of people question what could happen if Kevin ever managed to work his way back into Wendy's inner circle. At the same time, there are growing signs that Wendy could soon be released from the guardianship that has controlled much of her life for more than 3 years. That legal arrangement originally started after doctors claimed she had frontal-temporal dementia. The diagnosis became one of the main reasons the court approved the guardianship and allowed others to manage Wendy's finances and major decisions. But recently, that diagnosis has started to face serious questions. Wendy reportedly took another medical evaluation, and according to people familiar with the results, the new test did not show signs of frontal-temporal dementia. Some sources now believe that the struggles Wendy was dealing with at the time may have been connected to alcohol-related health issues rather than a permanent neurological condition. If that turns out to be accurate, it raises major questions about whether the guardianship should have lasted as long as it did. Her current manager has also said that Wendy has been making steady progress and slowly rebuilding stability in her life.
Shout out to my husband. I'm still wearing my ring. He's my best friend, he's my lover, he's all this and he's all that. I know what you've been seeing, and I knew what the streets have been talking about. I am still very much in love with my husband, and anybody who's been married for 5 minutes or 500 years, you know, marriages have ebbs and flows. Marriages are not easy. Don't ask me about mine until you see this gone. And it ain't going anywhere.
Meanwhile, Debmar Mercury, the company behind the Wendy Williams show, has reportedly always kept the door open for her return whenever she feels ready to work again. Even people who often criticize Wendy's bold style admit that daytime television has felt very different since she stepped away, because few hosts have managed to create the same level of attention, controversy, and conversation that Wendy brought to the screen. When Wendy left daytime TV, the industry lost one of its biggest personalities, and networks also lost a strong source of ratings and advertising revenue. If she really does make a comeback, there could be serious money waiting. Reports have also started circulating that Sherri Shepherd's daytime show has been canceled, which would suddenly leave a major time slot wide open. That possibility has already sparked speculation that Wendy could step back into that space if she decides to return. And right as Wendy's career prospects begin to look stronger again, Kevin Hunter has reportedly started trying to work his way back into her life. After years of distance, public scandal, and a very messy breakup, his sudden interest in reconnecting has raised plenty of eyebrows among people who have been following the situation closely, especially now that Wendy's future in television and her financial power may soon be returning. Kevin Hunter is now claiming that Wendy needs someone around her that she can truly trust, and according to him, that person should be her former manager and ex-husband, Kevin Hunter himself. But many people watching this situation unfold are not convinced by that argument. Critics quickly point out that Kevin's history with Wendy makes his sudden concern look questionable. This is the same man who spent years betraying her trust while secretly maintaining a long-term relationship with another woman, eventually having a child outside of his marriage to Wendy. Even after their relationship collapsed, he reportedly continued pushing for large alimony payments while Wendy was already dealing with major personal struggles and the complicated legal situation surrounding her guardianship. Kevin has been trying to reconnect with Wendy's life and her finances for quite a while. At one point, he even publicly tried to position himself as someone who was stepping in to protect her. In interviews and statements, Kevin claimed that Wendy was sober and ready to leave the care facility where she had been staying. He argued that she wanted to return home and regain control over her life, presenting himself as someone willing to help make that happen. He also took things further by filing a massive $250 million lawsuit, claiming that the guardianship surrounding Wendy was abusive and unfair. In that legal filing, Kevin asked the court to appoint him as her next friend, a role that could have given him the power to assist with managing her personal and financial affairs. That request immediately raised eyebrows among people who remember how much influence Kevin already had over Wendy's career and finances during their marriage. The judge eventually rejected Kevin's request, making it clear that he was not in a position to take on any role connected to Wendy's guardianship. The court did not see him as an appropriate person to manage or influence her affairs. Even with that decision, people close to the situation say Kevin has not completely stepped away. According to several reports, he has continued looking for ways to stay connected to Wendy's life. Some insiders even believe he may be leaning on his connection to their son and whatever emotional loyalty Wendy might still feel after all these years as a way to slowly work his way back into her circle. A blind item circulating online added another layer to the rumors. It described the situation in a very blunt way, claiming the horrible ex of the illiterate former talk show host is actually trying to win her back after being dumped by his mistress when he ran out of money. The statement quickly caught attention because it suggests Kevin may now be hoping Wendy still has enough emotional attachment to let him return to her life, especially at a time when her career and financial future might be opening up again. Sharina Hudson, however, has reportedly made it clear that she believes reconnecting with Kevin could be one of the worst decisions Wendy could make, especially when it comes to protecting her career and financial independence. According to people familiar with her perspective, Sharina says she understands Kevin's real motives because she spent years closely involved in his world and witnessed how things were handled behind the scenes. What makes the entire story even more surprising is how the connection between Kevin and Sharina reportedly began in the first place. Reports claim that Sharina was originally introduced to Kevin through Charlemagne the God during the time when Kevin and Wendy were still working together professionally. Back then, Sharina had very different goals. She was reportedly focused on building her own career as a chef and expanding a food truck she hoped to grow into multiple locations. At the same time all of this was unfolding, Kevin was reportedly feeding stories to different media outlets suggesting that he and Wendy might eventually reconcile. Those rumors quickly started circulating online, creating the impression that the door between them might not be fully closed. Some insiders believe the timing of those stories was strategic. According to them, the rumors may have been intended to put quiet pressure on Wendy during the divorce battle and possibly push her to soften her position while legal and financial issues were still being sorted out. Even with all that tension building, that still was not the final breaking point for Sharina. Reports say that when money between them allegedly started becoming tight and the relationship began falling apart, Sharina started preparing to leave and return to stay with her mother. During that period, people say she was trying to make sense of everything that had happened throughout their relationship and the complicated situation surrounding Kevin's life. Around that same time, new rumors started surfacing about problems Kevin may have caused behind the scenes during Wendy's working years. Several stories suggested there had been serious conflicts and management issues connected to how certain situations were handled while Wendy was still hosting a show. None of those claims were ever proven in court, but the rumors added another layer of controversy to an already chaotic story that had been building for years. There were also past reports about intense arguments and difficult moments inside Wendy and Kevin's marriage, although many of those incidents never became public at the time. People who worked around Wendy often believe she tried to shield Kevin from public criticism and kept many personal issues away from the spotlight while her career was at its peak. Now that Wendy may finally be getting closer to reclaiming control of her life and possibly returning to television, many observers believe allowing Kevin back into her inner circle could reopen old problems. Even some people who normally criticize Sharina Hudson say on this specific issue, her warning might come from years of watching how Kevin handled money, relationships, and influence behind the scenes.
Kevin Hunter may soon be facing serious financial pressure as well. When his marriage to Wendy ended, it also meant losing the opportunities, connections, and financial success that came along with her career. For many longtime viewers who supported Wendy through the years, the real focus now is on her recovery and the possibility that she could rebuild her life and career on her own terms, without the same people from her past controlling the direction of her future. Many people believe Wendy could eventually come back even stronger than before, with fewer people relying on her financially and fewer voices trying to control her decisions. This period of her life could give her the space to focus on herself, her health, and whatever direction she wants her career to take next. Supporters who followed her for years say they mainly want to see her fully recover and move forward with a clearer understanding of who truly deserves a place in her circle. When it comes to Kevin, critics argue that he had many years when money and opportunities were flowing steadily through Wendy's career. During that time, they believe he had every chance to prepare for the future and build something stable for himself.
Instead, some observers feel those years were spent enjoying a lifestyle that may now be much harder to maintain without the same level of income and influence connected to Wendy's success. Others say they are not very interested in hearing apologies at this stage because the decisions that led to this situation happened over many years. The relationship drama, the very public breakup, and all the controversy that followed have shaped how many viewers see the entire story today. What do you think about the situation? Do you believe Wendy should keep her distance from Kevin moving forward, or is there still a chance for some kind of peace between them? If you enjoyed this video and want to stay updated on stories like this, make sure to like the video, share it with others, and subscribe to Star Watch for more updates and discussions.
Who was partners with L.A. Reid and Babyface in Atlanta, and these guys had this competitiveness. L.A. had a girls group. I bet you don't know who his lead singer was.
No.
Pink.
Oh.
She's the exact same age as Beyonce, and there used to be this battle which group was better. You had Usher, he was the same age. They were all 14 and 15 years old living in Atlanta.
For years, one of the most talked about rumors surrounding the Knowles family has been the claim that Solange is actually Beyonce's daughter rather than her sister. The story has circulated online for a long time. But recently, it has gained fresh attention after social media users pointed to alleged stories and secondhand claims connected to people said to be within Mama Tina's wider circle. Wendy Williams has previously discussed these rumors on her platform, often suggesting there could be more to certain family stories than what the public sees.
When Beyonce was 3, I took her to the Triumph tour with Michael Jackson and his brothers.
Wow.
And my friend said, well, if you go to this certain area at the Astrodome, he's going to come out that way. So I had her out there. It was a group of about 20 people. He walks over, tries to grab her. And she loved him so much, she was just overwhelmed as kids do, and she just started crying, and she wouldn't go to him. But what are the odds of that?
Wow.
And she said then, I'm gonna be like Michael Jackson.
Those comments helped keep the speculation alive and gave rumor watchers even more to debate. At the same time, some online commentators have shifted their focus to Tina Knowles' former husband, Richard Lawson. Various rumors claim he may know details about past family dynamics, leading some people to question whether there are still untold stories behind the scenes. None of these claims have been verified, but the ongoing speculation continues to spark conversations about the Knowles family's private life and carefully managed public image. One detail that caught many people's attention was the legal language reportedly included when Tina Knowles and Richard Lawson ended their marriage.
Media trainers have been training older artists to lie and say they were as much as 10 years younger than they were. It's all to sell you records, to sell you a image.
Since the two had known each other for more than 3 decades before starting a relationship in 2013, many assumed there was a deep level of trust between them. That is why reports mentioning a non-disparagement clause and confidentiality agreement quickly became a major topic of discussion. According to those reports, certain private family matters were not meant to be publicly discussed. As soon as that information surfaced, online speculation went into overdrive. Many people began asking the same question: what exactly was considered so private that it needed that level of protection? While no clear answer has ever been provided publicly, some rumor-filled discussions connected the situation to long-running theories about Beyoncé and Solange's family relationship. The speculation grew even more because of an old controversy that dates back to 2006. At the time, rumors spread that a person claiming to work for the Texas Department of Health had allegedly obtained what was described as Beyoncé's birth record. According to those unverified claims, the document listed her birth date as the 4th of September 1974 rather than the widely reported 1981 birth year. The alleged leak quickly became the center of intense online debate and countless theories, despite never being officially verified. If the document had actually been genuine, it would have suggested that Beyoncé was 7 years older than the age the public had long been told. If the document was false, however, many people wondered how such a claim gained so much attention in the first place. As the story spread across forums, blogs, and entertainment circles, reports indicated that the Texas Department of Health initially said it could neither confirm nor deny the alleged record. Not long afterward, officials reportedly clarified their position, stating that the document was not authentic and had no connection to their agency. Even with that response, the controversy did not completely fade away. The rumor continued circulating, with some people claiming that certain stories from past interviews seemed to line up with the disputed date. One example frequently mentioned by rumor watchers involves comments attributed to Mama Tina about Beyoncé attending Michael Jackson's Triumph Tour in 1981. Tina reportedly described the experience as a major moment that inspired Beyoncé's interest in performing. Others pointed to remarks from Gabrielle Union regarding her friendship with the superstar.
She's a brilliant musician, and she was trained at the esteemed Berklee College of Music. Handpicked by my very good friend, Terry Lynn Carrington, Dr. Terry Lynn Carrington, who put together Beyoncé's entire female band, which was Matthew Knowles' idea because he couldn't get Beyoncé to stop people. Guess you didn't know your daughter well enough because she just started all the girls.
Gabrielle, who was born in 1972, once said, "Beyoncé and I have been friends since we were teenagers." That quote sparked further debate among people already questioning timelines, even though no evidence has confirmed the rumors. "We go to the same hairstylist now, and you know how those bonds are." That remark became another talking point among people who have followed the long-running discussion about Beyoncé's age. Even so, no verified evidence has ever confirmed the rumors connected to those claims. Gabrielle Union also spoke positively about Beyoncé, saying, "B is such a polite, nurturing person and a joy to work with. It's easy to work with her because she is a good friend of mine." Over the years, those comments have been examined repeatedly by online commentators trying to piece together different timelines. Some people have noted that, based on publicly reported birth years, Beyoncé would have been around 9 years old when Gabrielle Union was approximately 18. Because of that difference, critics of the rumors argue that friendship can develop through many circumstances and does not necessarily prove anything about either person's age. Meanwhile, supporters of the age-related speculation have offered a different perspective. They argue that if the unverified 1,974 birth year claim were true, the age gap between Beyoncé and Gabrielle would have been much smaller, making the story easier to understand in their view. Still, these theories remain based on speculation rather than confirmed facts. Those comments led some people online to question whether Gabrielle Union's remarks hinted at something beyond what was publicly known. Despite years of discussion, no verified evidence has ever supported those theories. Even so, the speculation continues to resurface whenever old interviews, photos, or public statements are revisited. At the same time, some commentators have argued that Beyoncé's team has been highly protective of her public image throughout her career. These conversations often include claims that certain aspects of her personal life have been carefully handled, although many of those claims remain unproven. Critics sometimes point to the widely discussed Super Bowl photo controversy, when several unflattering images attracted major attention online before later becoming harder to find on some websites. For some observers, that incident became another piece of a much larger puzzle. As a result, long-running rumors gained renewed attention, including one of the most controversial claims circulating online, the theory that Beyoncé is actually Solange's mother rather than her sister. According to that rumor, an alternative family narrative was supposedly created to conceal the alleged truth. However, there is no verified evidence supporting that claim, and Solange has consistently been publicly identified as Beyoncé's sister. The speculation intensified further when stories emerged alleging that a former Columbia Records employee had information about events from Beyoncé's early career, though those claims have never been independently confirmed. Those reports added even more attention to a rumor that has remained controversial for years, despite the absence of verified evidence. According to the story, a person described as a former Columbia Records employee claimed that during their time at the label, they regularly heard industry gossip, behind-the-scenes stories, and unconfirmed claims about major artists. Among the many rumors they allegedly encountered, one stood out in particular: the claim that some members of the original Destiny's Child lineup were not the ages publicly reported, with LaToya Luckett supposedly being the exception. The individual also alleged that they once saw what they believed was Beyoncé's driver's license displayed on a manager's computer screen. According to their account, the document listed a 1974 birth year rather than the age commonly reported in public records. That allegation has never been independently verified, but it became a frequently repeated point among people who questioned the official timeline. The same source went even further, claiming there was a substantial age difference between Beyoncé and Solange. They suggested that the public understanding of their family relationship did not tell the full story, though no evidence has confirmed that assertion. To support their theory, they pointed to the earliest years of Girls' Time, the group that would eventually develop into Destiny's Child, arguing that those early appearances raised additional questions in the minds of some rumor followers. Girls' Time's appearance on Star Search remains one of the most memorable moments connected to the group's early history. The young performers competed on the show in 1993, but did not win, a setback that later became a well-known chapter in the story of what would eventually become Destiny's Child. For years, people analyzing old footage and timelines have revisited that performance while discussing various rumors surrounding the group's early days. Another name that often appears in these conversations is Nikki Taylor, one of the original Girls' Time members. Some online posts have claimed that Nikki was born in 1975, leading certain commentators to compare her age with those of other performers in the group at the time. Because many of the details from that period are difficult to independently verify today, debates about the accuracy of those claims have continued for years. The former employee's story also included another piece of alleged family gossip. According to the account, a relative of Beyoncé supposedly made remarks during a holiday gathering that some people interpreted as hinting at a private family matter. The employee claimed those comments later became a topic of speculation among people who heard about them. However, no evidence has surfaced to confirm that version of events, and the story remains based entirely on secondhand accounts. Supporters of these theories often argue that, if the rumors were true, certain moments in the family's history might be viewed differently. Critics, on the other hand, point out that the claims rely heavily on speculation, assumptions, and unverified stories rather than documented facts. That ongoing clash between rumor and evidence is one reason these discussions continue to attract attention years later. It is important to remember that these claims remain speculative and have never been verified. Even so, discussions about the age rumors often expand into other areas of Beyoncé's life, including her relationship with Jay-Z. Supporters of the alternate timeline theory sometimes argue that a different birth year would change how people interpret the age difference between the two stars when their relationship began. Whether that argument is convincing is heavily debated, but it has remained part of the larger conversation for years. People who follow entertainment history frequently note that age-related rumors are not unique to one celebrity. Throughout the industry's history, there have been stories about performers adjusting or emphasizing certain details about themselves for branding, marketing, or career reasons. Because of those past examples, some commentators believe similar situations could be possible elsewhere in entertainment. However, no credible evidence has ever demonstrated that such a strategy was used in Beyoncé's case. Publicly, her success has consistently been credited to her talent, dedication, powerful performances, and ability to connect with audiences across generations. Despite that success, rumors about her personal life have continued to circulate throughout her career. Online gossip has covered everything from relationships and family matters to alleged behind-the-scenes conflicts. Many of those stories gained traction despite lacking reliable evidence. In recent years, attention has increasingly shifted toward Tina Knowles and her former husband, Richard Lawson, as some rumor-focused commentators search for new angles connected to long-standing theories about the Knowles family. Following Tina Knowles and Richard Lawson's split, online speculation quickly began filling in the gaps left by the lack of public details. Various rumors have suggested there may have been tensions within the family before the marriage ended, with some stories pointing to disagreements or personal conflicts behind the scenes. However, the specifics of their relationship remain private, and none of those claims have been publicly verified. The speculation grew even further when some commentators alleged that Richard may have held unfavorable views about certain family dynamics after the divorce. These discussions often revolve around rumored disagreements, strained relationships, and questions about how high-profile public images are managed. While those stories attract significant attention across social media and entertainment blogs, most of the claims are based on anonymous sources, assumptions, or unconfirmed reports rather than documented facts. Another factor keeping these rumors alive is the belief among some fans that Wendy Williams may have heard similar stories during her decades in radio and entertainment media. Because Wendy built a reputation for discussing celebrity gossip and industry chatter, some online commentators have speculated that she may have been aware of rumors involving Beyoncé and her family long before they gained wider attention. Still, There is no public evidence showing that Wendy possesses verified information supporting any of these claims. Even so, some rumor-focused accounts continue to speculate that if she ever chooses to speak extensively about past celebrity stories again, it could spark a fresh wave of debate and renewed interest in these long-running theories. For now, all of these claims remain unconfirmed, and public reactions continue to be divided. Some people believe that when major celebrities keep their personal lives highly private, it naturally sparks curiosity and invites endless speculation. Others argue that choosing privacy should not be viewed as proof that someone is concealing a secret. Much of the online discussion centers on questions involving timelines, ages, and family relationships. Some observers say they would welcome clear answers that could finally put years of rumors to rest. Others counter that most of the claims being circulated rely on assumptions, secondhand stories, and accounts that have never been independently verified. Despite decades of debate, no conclusive evidence has emerged to support the most dramatic allegations involving Beyoncé, Solange, or the Knowles family. The central issue with the entire controversy is that nearly every claim eventually traces back to another rumor rather than solid proof. Over the years, people have examined old interviews, searched for documents, and analyzed archival footage in hopes of finding a definitive answer. Yet despite the constant theories and renewed waves of speculation, none of the major allegations have been substantiated by verified evidence. The mystery continues to generate discussion, but the facts publicly available have not confirmed the rumors. That reality has not stopped online sleuths from continuing their search for answers. Some revisit old family interviews and public appearances, looking for details they believe were overlooked. Others spend time comparing timelines, searching for inconsistencies they think deserve closer examination. There are also those who place significant attention on stories attributed to former industry insiders, arguing that certain claims warrant a deeper look. As a result, the controversy keeps resurfacing, drawing in a new wave of discussions every few years. What makes the debate so persistent is how sharply divided opinions remain. One group believes there may be aspects of the story that have never been fully explained to the public. Another group argues that the rumors have endured simply because Beyoncé is one of the most recognizable figures in entertainment, and any mystery connected to her is almost guaranteed to attract attention. For now, the situation remains unresolved. Unless independently verified evidence emerges, the questions surrounding Beyoncé, Solange, and the Knowles family will likely remain topics of speculation rather than established fact. Yet, with social media constantly reviving old interviews, forgotten claims, and long-running theories, this decades-old controversy continues to find its way back into public conversation. When everything is taken into account, this remains one of the most persistent celebrity rumors on the internet. From questions about Beyoncé's age to the long-running speculation surrounding her relationship with Solange, these theories have managed to stay in public conversation for years. Even though no verified evidence has confirmed the biggest claims, few celebrity stories have generated this level of debate for such a long period of time. Part of what keeps people interested is the sheer number of stories attached to the rumor. Over the years, old interviews, resurfaced video clips, alleged insider accounts, and social media discussions have all been woven into the narrative. Just when it seems like the topic has finally faded away, a new post, a forgotten interview, or another theory brings the conversation right back into the spotlight. At the same time, critics of the rumors argue that the story has survived largely because Beyoncé is one of the most famous entertainers in the world. They point out that global celebrities often become the subject of endless speculation, especially when private family matters are involved. Supporters of the theory see things differently, believing there are still unanswered questions worth discussing. As of today, however, the publicly known account remains unchanged, and none of the major allegations covered in this video have been conclusively proven. The debate continues, but the claims remain unverified. Now we want to hear from you. Do you think there is more to this story, or have these rumors grown far beyond the available facts? Share your thoughts in the comments below and join the discussion. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss an update from Star Watch. Also, share this video with friends who love celebrity news, entertainment mysteries, and behind-the-scenes stories. Your support helps the channel grow and allows us to keep bringing you the biggest trending topics and viral discussions. Thanks for watching Star Watch, and we'll see you in the next video.
Was a serial cheater. Kevin had different mistresses depending on, the part of his life. This last one was the one that he had the longest term relationship.
Let me tell you something. If there is one person quietly watching every Wendy Williams headline with serious interest, it is Kevin Hunter. The reason is simple. If Wendy suddenly steps back into the spotlight and starts pulling in major TV money again, Kevin could very easily walk back into court and try to reopen the alimony conversation. People following this long legal saga already know he has pushed this issue many times before, and the possibility of Wendy earning again could give him another angle to argue his case. Many observers say they're tired of seeing the same legal tug-of-war play out, but behind the scenes, there is still a lot of speculation about what might happen next and why a possible comeback could change the financial conversation all over again. Now here is where the story takes a more interesting turn. Online chatter has been heating up with rumors that Wendy could return to television around the time Sharina Shepherd eventually wraps up her current run. None of this has been confirmed, but the talk has been spreading fast. According to those rumors, Wendy is said to be eager to get back on camera and reconnect with the audience that followed her for years. Some reports even claim she has already looked at a luxury penthouse apartment designed to make daily living easier while she focuses on her health. The description alone has people talking. 3 full floors, a private elevator inside the residence, and a layout built to allow her to move around comfortably without unnecessary strain. And the speculation does not stop there. Another rumor making the rounds suggests the show could be redesigned to accommodate her needs on stage. Some sources claim producers have discussed a custom purple chair system that could gently carry Wendy onto the stage rather than having her walk across it every episode. The concept is meant to remove pressure from mobility issues while still keeping the dramatic entrance fans remember. People close to production are also rumored to be exploring additional support systems backstage so that she can focus on hosting while others handle logistics and health-related accommodations. Then there are the conditions people keep whispering about. According to various reports circulating online, a possible return to television might come with a structured support system built around Wendy's well-being. The talk includes full-time drivers to handle transportation, a private chef preparing daily meals, and even a professional life coach focused on keeping her routine stable and healthy. In return, some sources claim she may have agreed to strict accountability measures, including scheduled and random testing tied to wellness requirements. And one more rumor has really caught people's attention. There's talk that Wendy could have secured a significant retroactive payment connected to how suddenly her previous show ended. That claim alone has sparked major curiosity among fans and industry insiders who are watching closely to see what might happen next. People still remember how chaotic that whole situation became. For years, Wendy Williams was the face of that show and the engine behind its success. She carried the program, built its reputation, and kept viewers coming back day after day. Her personality, her commentary, and her fearless style were what made the show stand out in daytime television. When everything suddenly unraveled, a lot of longtime fans felt disappointed and confused. Many of them believed that some of the same people who benefited from Wendy's success for years seemed to distance themselves once things became difficult. Because of that history, rumors about a possible return to television have people paying very close attention.
According to the latest chatter, if producers truly want Wendy back on television, she is not rushing into anything this time. Reports suggest she may have approached the idea with a much more cautious attitude and a list of conditions designed to protect her interests. After everything that happened before, people say it would make sense for her to secure stronger control and clearer agreements around her work environment. While all of this speculation spreads online, there is one person many believe is watching every headline carefully: her former husband, Kevin Hunter, who has spent years attempting to revisit the topic of alimony payments. Many people also remember the moment Kevin surprised the public with a court filing that quickly became a major talking point. In those documents, he claimed he had been relying heavily on the financial support outlined in their divorce agreement. In the filing, he wrote, "I have fallen behind on most of my bills. I currently live in a community that requires payments to the Homeowners Association, and I'm behind on that bill." That statement immediately caught attention because it suggested his financial stability was closely tied to those payments from Wendy. Kevin continued laying out his financial situation in those court documents, and the details quickly got people talking. He explained that once the alimony payment stopped, several parts of his life were affected almost immediately. According to his filing, even his car insurance had not been paid because he depended on those monthly payments to cover it. He also admitted he had fallen behind on multiple credit card bills. Then he revealed another detail that drew even more attention. Kevin stated that he did not currently have health insurance and needed hip surgery, but claimed he could not move forward with the procedure without proper coverage. In the paperwork, he suggested the delay meant he was dealing with daily pain while waiting for treatment. When those claims started circulating, many observers were surprised by how strongly his financial situation appeared tied to Wendy's income. A lot of people online questioned how someone who had once managed major parts of Wendy's career could end up in a position where basic expenses seemed difficult to maintain. The conversation became even louder because Kevin had already moved on with his life and was raising a new family, which made the situation seem even more complicated to those watching from the outside. When Kevin first attempted to restart the payments through the court system, the judge did not see the situation the same way he did. The court ruled that Wendy was not required to resume alimony at that time. In the decision, the judge explained that Kevin's request did not meet the standard of an emergency and dismissed the application without prejudice. That meant the case was not permanently closed, but his argument was not strong enough to move forward at that moment. On top of that, the judge also denied Kevin's request to have Wendy pay his attorney fees. The court then pointed directly to the language in their original divorce agreement. The documents were very specific. They stated that if Wendy's talk show contract ended, or if the show was suspended, canceled, or not renewed, and if she did not move into another television position paying a similar salary, then the financial arrangement between them could legally be adjusted. In other words, if Wendy was no longer earning that same level of income from a television show, she would not automatically be required to continue sending those payments. But Kevin did not appear ready to accept that outcome quietly. Only a few months later, he returned to court again with another attempt to change the situation. This time, he pushed a different argument, claiming that Wendy's legal guardian should step in and restore the alimony payments. That new filing immediately sparked another round of public discussion, and the documents connected to it added fresh tension to an already complicated legal battle. Kevin later gave more details about what he says happened during a mediation meeting on December 8, 2022. According to his explanation, he sat down with Wendy's legal representatives along with her court-appointed guardian, attorney Sharina Morrissey. The purpose of that meeting was to discuss financial matters connected to the divorce agreement and the halted alimony payments. Kevin claimed that during the conversation, there was talk about providing financial transparency so everyone could clearly see the status of Wendy's accounts and income. He said Wendy's lawyer and the guardian indicated they would provide certain account statements and bank records as part of that process, and he believed the New York court had approved the release of those documents. However, Kevin later argued that those promises never actually turned into real action. In his account of events, the records he expected were never delivered. He claimed that despite the discussion during mediation, he did not receive the financial statements he believed were supposed to be shared. According to Kevin, the situation dragged on for days without any follow-up.
By December 19th, Kevin said he had still not heard anything further from Wendy's side. At that point, he reportedly emailed the mediator and copied everyone involved in the case. In that message, he accused Wendy's legal team of showing a lack of transparency and claimed they were acting in bad faith during the mediation process. His argument was simple from his perspective. Kevin believed there could be financial details he had not seen, and he wanted access to every record that might clarify the situation. But the dispute did not end there. According to a counter-filing submitted by Sharina Morrissey, the version of events from her side of the case looked very different. In court documents filed during the dispute, Wendy's court-appointed guardian, Sharina Morrissey, presented a very different argument about the financial situation. Instead of Kevin being owed money, she suggested the possibility that he might actually owe money back to Wendy. Her filing pointed directly to the terms written in their divorce agreement. According to those terms, the alimony payments were supposed to stop if Wendy's yearly income dropped below twice the amount she had been earning as of February 1st, 2020. That clause suddenly became extremely important once Wendy stopped actively hosting her show. Sharina explained in the filing that Wendy did not appear as the host for the entire final season of The Wendy Williams Show. Because of that absence, the income structure around the show reportedly changed. According to the Guardian statement, Wendy stopped receiving her full salary starting in October 2021. That shifted income created a major legal question about whether the payments to Kevin should have continued at all. Despite that financial change, the documents claim Kevin still received alimony payments for a period of time after the salary situation had already shifted. Based on the numbers presented in the filing, Sharina argued that those continued payments created an overpayment situation. Her calculations suggested Kevin received roughly $112,500 that, under the terms of the agreement, he may not have been entitled to receive. Because of that, she asked the court to step in and order Kevin to return the money along with additional interest. That claim immediately turned the entire argument upside down and added another dramatic layer to the already complicated legal battle. But the filing did not stop there. Sharina also asked the judge to put tighter control around how information from the case was being shared publicly. In the documents, she requested a gag order, writing, "I request that the court increase the protection of this case and issue a gag order, thereby instructing Mr. Hunter not to speak to the press or others except for legal advisors about these matters, and to instruct anyone with whom he has previously discussed these matters that they should not communicate about these matters with anyone else." The request suggested the Guardian believed too many private details about the dispute were making their way into public conversation. Even with that request on the table, the situation did not exactly become quiet. New details about the disagreement continued surfacing in news reports and online discussions. Because the information kept appearing, many observers began speculating about where those leaks might be coming from, and some believed Kevin himself could be the source. Around that same time, Kevin's financial situation started drawing more public attention. Reports began circulating that he had listed his house for sale at roughly $1.3 million. That alone caught people's interest, but it was not the only development connected to his finances. Around the same period, it was also reported that he had taken out loans on 2 luxury vehicles through a company called Flex Wealth. When those details surfaced, many observers began wondering whether the ongoing legal fight over alimony was connected to growing financial pressure behind the scenes. Then another issue appeared reportedly. UBS Bank filed a lawsuit claiming Kevin had failed to pay an outstanding credit card balance. According to the lawsuit, Kevin originally applied for a Visa Signature credit card back in 2014. The bank later claimed he violated the cardholder agreement by not keeping up with the required payments. Situations like that added even more attention to his financial picture. When people looked at the house listing, the reported vehicle loans, and the credit card dispute all at once, it created the impression of someone dealing with significant financial strain, while the legal dispute with Wendy continued unfolding.
Just when many people believed the legal drama between Kevin Hunter and Wendy Williams might finally be winding down, another twist suddenly appeared. Reports surfaced that Kevin returned once again seeking spousal support, this time asking for 23 months of back payments. That request alone surprised many observers who had already seen several earlier attempts rejected. But the situation purportedly went even further than that. According to the claims circulating at the time, Kevin was also raising arguments that could potentially challenge the structure of the divorce arrangement itself. That development made the situation feel even more dramatic for those following the case closely. For anyone who missed earlier chapters of the story, Kevin had already tried multiple times to restart the alimony payments after they stopped. Each attempt ran into strong resistance and legal setbacks. After facing another rejection, Kevin appeared to shift his strategy and turned his attention toward the television show that had built Wendy's career. He filed a $10 million lawsuit against the production company connected to the Wendy Williams Show. In that lawsuit, Kevin argued that he had been removed from his role as executive producer because his marriage to Wendy was collapsing.
According to court documents submitted by his legal team, Kevin claimed he had played an important role behind the scenes in Wendy's earlier career projects. The filing also suggested that he used his business instincts and negotiation experience to help secure a much larger financial deal for Wendy than what had originally been offered. The lawsuit also focused heavily on the massive success of the Wendy Williams show during its peak years. For a long stretch of time, the program controlled the 10 a.m. daytime television slot and built a loyal audience that tuned in daily. While other networks struggled to find shows that could compete in that same time window, Wendy's program kept delivering strong ratings and consistent attention. Kevin's legal team pointed to that success as part of their argument, suggesting that the work done behind the scenes, including Kevin's involvement, played a role in building the brand into such a powerful daytime presence. At one point, Kevin even released an email that he said came from producers, using it to support his claim that his removal from the show had been handled unfairly. According to the documents, the message read, "Dear Kevin, out of respect for our 10-year working relationship, we had hoped to meet you in person and traveled to New York to do so. But unfortunately, you have canceled today's meeting, and we are left with no choice but to communicate to you in writing." The message then continued with a very direct statement about his position. It said that, effective immediately, your role as executive producer of The Wendy Williams Show is terminated, and your professional relationship with Deb Mark Mercury is also concluded in connection with the termination of employment. You are no longer permitted on the studio premises, and all communication regarding your transition, including collection of your belongings from the studio premises, should be handled via your attorney, as you have indicated that you were represented by counsel. Now, imagine the reaction if the rumors about Wendy returning to television turn out to be true. The possibility that the same production company could work with her again has already sparked plenty of speculation. Some observers believe a comeback like that might reopen old arguments and possibly trigger another wave of legal filings connected to the past disputes. People who have followed this story for years know that the situation between Wendy and Kevin has never stayed quiet for long. The history between them includes legal battles, financial disagreements, and plenty of public headlines. If Wendy does step back into television in a major way, many believe the tension surrounding those past issues could quickly return to the spotlight. If you want more updates and deep dives into stories like this, make sure to like this video, share it with others who follow celebrity news, and subscribe to Star Watch so you do not miss the next breakdown.
Now you kind of look at him like scoundrels. What won't you do for that damn career? Listen, this is a disgusting business. That's all I'm gonna say. This business is so disgusting that I can't. I think that Jay-Z and Beyonce are master manipulators of the media. What is that? Is that a baby bump? I don't know. What the couple found most difficult to deal with, says another source, was the fact that some of the rumors were being perpetuated by people they considered friends, like talk show host Wendy Williams. Well, first of all, I've never partied with them. I've never been to their house. I don't swim in their pool. Like, we're not friends. The stunt left Beyonce angered beyond belief. That means she watches. Fortunately, one of the TVs in our kitchen has closed captioning, so I'll be able to understand what she says. She, you know, Beyonce can't talk. Beyonce sounds like she's got a 5th grade education. She can't talk. The baby bump squashed, bent, and crumpled.
So karma came knocking today, and they're looking for Kevin Hunter, aka Kelvin Hunter, Wendy Williams' ex-husband, because now in court documents he's claiming that he's broke and that his home is about to go into foreclosure because Wendy Williams has not paid him the money that he's owed for alimony and severance after he was fired.
Kevin Hunter is suddenly back, trying to crawl into Wendy's good side by dropping gossip about Beyonce. Word is he's plotting to have Wendy publicly shut down. And if you thought Diddy was the only big name moving suspiciously around Wendy's situation, think again. For years, whispers claimed that powerful people in the industry helped push that tight guardianship on her, and the whole thing never sat right. Wendy's been stuck under that guardianship for 4 years, and no one expected Beyonce's name to get dragged into this.
Kevin, who once smiled in Wendy's face while juggling another family outside their marriage, still tried to grab thousands in alimony while she was barely holding it together.
Claudia Jordan right now. Claudia Jordan don't ever mention my mother name. She mentioned it yesterday. Talking about why people are afraid to come forward. You mean like you? You was Diddy girl. Corey was Jay-Z girl. Why don't you claim your friend? Claudia.
So, Jack, when you say...
When I say Corey, I'm talking about Kathy White.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
Jay-Z's pregnant mistress,
yeah,
who died of an imaginary fucking aneurysm. Just like the woman who was best friends with Kim and Kimura, who wrote the book Bling and died as soon as it made the bestsellers list. Who the fuck was these people supposed to go to? You can't go to the boss because the boss is fucking you. And the boss's boss don't get no. Can't go to the authorities.
Now he's out here pretending to defend her, talking like he's standing up for Wendy against Beyonce, and it's got everyone side-eyeing the whole crowd. Wendy's life took a nosedive after her bank, Wells Fargo, claimed she couldn't handle her own money and needed someone to control it. The judge agreed, and just like that, everything flipped. She lost control of her finances, her hit show was gone, and even access to parts of her own family was cut off. On top of everything, Wendy was placed in a medical treatment facility where reports say she was given strong medication several times a day. Fans were stunned and started asking real questions about what was going on. The deeper people looked, the stranger it all seemed. How did one of the most outspoken women in entertainment suddenly lose control of her entire life? One day she was ruling daytime TV, calling out celebrities with no fear, and the next she couldn't even access her own money or make basic decisions. Online, people started pointing out how the whole setup looked too convenient for certain powerful names. Some believe Wendy's fearless personality and all the celebrity secrets she knew made a few people nervous. And when someone like Wendy Williams has that kind of insider info, it could shake things up. Here's where it gets even crazier. Wendy fought hard to get free from that guardianship. She went through several independent medical evaluations, and those reports supposedly showed her condition wasn't nearly as bad as Wells Fargo or her court-appointed guardian Sabrina Morrissey had claimed. Yet, even with that proof, the court still kept the restrictions, leaving everyone confused. Things started shifting a few months ago when TMZ revealed a shocking update. Wendy's health seemed to be improving, something that didn't add up since frontotemporal dementia usually worsens after diagnosis.
Beyonce announced her pregnancy at the MTV VMAs. On January 7th, 2012, Blue Ivy was born into this world. In 2016, Beyonce dropped Lemonade. Now, as we all know, Lemonade was a true album about infidelity. Jay-Z was rumored to have a very long-time mistress. People knew of Kathy White because of Jay-Z, okay? So here's where it gets a little crazy. Kathy White was known to be pregnant in 2011. Shortly after giving birth, Kathy died mysteriously in her apartment of a brain aneurysm.
I have a feeling this is related.
Now, even though we saw Beyonce's bump publicly, there's a video of Beyonce sitting down for an interview and her whole stomach just deflates in the video, and it's very weird.
This is crazy.
If you listen to Daughter, the song completely illustrates a confession. The lyrics in the song say, "Your body laid out on these filthy floors, your bloodstains on my custom coutures."
That detail alone had people raising serious eyebrows. That new detail had everyone asking serious questions. If someone truly has frontotemporal dementia, the symptoms usually get worse over time, never better. So when a new medical evaluation showed Wendy was improving, people started wondering if something wasn't adding up. Fans online began suspecting that the guardianship might have gone too far from the start. Many questioned whether the people controlling her money and daily life ever had a real reason to keep such a tight grip for this long. With every new update, it looked like there was a deeper story hiding behind everything that happened to her. Then came a shocker. New reports said Wendy had shown strong neurological recovery and that she's been clean and sober for 3 years. That completely clashed with the negative image painted about her before. Suddenly, people were realizing the story they'd been told might not be the full truth. The reports also revealed that Wendy's legal team was preparing to file fresh court documents within 2 weeks, asking the judge to finally end the guardianship. And if that request gets denied, powerhouse attorney Joe Tina is reportedly ready to fight harder, demanding a jury trial to let regular people decide whether Wendy should be free. That move got everyone watching closely. If this case reaches a jury, every piece of the guardianship, medical claims, financial decisions, and hidden control could be laid out for the public to see. And you could bet that would make a few powerful people nervous. Wendy built her whole career on speaking boldly about celebrities and exposing Hollywood secrets, so the idea of her finally getting her voice back has everyone wondering what she might reveal if she's truly free again. As soon as news broke that Wendy might finally regain her freedom, some familiar faces from her past started creeping back in, and fans noticed fast. Many believe these sudden check-ins have less to do with care and everything to do with Wendy's money and influence. One name that keeps surfacing is her ex-husband, Kevin Hunter, the same man many still blame for the heartbreak that nearly broke Wendy during their marriage. Word is, Kevin's been telling people he's worried about Wendy's safety and hinting that someone might be targeting her. Nobody really knows where he's getting this info, but some think he's using the Beyoncé talk to make Wendy believe he's on her side. Fans aren't buying it. This is the same man who once caused Wendy deep pain, and people haven't forgotten how their marriage fell apart so publicly, with stories of betrayal and secret drama that left Wendy struggling emotionally. So now seeing Kevin step forward like a protector feels suspicious to a lot of people.
Some believe he's trying to clean up his image before Wendy possibly regains control of her life and finances. If that guardianship ends, Wendy gets full say over who stays close and who doesn't, and that's got plenty of folks watching his every move. To really understand where the Beyoncé angle fits in, you have to look at how this drama sparked. Just weeks ago, social media users began digging through old Hollywood scandals, trying to connect long-buried rumors. Then, as talk about the Epstein case started trending again, people began linking powerful names, and that's when Beyoncé's name got pulled into the chaos. Beyoncé's name got pulled right into the chaos, and the internet hasn't stopped buzzing since. Wendy's name got caught in the middle when people dug up old clips from her show, especially one from 2011.
Beyonce is going to use a surrogate so she can maintain her body, but they're going to play it off like it's allegedly, like they gave birth. Remember, I was the first one to say this. And you remember, because wait, I haven't said it yet. Watch. It's going to be an at-home water birth in the master bathroom. There are going to be 3 people there. Beyonce, Jay-Z, and her mother, Miss Tina. Watch.
Where she talked about rumors that Beyoncé allegedly had someone else connected to Jay-Z carry her pregnancy while she appeared in public with what some claimed was a fake baby bump. That old clip is everywhere again. Back then, Wendy just repeated what was being whispered online, but the stories resurfaced with even darker twists. The woman tied to those old rumors later passed away under circumstances that the internet has speculated about for years. None of those claims have ever been proven, but conspiracy discussions have reignited, and Wendy's name is right back in the headlines. Once those old show clips started trending, social media exploded. People shared them non-stop, calling out how boldly Wendy used to speak about powerful stars without holding back. Online sleuths even started digging through old interviews and gossip posts, saying Wendy was one of the only TV hosts brave enough to mention those rumors on air.
That has fans wondering if Wendy knew more about the entertainment world than she ever shared. The fact that she's now fighting to regain her freedom makes the timing of this resurfacing feel suspicious to many. To be clear, none of these claims have been verified. They're all long circulating online rumors. Still, the reason this story is blowing up again is because people believe Wendy talking about those topics back in 2011 may have angered some powerful figures. Now, as she tries to take back control of her life, the internet can't help but ask, was there more to the story than the public ever heard? Many fans still remember that one moment years ago when people claimed Beyoncé's baby bump looked unusual on live TV, and Wendy was one of the loudest voices calling it out. Now those same clips are resurfacing, and the internet is asking tough questions about what really happened after that. Some online commentators have even started pushing a theory that powerful industry figures, including Beyoncé and Jay-Z, might have wanted Wendy's voice toned down after she spoke about those pregnancy rumors. There's no solid proof of that, but the speculation keeps growing louder as Wendy fights to take back her life and her platform. Once that idea hit social media, the conversation exploded. People began piecing together moments from Wendy's career, pointing out how fearless she was about celebrity drama. She built her entire brand on saying things most hosts wouldn't dare to say, and that mix of boldness and controversy made her impossible to ignore. Because of that reputation, fans now think Wendy may have upset the wrong people in a world full of powerful names. They believe that when someone with a massive platform starts repeating sensitive celebrity rumors, it can spark quiet tension behind the scenes. Again, none of these claims have ever been proven, but the reason this story won't fade is simple. People are revisiting Wendy's past, wondering if her outspoken style might have landed her in trouble with influential figures. And let's be real, if Wendy was still on her daytime throne today, the chaos shaking Hollywood right now would probably be 10 times louder. Fans keep saying that if Wendy still had her microphone today, a lot of celebrities would be nervous. And right in the middle of all this chaos, her ex-husband, Kevin Hunter, is suddenly trying to look like the supportive one again. Nobody knows if his so-called warnings about Wendy being in danger are real, but plenty of fans doubt his motives after everything that's gone down.
People say the chances of Wendy ever forgiving him are slim. Their breakup was public, messy, and full of betrayal, and fans haven't forgotten. Even when Wendy was battling health issues and fighting her guardianship case, Kevin reportedly kept pushing legal claims against her. He allegedly sued for nearly 2 years of unpaid alimony and even tried to challenge parts of their divorce agreement, arguing over the money Wendy worked for her entire career. Reports say Wendy had carefully structured her finances to protect a big portion of her earnings after the divorce, which only made Kevin's legal moves look worse. Fans were already side-eyeing him for how their marriage ended, but seeing him still chase her for money while she was struggling made people furious. Wendy built everything she had from the ground up: radio, daytime TV, and a brand that millions watched daily. So when news broke that Kevin was still trying to pull more money from her, it hit people the wrong way. The timing felt cold and the backlash was instant. Many saw it as another reminder of how much Wendy had to fight just to hold on to what she built herself. That's exactly why people are skeptical about Kevin suddenly speaking up about Wendy's safety. Many fans believe he's trying to clean up his image now that Wendy might soon take back control of her life and money. Others think he's just trying to slide back into the picture before she's fully free from the guardianship. Either way, once Kevin Hunter's name comes up, drama isn't far behind. But things got even more shocking when Wells Fargo reportedly claimed Wendy only had around $7.3 million left to her name. That number didn't make sense to anyone. Wendy had built a massive career in radio and television, earning far more than that. Then her close friend, Regina Shell, filed an affidavit saying the numbers didn't match up at all. According to Regina, as of 2022, Wendy actually had around $55 million sitting in her accounts. She even said she had seen documents from Wells Fargo showing nearly that exact amount.
The huge gap between $7 million and $55 million made people question what was really happening with Wendy's money. That financial confusion also became part of Kevin Hunter's court battles. Reports said he tried to use those figures to reopen parts of their divorce settlement, but the court didn't agree. During one hearing, Kevin claimed he was struggling financially, telling the judge, "I've fallen behind on most of my bills." He explained, "I live in a community that requires homeowner association payments, and I'm behind on that. If they're not paid, foreclosure will soon follow." He also admitted, "My car insurance hasn't been paid, and I'm behind on credit cards because I have no money." Those courtroom statements shocked the public. After everything that happened between them, people couldn't believe Kevin was now painting himself as broke, especially after Wendy spent years building her empire from nothing. Fans were quick to remind everyone how hard Wendy worked for everything she had. For decades, she carried her brand, her show, and her audience on her own back. Social media lit up with reminders that Wendy supported Kevin during their marriage. He was an executive producer on her show and handled parts of the business side. Because of that, many fans felt it was unfair for him to keep chasing more money after the split. People also couldn't ignore the timing. All this legal chaos was happening while Wendy was battling serious health problems and living under a guardianship that stripped her of control. So now that Kevin is suddenly talking about protecting her, a lot of people are side-eyeing his intentions. To many, it feels like a dramatic shift from the courtroom fights that weren't so long ago. With old celebrity clips, wild internet rumors, and Hollywood theories swirling around, the whole situation keeps getting louder online. Kevin even told the court, "Since the severance payments were suspended, my life has been greatly affected, since the plaintiffs stopped making payments under our settlement agreement." That statement had people shaking their heads, wondering how things between them turned into such a drawn-out, messy battle. Meanwhile, Wendy herself has been hit from every direction: the guardianship battle, ongoing health concerns, and non-stop media attention. It's clear her situation is heavy and complicated. Now, with rumors spreading again, many fans are saying the same thing. If even a small part of these stories are true, Wendy needs to be extra cautious about who she lets close and how she protects what's left of her peace. Supporters just want to see Wendy safe and finally in control of her life again. Online, some commentators claim that when celebrities go against powerful systems or shake the industry too much, strange narratives tend to appear around them. Those are just opinions, nothing proven, but they've kept the conversation burning hot.
Social media is flooded with theories. One person even commented, "I find it very weird that Wendy Williams spoke about Beyoncé and Jay-Z for weeks and then passed out on Halloween." Comments like that show how wildly different people's interpretations have become. And once fans started revisiting Wendy's old interviews and show moments, the internet turned into a full-blown investigation zone. Bloggers and fans began digging through past headlines and clips, trying to see if there might be deeper connections behind everything that happened. Many pointed out how fearless Wendy had always been when talking about big-name celebrities. Her entire reputation was built on speaking openly about Hollywood drama, and that fearless energy made her stand out in daytime TV for years. But with everything she's gone through lately, people are now looking back at those same moments through a whole new lens. Some say her story shows just how complicated and political the entertainment world can get behind the scenes. When someone becomes known for exposing uncomfortable truths, it can definitely stir tension with powerful figures. Still, it's important to remember, most of what's being said online is pure speculation. Yet the reason Wendy's name keeps trending is clear. People can't stop wondering whether her outspoken career somehow played a bigger role in the struggle she's facing today. Wendy's story is already wild enough on its own, and every new rumor just adds another twist that keeps people talking non-stop online. The internet can't stop dissecting it. One person wrote, "Remember she was talking about Diddy? And Diddy came on as a guest saying, 'I met your son,' and scared the hell out of Wendy. I don't think that was a coincidence. She faints on live TV, then suddenly has dementia. I know the games Hollywood plays. Things aren't adding up." That comment alone sent social media into debate mode. Another person added, "Remember when Wendy Williams specifically called out Jay-Z and Beyoncé as master manipulators? Soon after, her career and health tanked. So strange."
Comments like that keep the drama alive as people continue digging into old clips and trying to connect dots between Wendy's outspoken past and her current situation. The theories just keep stacking up, and everyone's got their own version of what might really be happening behind the scenes. So now it's your turn. What do you think? Is Kevin Hunter truly worried about Wendy, or is he playing another angle? And do you think the powerful figures in Hollywood would actually want Wendy silenced for good? Drop your thoughts below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more jaw-dropping celebrity stories. And before you go, tap the video on your screen to check out another messy Hollywood saga you definitely don't want to miss.
I feel like The Guardian has not done a good job of protecting my mom.
This is not something that is like a conspiracy theory.
According to a new report, Wendy Williams does not have frontotemporal dementia.
I feel like The Guardian has not done a good job of protecting my mom.
After years of being pushed into silence, locked away, and treated in ways people now call downright cruel, Wendy Williams is finally snapping those chains, finally getting her shot at real freedom. For so long, she was kept out of the spotlight, stripped of her voice, while others twisted her story and spoke for her like she didn't exist. But now, secrets are spilling, and what's coming to light is darker, deeper, and way more explosive than anyone ever saw coming. Recently, leaked confidential neurological test results turned the whole story upside down. These tests came from one of New York's top brain specialists, and the results? Straight up shocking. According to those reports, Wendy Williams does not have the mental conditions that supposedly justified taking her independence away. Let that sink in for a second. A woman who lost her talk show, her fortune, her peace, and even some of her closest relationships might have been misdiagnosed from day one. If that's true, then everything we thought we knew about her downfall might have been a complete setup. And here's where it gets even messier. The same people who were supposed to protect Wendy, the ones running her guardianship, are now being accused of pushing a fake diagnosis.
Wendy Williams, she got fired from Hot 97 because she had a picture of Puffy. So if you don't mind, give me the story from your point of view, and what was in the picture?
We were in Cancun. For whatever reason, dude was playing with Puff. He went behind him and grabbed his trunks and pulled them down. Some girls that was taking pictures. They took that picture and emailed it back to Wendy Williams. Wendy Williams said she had him in a compromising position and like it was gay, something like that. She was gonna put it out. Wendy had shown people that email. Puff told Hot 97 if they didn't get rid of her before he got back in New York, that they was not gonna get any music from any of his friends, any of the record labels executives that was cool with him. Everybody was gonna boycott their station. We was out in LA for about 3 days before we landed back in New York.
Can you believe that? For months, Wendy tried to speak out. She told anyone who would listen that she wasn't sick, that she was being controlled and silenced, but no one wanted to hear her. Now, the truth might finally be catching up, and it's looking wild. Instead of standing by her, they flipped the script on her. They called Wendy Williams unstable, untrustworthy, and claimed she couldn't even make her own choices. Her words were pushed aside again and again, like her voice meant nothing. But one person saw through all the lies and tried to sound the alarm: Nicki Minaj. Not too long ago, Nicki spoke out and dropped some serious hints that something dark and twisted was happening behind the scenes with Wendy.
Not something that is like a conspiracy theory. This actually happens. But if they're able to separate Nicki and Kenny, that makes Nicki vulnerable because your husband is your power of attorney. Your husband is your signator on all of your accounts in the event anything goes wrong. Michael wasn't married. Britney Spears was married, but of course they control all of that. And so the mere fact that all these narratives are out about Kenny stealing this to buy chains and buy that, that's not what it is. It's like, you know, they got doctors that are giving out these diagnoses saying that she's schizophrenic and bipolar and all of this stuff. And then Kenny's now here. You know, she trusts Kenny. Of course, they've known each other since they were kids. Their families know each other. And so Kenny is just in the way. And so what do? You create narratives to try to separate, because if you separate, then you can divide and conquer. And so that's what it's about. You know, she's going into her latter years, and, you know, there's a lot of money on the line and she's worth a lot, but Kenny is in the way. And so, yeah, I mean, look at what they're doing to Wendy Williams. Had Wendy would have still been with Kelvin, they wouldn't have been able to put her under a conservatorship because she has a husband. So, you know, and like I said, there was only one that was accused of stealing. We're gonna leave it at that.
And she didn't just hint, she came right out and said she was scared the same thing could happen to her. She warned that powerful people in the industry could slap the label mentally unwell on her just to strip away her power, her freedom, and her money, the exact same way it happened to Wendy. Back then, everyone brushed it off. Some people said she was being dramatic. Others claimed she was just paranoid. But look at what's surfacing now. Those leaks, those reports, all these shady moves. Suddenly, Nikki's warning doesn't sound so far-fetched anymore. Maybe she wasn't just speaking for herself. Maybe she already saw what was really going on before the rest of us even had a clue.
A grand overture from Puffy, I don't believe he really wants her back. I believe he probably treated her at some particular point like a possession. Like a possession. And if you really care, then you'd reach out privately, not publicly.
Y'all have bad blood for a while.
Real bad.
Real bad blood.
The worst blood.
The worst blood. You almost wanted to run you out of New York at one point, right? Well, not run, you know, like push you out of New York at one point. He had you ran out. You give him full credit for that? Okay, cool. He had you ran out of New York.
Now, what Nicki Minaj said doesn't sound like fear anymore. It sounds like straight-up foresight, like she saw the storm before it even hit. And to really understand just how deep this whole situation runs, we need to break down exactly what went down with Wendy Williams, because the truth is layered, messy, and honestly shocking. So here's the deal. According to a brand new report, Wendy recently went through another round of neurological testing, and this time the results completely flipped the narrative. The top brain specialist who examined her, one of the best in New York, concluded that Wendy does not have the medical condition that was originally used to justify putting her under guardianship. Can you even wrap your head around that? For years, we were told Wendy was too sick to manage her own life, too unstable to handle her finances, too fragile to be in control. But this new evidence says otherwise. It paints a picture of a woman who was never truly given a fair chance, whose freedom was stolen under the guise of protection. That's not just concerning, it's outrageous. But here's the heartbreaking part. By the time this truth came to light, the damage was already done. Wendy had already been cycled through multiple psychiatric facilities, each one claiming to be helping her while stripping away another piece of her independence. She was heavily medicated, monitored, and muzzled, her voice drowned out by people who claimed to know what was best for her. The talk show she built with her own hands, the same one that flipped daytime television on its head and made her a household name, was axed without hesitation. Years of hard work gone overnight. And to make it worse, she was completely cut off from the very people who loved her most. No visits, no phone calls, no contact, not even a chance to say she was okay. She was left isolated, silenced, and stripped of everything that made her who she was. A woman who once dominated the media world, now trapped behind closed doors, with no one truly fighting for her voice. This isn't just sad, it's chilling. Because if it can happen to someone as powerful and outspoken as Wendy Williams, who's really safe? Now, Wendy Williams is speaking up, and she's not biting her tongue anymore. She's calling it exactly how she sees it, claiming that none of this was an accident. According to her, everything that happened was carefully planned, step by step, like a script written to destroy her independence. She says someone wanted her locked away, silenced, and stripped of control, and they made sure it happened right under everyone's nose. That raises one chilling question. Who benefits when a rich, high-profile celebrity gets labeled mentally unfit? Who gains the power, the money, and the control once that person is no longer allowed to make decisions for themselves? Wendy says she knows exactly who. In a shocking claim, Wendy points the finger straight at Wells Fargo. She insists the bank played a major role in placing her under guardianship. According to her, they went to court and argued that she couldn't manage her own finances anymore, that she was, quote, at risk of being taken advantage of.
Their solution? Strip her of all financial authority and hand her entire estate over to a court-appointed guardian.
Not long after that, everything spiraled out of control. Wendy was suddenly labeled with two serious conditions: frontal temporal dementia and aphasia, diagnoses so severe they automatically justified full guardianship. But here's the twist. These new neurological test results are telling a completely different story. They suggest that Wendy does not suffer from those conditions at all. So now people are asking the obvious question: was this ever about her health, or was it all a setup to take her money and control her empire? And that's where things get even more suspicious. If these diagnoses were wrong, or worse, exaggerated, then someone had to benefit from keeping her under guardianship. Someone had to gain from silencing her. And that's when one name comes front and center: Sharina Morrissey, Wendy's court-appointed guardian. Morrissey was the one given total control over Wendy's finances, her property, and even her communication with the outside world. She became the gatekeeper of Wendy's life. Now, with all these new revelations coming out, people are starting to look at her role a lot more closely. Was she just following orders, or was she part of a bigger plan to keep Wendy powerless while others handled her fortune behind the scenes? This story just keeps getting darker, and the deeper you dig, the wilder it gets. At first, the public was fed a calm, polished story. Everything was supposedly fine. We were told Wendy Williams was getting the best care possible, that she was safe and protected under the watchful eyes of professionals. But the longer this guardianship went on, the more things started to smell off. Something wasn't adding up, and soon the cracks started showing, big time. Out of nowhere, Wendy began collecting new medical labels like trophies. Conditions that had never been mentioned before suddenly appeared on official papers. Each fresh diagnosis seemed perfectly timed, another convenient reason to keep her locked down, quiet, and totally dependent on her guardians. It started to look less like care and more like control. And that's when Wendy's son, Kevin Hunter Jr., decided enough was enough. He started digging, asking the questions everyone else was too scared or too comfortable to ask. Kevin Jr. began noticing that the story being told to the public just didn't make sense. He saw the contradictions, the inconsistencies, the strange decisions that no loving caretaker would ever allow. One thing in particular stood out to him, and it was a bombshell. The doctors were supposedly claiming that Wendy had alcohol-related brain damage, yet she was still being given alcohol. How could that possibly make sense? If drinking was allegedly ruining her health, why wasn't it stopped immediately? Why would anyone caring for her allow that to continue? Kevin Jr. wasn't trying to stir up chaos. He was just trying to protect his mom and get real answers. But the more he asked, the more walls he hit. Suddenly, people got defensive, stories started shifting, and access to Wendy became harder and harder. It was like every question he asked exposed another secret someone didn't want out in the open. What Kevin Jr. uncovered started to paint a very disturbing picture, a situation where Wendy's health, freedom, and finances might have been tangled in something much darker than anyone imagined. And the scariest part? It started looking like someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, playing a dangerous game with Wendy's life and money while pretending it was all for her own good. But even after all those red flags, nothing changed. Absolutely nothing. And that made no sense to Kevin Hunter Jr. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could so many people claim to be protecting Wendy Williams while she was still suffering, still cut off, and still trapped? Something wasn't adding up, and Kevin Jr. knew it. Then he dropped an even heartbreaking truth. Wendy's own family had been completely shut out. No visits, no phone calls, no texts. Total silence. For her family, it felt like she had disappeared off the face of the earth. To Kevin Jr., this didn't look like protection at all. It looked like isolation. Someone was keeping Wendy away from the very people who loved her most, and that's what made everything start to look really suspicious. But the mess doesn't stop there, because when you take a closer look at Wendy's medical history, things start to unravel fast.
Over the past few years, she's been evaluated by several independent doctors, none of whom were connected to the people handling her guardianship. And guess what? Every single one of those evaluations came back saying the same thing. Wendy did not have the illnesses her guardians claimed she did. Yet somehow, those reports were brushed aside like they never existed, ignored, buried, silenced. It's almost like the truth was being hidden on purpose. And when you start asking why, well, that's when things start getting really uncomfortable for certain people. Then there's the big question that's got everyone talking, that supposed frontal temporal dementia diagnosis. People with that condition typically decline fast. Their memory, speech, and awareness all deteriorate rapidly. It's devastating. But Wendy, she's been doing the opposite. Once she cut back on drinking and began taking better care of herself, her clarity, focus, and memory actually started improving. How could that be possible if she truly had such a severe and irreversible condition? That contradiction alone blows a massive hole in the entire diagnosis. It doesn't just raise doubt, it exposes the cracks in a system that might have been built on manipulation and lies. And if the doctors tied to her guardianship ignored that kind of progress, then you have to ask, what were they really trying to protect? Wendy's health or their own control? Now, Wendy Williams' legal team is gearing up for a full-blown war in court. Her lawyer isn't holding anything back. They've made it crystal clear that they're demanding an immediate end to her guardianship, once and for all. And if the judge refuses, they're taking this straight to a jury. Wendy is done being silenced. She's ready to fight tooth and nail for her freedom, no matter how long it takes.
But as people began digging deeper into who might have wanted Wendy silenced in the first place, one name started popping up again and again: Sean Combs. Their history runs long, personal, and downright messy.
As the mother of a now 16-year-old.
Who I met backstage,
He did?
He's a great young man.
Oh, thank you. You represent a lot.
For years, Wendy used her talk show as a platform to spill major tea, calling out stories and whispering about secrets that Sean definitely didn't want out there. And now fans are asking the question nobody can ignore: could that old tension have anything to do with the nightmare Wendy's living through today? And here's where things take an even sharper twist, because when you bring Nicki Minaj into the mix, the whole situation explodes. Nicki boldly accused Roc Nation and Jay-Z of playing a part in Wendy's downfall. She didn't bite her tongue for a second. Nicki said the company has a pattern of manipulating media figures, twisting their narratives, and ruining reputations to protect their power players. According to Nicki, Wendy wasn't just another talk show host caught up in scandal. She was a threat to the people who run the game. She was outspoken, fearless, and she had too much inside knowledge. And when you combine that with her public clashes with Sean Combs, plus her willingness to say the names that others only whispered, the picture gets darker. Now fans are looking back at all the old clips, all the interviews, all the headlines, and wondering if Wendy's downfall was truly about her health, or if it was really about power, revenge, and control. The deeper you dig, the more this story feels less like a medical case and more like a Hollywood cover-up. Then, out of nowhere, blogger Tasha K jumped into the mix, and she came in hot. She didn't just back up Nicki Minaj's claims, she took them to a whole new level. According to Tasha, the same powerful forces that came after Wendy Williams might be gearing up to pull the same move on Nicki next. Yeah, she said it, and she meant it. Tasha K claimed that these industry power players have a pattern. The moment a celebrity, especially a woman, starts speaking her truth and stepping out of line, they hit her with the mental health label, take her money, and shut her down. But in Nicki's case, Tasha says there's one thing stopping them cold: her marriage to Kenneth Petty. Once you start connecting the dots, the pattern looks straight up chilling. Look at other high-profile cases. Britney Spears wasn't married when her conservatorship began, and Wendy Williams wasn't either. Both women were single, isolated, and surrounded by people who had a lot to gain from controlling them. It's like the same blueprint being used over and over again. Find a strong, outspoken woman with money, claim she's unfit, and take everything she built. When you break it down like that, this stops looking like a coincidence and starts looking like a system. a system that seems to prey on powerful women the moment they stop following the script or refuse to stay quiet. And that's what makes all of this so alarming. It's no longer just about Wendy Williams or even Nicki Minaj. It's about a much bigger pattern that's been hiding in plain sight, a cycle wherein independent, successful women get punished the moment they take control of their own lives. And now people are finally waking up to it. More and more people are starting to open their eyes, and what they're seeing is unsettling. It's like the same story keeps playing on repeat in the entertainment world. The moment a celebrity dares to question the system, call out the industry, or simply stop following the unspoken rules, they get hit with that same label, unstable. Once that label sticks, everything they've built, money, career, reputation, starts crumbling like clockwork. It's like a playbook that's been used over and over again, and people are finally starting to notice. Kanye West has talked about it openly, how speaking your mind can get you branded as crazy. Britney Spears lived it for over a decade, trapped in a conservatorship that controlled every move she made. And Michael Jackson, he tried to warn everyone about the dark forces in the industry long before he passed.
Cassie back. Oh, it's been all over social media. Puffy posted a picture of Michael Jackson's song, Lady in My Life, and wrote, if anyone sees Cassie this weekend, please tell her to listen to this song 100 times. I suggest don't use social media, though, to reach out. I think this is a grand overture from Puffy. I don't believe he really wants her back. I believe he probably treated her at some particular point like a possession. Like a possession.
Now it's Nicki Minaj standing in that same storm, fighting off rumors that she's schizophrenic. She's shutting it down loud and clear, saying she knows exactly what's going on, and she's not about to let anyone rewrite her story. But here's where things take a seriously dark twist, a theory that's gaining more and more traction online. People are now claiming that Wendy Williams wasn't placed under guardianship for her own safety at all. It was done to silence her. According to this theory, Wendy knew way too much about Sean Combs, and the timing of her guardianship might not be a coincidence at all. And just when you think it can't get any messier, the story takes yet another turn. New whispers are flying that Jay-Z could be facing serious legal problems of his own, and right when those rumors start heating up, Nicki Minaj suddenly becomes the new target of mental health accusations. Suddenly, people are calling her unstable and erratic, just like they did with Wendy and Britney. To a lot of people watching from the outside, that's just too convenient to be coincidence. It looks like a pattern, a powerful one, designed to silence voices that get too loud, too bold, or too real. And if that theory turns out to be true, it doesn't just expose one celebrity scandal, it exposes an entire system built to protect power, not people. While all this happened, Wendy was left completely powerless. Others made every decision for her, controlling her world like she didn't exist. Now the public is done staying quiet. They want justice, and they want it now. People are calling for accountability. They want the doctors investigated, the guardian questioned, and the banks forced to explain their role in all of this. But above all, they're demanding one thing louder than ever. They want Wendy free. Wendy Williams is closer than ever to reclaiming her life and her freedom. But as she fights to get back everything she lost, even bigger questions remain. Was she silenced on purpose? Was this entire situation part of a larger plan? And if something like this could happen to her, a woman with fame, money, and millions of supporters, then who's really safe? The truth is finally spilling out, and it's darker and uglier than anyone expected. Wendy Williams may be on the verge of freedom, but the mystery behind her silence leaves one haunting question. If this could happen to her, could it happen to anyone next? Like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more shocking updates and deep dives into the stories they don't want you to hear.
Joe Tacopino, Wendy Williams' attorney, was on Nightline, and he's saying that she'll be out of her guardianship potentially this year.
This is one of the most outrageous things I have heard in a long, long time. In a case that has been filled with. And looks at Wendy and says, you know, you had a great career. Your career is over. It is never coming back. You're done.
What if your entire empire built on lies came crashing down overnight? That's exactly what's happening to Kevin Hunter and his longtime mistress, Sharina Hudson. Wendy Williams' fortune, once their golden ticket, is slipping away for good. For over a decade, they lived large, allegedly scheming behind the scenes to secure their future on Wendy's hard-earned success. They left her shattered.
It happened, the banks froze everything up.
Yeah.
He was not in a position to pay $10,000 a month on a.
But when the Wendy Williams show ended in 2022, everything flipped upside down. When the court-appointed guardianship locked her accounts, the cash flow vanished overnight. Insiders say Kevin's finances hit rock bottom. He's now selling off luxury cars and designer watches, dodging lawsuits left and right. Meanwhile, Sharina, who used to flash designer bags and fancy brunches, is reportedly scrambling just to get by. What a fall from grace. This wasn't just bad luck, it was a plan gone totally wrong. Sources claim Kevin had been pocketing around $250,000 every single month from Wendy after their divorce. But once that guardianship kicked in, poof, his money stream dried up. By 2023, court papers confirmed what many already whispered. Kevin's fortune was finished, and his options were zero. One judge even shut down his desperate attempt to restart the alimony, ruling that Wendy owed him nothing under their legal deal.
The judge in the guardianship read Alex Finney the Riot Act, threatened her, and said, "You're talking," making an accusation that she's talking to the media. And if you continue doing it, I'm going to do this to you, I'm going to do that to you. There is a gag order in this case. I can tell you that the judge is scared.
When that failed, Kevin went nuclear, launching a massive $250 million lawsuit. He wasn't just coming after Wendy this time. He dragged her guardian and even Wells Fargo into it, accusing them all of teaming up to freeze him out. It's wild. And here's where it gets even messier. While Wendy was struggling with serious health battles, moving between treatment centers, and losing control of her own finances, Kevin and Sharina were allegedly building a whole new life with her money. Sharina Hudson, the same woman Kevin kept in the shadows for over 10 years while he managed Wendy's career, reportedly gave birth to his daughter back in 2019.
And by the way, the judge doesn't know what she's talking about. I mean,
by the way, there are a lot of people clamoring for Wendy to actually get back on the air and to have a show again.
When did this judge become Roger Ebert? I mean, I'm serious. Wendy Williams is a hot commodity right now. I can tell you from our Tubi documentary, it attracted a lot of attention. She's done interviews with major outlets.
The betrayal runs deep, and now karma seems to be catching up fast. Insiders close to the situation say Kevin and Sharina's secret affair dragged on for more than 15 years, right through some of Wendy's hardest moments, including her hospital stays and rehab stints. This wasn't some quick fling, it was a full-blown double life. Kevin reportedly went all in, buying Sharina properties, funding her luxe lifestyle, and even helping her launch that vegan chef brand, all allegedly with Wendy's own money. But then came the crash. Once the Wendy Williams show went off the air and Wendy was placed under court guardianship, the money train screeched to a halt.
And when can we expect some movement in court?
The plan is this. There are guardianship attorneys, and we're watching and waiting. They've assured Wendy by year's end she'll be out of guardianship. No guardianship should feel like a sentence. And honestly, Wendy's does. Wendy's feels like a sentence.
She said it was $18,000 a month she was paying this
approximately, yeah, imagine. Just imagine of her money, not the state's money, her money.
The monthly check stopped cold. In court, Kevin complained he couldn't even cover basic bills. His homeowner fees, car insurance, and credit cards were stacking up fast. Things got so bad that UBS Bank hit him with a lawsuit in mid-2024, claiming he owed more than $20,000 in unpaid debt. Around that same time, public records showed Kevin pawning off luxury cars and trying to unload the Florida home he once shared with Sharina for about $1.2 million. But despite that high price tag, neighbors whispered that the place had fallen into rough shape. Another clue the money had truly dried up.
Like I said, I've always spoken to her, and she's always wanted me to spend her money.
And Sharina, she didn't just vanish. Sources say she deactivated all her social media and quietly moved back in with family after the scandal exploded. Those Instagram glam shots and designer brand promos, gone. By late 2025, she popped back up online, this time pushing real estate listings, wellness products, and small business services, trying to rebuild from the wreckage. One insider summed it up perfectly. She went from Gucci to gut cleanses. That line says it all. Sources claim that during this chaotic period, Kevin and Sharina started drifting apart fast. The tension between them reportedly exploded over money problems and what came next for their future.
I was told that if that even happens this year, and it probably won't, yes, it would just be a limited guardianship. So there would be somebody with her to still figure out certain things like financial decisions, you know. She also has she's openly talked about dealing with substance abuse, right? So someone checking in on her when it comes to that. She'll be able to come and go like we've seen her do, more recently. But there will be somebody there. But from, the way that they're angling this is that she's going to be 100% free. And I was told that that is not what it's going to be.
Some insiders even allege Kevin stopped helping with expenses for their daughter. And that move supposedly pushed their relationship to the breaking point. And let's be real, public opinion has been brutal. Online, people have called their downfall pure karma. For years, Wendy's fans suspected something shady. But when the Lifetime documentary dropped in early 2024, every doubt vanished. The truth came crashing out for the world to see.
He was with me, begging forgiveness, telling me to take a moment, and he would see it, and we were meant to be together.
Viewers were heartbroken watching Wendy struggle. She appeared confused, her speech slurred, and her movement slowed, while allegedly the same people closest to her were out making brand deals, arranging film crews, and even selling access to her life. Sharina's name never came up in the doc, but her silence and sudden absence from Kevin's side while he fought his legal battles spoke volumes. Kevin, on the other hand, tried hard to flip the script. In a federal lawsuit, he painted himself as Wendy's protector, claiming he was blowing the lid off financial abuse within her guardianship. But most people weren't buying that narrative at all. Legal experts quickly pointed out that Kevin had zero authority to sue on Wendy's behalf, especially since they were divorced and he no longer had any official role in her affairs.
Job of protecting my mom. As long as she has people around who are yes people, I know that she's not getting the help that she needs or getting better.
Still, that lawsuit grabbed headlines. Kevin dragged court officials, doctors, and even banking execs into a messy swirl of accusations that shocked everyone following the story. But here's the twist. Some of his claims started lining up with whispers coming from Wendy's own circle. Friends and family had already hinted that shady things were happening behind the scenes, and suddenly, Kevin's wild allegations didn't seem so far-fetched after all. Court documents and exclusive interviews reveal that Wendy Williams' guardianship has been controversial since day one. It all started in 2022 when Wells Fargo froze her accounts, claiming there were suspicious withdrawals and warning of possible exploitation. What began as a so-called protective move turned into something far bigger, and by 2024, the situation had spiraled. Wendy's niece, her sister, and even her son went public with serious concerns about being completely cut off. They claimed her court-appointed guardian and attorney, Sharina Morrissey, was blocking visits and shutting out family. Then came the bombshell. Sharina allegedly sold Wendy's Manhattan apartment while Wendy herself was pleading to leave the assisted living facility she called a dump, saying she was being over-medicated and ignored. All this unfolded while Kevin was busy suing the same guardianship system that had stopped the cash flow he once depended on. The drama was unreal. The irony is hard to miss. The very system designed to protect Wendy may have accidentally exposed just how many people had a financial interest in keeping her silent. Kevin's lawsuit, whether it was a genuine fight for truth or just a desperate move, pulled the curtain back on a tangled web of money, control, and power.
And I can't figure out, why is there a gag order in this case that Wendy can't talk about her circumstances? Why is the judge doing it?
That aside,
there is something that's even way bigger.
It showed who was still getting paid, who was locked out, and who might be next in line for exposure. As for Sharina, her name might be mostly missing from the court records, but insiders whisper that she's still in the mix, especially when it comes to the last few assets tied to Kevin's name. And honestly, if this isn't a full-circle downfall for Kevin and Sharina, what else could it be? This might just be the start of something even bigger. Investigators are now digging deep into the secrets behind Wendy Williams' guardianship, cracking open sealed court files, questioning insiders, and tracing suspicious financial trails. And what they're uncovering is explosive. Whispers of money mismanagement, shady backdoor deals, and even the quiet selling of Wendy's personal belongings are spreading fast. Sources familiar with the ongoing court motions hint that a hidden trust account, one Wendy reportedly never approved access to, may have been tampered with. If that's true, it could pull multiple people into a massive financial scandal. And that means Kevin and Sharina might not be the only ones who desperately need Wendy to stay silent if they want to keep their own worlds from falling apart. But the real twist hides beneath the headlines. Because while Kevin Hunter and Sharina Hudson are scrambling to rebuild what's left of their lives, the guardianship that was supposed to protect Wendy might be doing more harm than good. Multiple insiders close to the case now claim the real winner in this whole arrangement isn't Wendy. It's the woman controlling her. Court-appointed guardian Sabrina Morrissey is reportedly earning hundreds of dollars per hour, all directly billed to Wendy's estate. That means every time she files a motion, attends a hearing, or signs off on a denied family visit, she's getting paid. And the longer this guardianship drags on, the more the money keeps rolling in. It's a shocking twist, because while Wendy's family fights to reach her, and the public debates who's really helping or hurting her, one thing's becoming crystal clear. Someone's profiting from her silence.
See this gangster that behind the scenes is that him? Or is that
Shout out to Wendy Williams.
That profit might be the very reason Wendy's still trapped in this never-ending legal nightmare. Kevin Hunter's massive $250 million federal lawsuit might sound wild on paper, but what he claimed inside those filings was downright chilling. He laid out a theory that this wasn't about Wendy Williams' health. It was a full-blown setup. According to Kevin, a network of powerful lawyers, banks, and court-appointed guardians allegedly worked together to freeze Wendy's fortune, block her from her own money, and quietly divide the profits, while cutting out anyone like him who used to live off that wealth. It's a shocking accusation. And sure, his motives may be tangled with self-interest, but parts of his story line up with what Wendy's own family has been saying for months. Several close relatives have publicly spoken out about being shut out of Wendy's life completely. Her niece, Alex Finney, and her sister, Wanda, both claim they can't reach her freely anymore. Calls go unanswered, visits get canceled with no warning, and messages vanish into the void. The emotional toll on her family has been heartbreaking to watch. One of Wendy's longtime friends didn't hold back either, calling the guardianship circle a pack of losers all circling Wendy like vultures, not to help, but to harvest. That's a brutal image, but one that's resonated with fans who've watched Wendy's once bright world turn into a locked-down mystery. Even Wendy's beloved cats were reportedly taken away without her consent, and her Manhattan apartment sold off at a loss. The picture being painted here isn't one of compassion. It's total control. Meanwhile, on the other side of this tangled mess, Sharina Hudson's fall from luxury is just as jaw-dropping. Once spotted stepping out of Ferraris and rocking head-to-toe designer looks, allegedly all funded by Wendy's money, Sharina's now in full grind mode, trying to piece her life back together. Reports say she's juggling multiple hustles, from selling real estate and promoting wellness supplements to consulting small businesses, all while keeping a low profile online. But behind that quiet comeback, insiders say, is a woman drowning in regret. Industry sources who once worked with her describe Sharina as being in total despair, realizing too late that her place in Kevin's plan was never safe. She thought she was winning, one insider said. Now she's just surviving. That shift has reportedly sparked growing tension between Sharina and Kevin, especially with bills piling up, lawsuits looming, and no steady income to keep them afloat. What started as a love triangle built on Wendy's empire has now turned into a slow-motion collapse. And the cracks are showing everywhere. Kevin's failed lawsuits, Sharina's fading business ventures, and the non-stop wave of public backlash have reportedly taken a huge toll on both of them. The once glamorous Florida house they shared, listed for sale, their fancy cars, sold off. According to one former associate, Sharina has quietly packed up and moved back in with family, possibly marking the final chapter of her relationship with Kevin. And just when people thought Sharina was bouncing back, a video clip surfaced, her cheerfully saying, "I am so excited to introduce you guys to these pancakes with only 3 ingredients. Baby, when I tell you these things gonna be so But behind that upbeat tone, insiders say something deeper is going on. Sources close to Sharina claim the breakdown isn't just financial, it's emotional too. One former friend described her as withdrawn, ashamed, and visibly shaken during a recent encounter. Whispers suggest her nights are haunted by the empire she helped wreck, turning her once bold hustle into a quiet fight for redemption. She's reportedly struggling to come to terms with how fast her glittering lifestyle turned to dust and how far the fallout has reached. Insiders believe Sharina completely underestimated Wendy's strength and the sheer power of the legal machine now locking everyone out. What she thought would be a smooth, luxury-filled future has turned into a long, exhausting spiral of court drama and closed doors. What started as a slick plan for wealth and status has crumbled into a story of regret and downfall. Legal experts say Wendy's financial guardianship is one of the most tightly controlled cases in recent celebrity history. Every account monitored, every move documented, every dollar locked down tight. And in that freeze, Sharina's old world, the fame, the comfort, the illusion of control, has vanished completely, leaving her to face the full weight of the choices that brought her here. With Wendy Williams' finances now locked up tighter than ever, it's practically impossible for anyone on the outside to touch her wealth. And that harsh reality reportedly hit Sharina Hudson like a brick. Many believe she had banked emotionally and financially on Kevin's steady access to Wendy's money. But once that door slammed shut, Sharina was left standing in the wreckage, facing nothing but the fallout. According to insiders, the emotional toll has become painfully obvious. They say Sharina's grown paranoid, constantly looking over her shoulder, convinced that she's being watched, recorded, or tracked. She's terrified of lawsuits, media exposure, and the endless gossip that keeps her name floating online. Allegedly, she's burned bridges with old friends, stopped answering calls from business contacts, and avoids public events entirely, anything to stay under the radar. One source described her as moving like someone waiting for the next hit, suggesting Sharina's living in constant fear of what else might surface from her years tied to Kevin Hunter. This isn't just guilt, it's panic. And that fear seems to be cracking the calm, polished image she used to project. Some close to her say Sharina's now battling an identity crisis that cuts deep. For over a decade, she built her image around being the quiet force behind Kevin, the woman who could move in the shadows, benefit in silence, and never get caught. But now that invisibility has turned into isolation, and with no money flow from Kevin or Wendy's camp, she's reportedly struggling just to keep her life together. Her attempts to reinvent herself through small businesses and online ventures have mostly fizzled out. Rumors are swirling that her personal debt is piling up and that pressure could push her into serious legal danger. Legal analysts watching Wendy's ongoing case warn that new financial probes could soon dig even deeper, especially if triggered by medical reviews or new court challenges. If investigators start tracing every transaction connected to Wendy's estate, they might uncover hidden assets or quiet money transfers that were never meant to see daylight. And if Sharina benefited from any of those moves, even indirectly, she could end up pulled into a brand new storm of lawsuits and financial scrutiny. The walls are closing in fast, and this time, there might be no one left to shield her. There may not be an official complaint against Sharina Hudson yet, but insiders say the energy around her is shifting fast. One industry source put it perfectly: in high-profile guardianships, the bigger the fall, the wider the net. And that's exactly what's happening now. As Sharina's paranoia grows and the cracks in her composure widen, people are starting to wonder, could she finally flip the script? Could she expose even darker secrets about Kevin Hunter's behind-the-scenes moves to save herself? That question is echoing louder every day as her silence drags on, because in this scandal, no one is safe anymore. Everyone who once looked untouchable is now just one headline away from total collapse, and the one person who might know exactly what Kevin did when the cameras weren't rolling. Sharina could also be the most desperate to strike a deal before the truth hits the fan. But this chaos isn't just about broken relationships. It's a reflection of something much deeper. When Kevin chose Sharina over Wendy, it wasn't just infidelity. It allegedly triggered a devastating chain reaction that left Wendy cut off, vulnerable, and stripped of her own fortune. What began as a personal betrayal has exploded into a full-blown scandal with national eyes watching every move. The Lifetime documentary showed the world a heartbreaking side of Wendy, confused, distant, but still fighting to be free. In one unforgettable scene, she reportedly dropped a handwritten note from her assisted living window that read, "Help Wendy." That cry for help shook viewers to their core, and it hasn't been forgotten. Now, as the guardianship comes under fresh scrutiny and the legal armor around Wendy starts to crack, new questions are rising. Was Kevin's betrayal and Sharina's involvement just the result of the chaos, or were they part of the reason Wendy ended up in this state to begin with? And just when you think it can't get darker, whispers are starting to spread about even deeper manipulation hiding within the guardianship itself. If those rumors prove true, this story could explode into something way bigger than anyone ever imagined. Multiple insiders, including 2 former employees from Wendy Williams' inner circle, are now claiming there were serious power struggles behind closed doors. According to them, Wendy's guardian, her former publicist, and even some past managers were allegedly fighting for control, each trying to influence how her story was told while Wendy herself slipped deeper into silence. Shockingly, some of those same insiders were reportedly pitching TV and film projects about Wendy's life, raising the big question, who's really protecting her and who's just cashing in while she's unable to speak for herself? At the center of this chaos stands Wendy Williams, isolated, medicated, and constantly monitored. Her fans remain split right down the middle. Some believe she's truly ill and needs protection, while others are convinced she's being kept under control under the guise of care. But one thing everyone agrees on, the people who once surrounded her for love, loyalty, or money have all vanished. What's left are lawsuits, documentaries, and a haunting silence that feels impossible to ignore. And yet the storm hasn't slowed down one bit. Kevin Hunter is still trying to fight his way back into Wendy's finances, filing new motions even after being repeatedly shut down by the courts. Meanwhile, Sharina Hudson, the woman once seen as his partner and future, now seems to be moving solo. Her name's been erased from Kevin's social media, her presence wiped clean, like she was never part of his story at all. But don't be fooled. Insiders believe Sharina might still have secrets locked away. And if her situation keeps crumbling, she might decide it's time to talk. One former stylist who worked with her back in 2019 warned, if she talks, a lot of people are going to regret underestimating her. That statement alone has the industry buzzing, because if Sharina decides to spill everything, this scandal could explode on a whole new level. So the burning question now is, who else was in on it? If Kevin and Sharina weren't the masterminds, who really was? How deep does this web of exploitation run? Because while a few names are public, others are still hiding behind sealed court files, confidential settlements, and ironclad NDAs. And the whispers don't stop there. Some say even the documentary's producers, the ones who were reportedly paid directly by Wendy's estate, may have been chasing exposure more than truth or healing. If that's true, then it means the woman who made a career out of uncovering other people's secrets has now become the most exploited story of them all. Kevin's drowning in lawsuits. Sharina's allegedly spiraling deeper into despair. And Wendy? She's still trapped in a system built to protect her, but surrounded by people who seem to benefit more from her silence than her freedom. One thing's for sure, this story isn't finished. The web of schemes, secrets, and karma might just pull in even more players before it's done. So what do you think really happened behind the scenes? Drop your thoughts in the comments, tell us your theory, and make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for all the latest updates. Turn on those notifications, because this storm's nowhere near over. Stay sharp and stay watching.
This is it. This is the last episode of Sherry.
She's not well. So there's just a lot going on in Wendy's life that this is where you need your friends, where you need your family. You need people who love you. So all I can do over here is pray for Wendy. Where's Wendy's best friend? I don't know who Wendy's friends are.
The daytime TV world just flipped again because Sherri Shepherd is officially out after 4 years in the spotlight, and people are bringing up every old headline connected to how she got there in the first place.
The most interesting situation in this case is the fact that generally it's the surrogate that becomes attached to the child during pregnancy. In this particular case, you have Sherry, who so passionately told everybody how she's going to be the mother of another child.
I'm having a baby, so everything is going great. Whoa.
And now she's walking away from a perfectly healthy, wonderful newborn infant.
A lot of viewers never fully moved on from the drama surrounding Wendy Williams' exit, and now the conversation is getting loud all over again. Some fans are saying this feels like karma coming full circle, while others think Sherry was simply doing what anyone in television would do to survive in a brutal industry. Either way, the timing has everybody talking, especially after new comments from people connected to Sherry's personal life started making rounds online.
I had consigned myself to, okay, we're gonna have this baby and I'm gonna just be unhappy for the rest of my life and have an affair. Because I said, well, how are we gonna take care of this child? Because I'm working 2 jobs already. I'm doing a Newlywed Game. I'm doing a Viewer. He like, we'll get a second nanny. How are we supposed to afford a second nanny?
I'm just supposed to work myself to
and
death.
And then I told
for
him, because he was an
these
out-of-work
children.
writer, and I said, well, you gotta get a job writing. And he was like, no, because if we have a baby, I'm staying home.
The internet wasted no time digging back through interviews, clips, and old statements to compare what was said then versus what people believe now. For many viewers, this was never just about a talk show. It became a messy story about loyalty, ambition, and who was really waiting in the wings while Wendy's career was falling apart. Back when everything first started, Sherry made it clear she was not going to apologize for stepping into daytime television. She openly defended herself and explained that she and Wendy were never close friends, so in her mind, there was no personal betrayal involved.
Because the child's not biologically connected to me.
Right.
So what
You
it
like,
is
I'm not
is
getting involved in that.
What people don't know, because you will never see anything other than a smile. I don't let you in on my private life. So what people don't know is every day we argue. Every day we argued about this. He wanted a baby. I did not want a baby because I have Jeffrey with special needs. I was tired.
Right.
And he was like, it ain't fair that you have a baby. Do you have a son and I don't have a son? And I mean, it literally, basically, he was like, well, if you don't have my baby, then...
Still, plenty of people felt the situation looked cold because Sherry knew taking that opportunity would completely destroy any chance of having a future relationship with Wendy. The optics alone rubbed viewers the wrong way, especially because Wendy's struggles were already becoming public at the time. Now things are getting even messier after comments from Sherry's ex-husband Lamar started spreading online. According to what he recently shared, this kind of behavior did not surprise him at all because he claimed Sherry had a long history of putting herself first when big opportunities appeared. Those statements instantly added another layer to the public debate surrounding her reputation. Critics started connecting the dots and arguing that the Wendy situation may not have been an isolated moment after all. That is why people still seem divided whenever Sherry's name comes up. Some viewers genuinely supported her because hosting a daytime show had been one of her biggest dreams for years. Others never fully accepted how she landed the position. To critics, it looked less like Sherry earned the slot naturally and more like she carefully positioned herself to take over. She first appeared as a guest host on Wendy Williams' show during Wendy's absence, slowly became a familiar face to the audience.
A reproductive center, like out of the phone book. We went there and it turned out that like one of my tubes was blocked. Then they talked about surgery and then I just felt like, oh my God, what is going on with my body? Everything else is working out in my life, but somehow my body is not working according to how I thought it was supposed to work. We went to the IUI. Meanwhile, I think there were some minor little laparoscopic things they had to do to fix my little package in there.
And eventually ended up taking over the exact daytime space Wendy once ruled. A lot of viewers also pointed out how close Sherry's daytime show felt to the format Wendy Williams made famous. From the celebrity gossip style to the audience energy and even the overall tone, people constantly compared the two shows side by side. Instead of creating something completely separate, critics felt like Sherry was stepping directly into Wendy's lane and trying to keep that same formula alive. Supporters argued that daytime television naturally overlaps, but others believed the similarities were way too obvious to ignore. The comparisons followed Sherry from the very beginning, and social media kept bringing them up every time a new episode aired. At the same time, more personal drama from Sherry's past started resurfacing online after comments from her former husband Lamar Sally gained attention again. According to Lamar, Sherry had a pattern of cutting people off once they no longer served a purpose in her life or career. Those claims immediately fueled even more debate because critics connected his comments back to the controversy surrounding Wendy's show. Whether people agreed with him or not, the accusations added to the image some viewers already had of Sherry being extremely calculated when it came to protecting her success.
For some background, Lamar and Sherry first got together after being introduced by actress and comedian Niecy Nash, who happened to be close friends with Sherry at the time. Their relationship moved fast, but according to Sherry's own past interviews, things were rocky almost from the beginning. She admitted that several people in her circle did not support the relationship and reportedly felt uneasy about the marriage. Sherry even joked in interviews that she practically had to convince friends to show up to the wedding because so many of them doubted the relationship would last. Sherry later explained that part of the reason she married Lamar was because she felt lonely and wanted companionship while living and working in New York. But according to her, the marriage quickly became stressful instead of supportive. Over the years, the breakup turned into a very public feud, with both sides throwing accusations at each other through interviews and court proceedings. Sherry repeatedly accused Lamar of taking advantage of the situation financially, while Lamar pushed back against her version of events. The drama became so public that it started overshadowing parts of Sherry's career for a while, especially once headlines about their legal disputes kept making entertainment news rounds. According to critics of the situation, Sherry only really started shaping the public narrative after things between her and Lamar completely fell apart. They believe she worked hard to win public sympathy and keep the media focused on her side of the story. People following the drama closely noticed how quickly interviews, talk show discussions, and headlines began painting Lamar as the main problem in the relationship. Supporters of Lamar argued there was much more happening behind the scenes than what audiences were hearing publicly, and they felt Sherry was trying to stay ahead of the backlash before his side gained traction. What made the situation even more complicated was how their relationship reportedly developed in the first place. After meeting, Sherry strongly pushed for marriage and seemed confident about the kind of partner Lamar would be in her life. At the time, Lamar had built a strong connection with Sherry's son Jeffrey, which made things easier for their family dynamic. He was also available to support Sherry's demanding work schedule, especially since she regularly traveled back and forth between Los Angeles and New York for television projects and appearances. People close to the situation claimed Sherry appreciated having someone dependable at home who could handle responsibilities whenever her career became hectic. Some reports suggested that Sherry valued stability after the painful experiences from her first marriage to Jeff Tarpley. Their relationship reportedly ended after serious trust issues, including allegations of infidelity that became deeply personal and embarrassing publicly. After going through that situation, many people believe Sherry wanted a partner who would stay close to home and fully support her lifestyle and career ambitions. According to Lamar, that role fit him perfectly during their marriage because he was always available whenever she needed help or support. Lamar also claimed that throughout their relationship, Sherry was very open about wanting another child. Sherry herself had previously spoken publicly about her emotional struggles with fertility and how difficult that experience had been for her over the years. She discussed regrets about past personal decisions and explained how those experiences later affected her ability to conceive naturally. Those deeply personal conversations became part of her public story long before the marriage drama exploded into headlines, which is why the topic resurfaced once their relationship started unraveling in public. Sherry and Lamar eventually decided to move forward with IVF after struggling to conceive naturally, but according to reports, they ran into more complications during the process. After learning that Sherry's eggs were not viable, the couple reportedly chose surrogacy as another path toward having a child together. At the time, Sherry openly spoke about the journey in interviews and media appearances, sharing details about how emotional and stressful the experience had been for both of them. Because of those public comments, people later revisited many of her old statements once the relationship drama escalated. One moment that especially caught attention online was the way Sherry described the process of selecting a surrogate. Critics felt some of her comments sounded unusually detached and clinical, which sparked debate across social media. During one interview, Sherry reportedly said, "We found a drama-free uterus. We found a girl that didn't have any drama in her life." She also explained, "We're putting in our egg in Sal's sperm, and we'll let you know how it progresses." Those remarks later resurfaced online, with some viewers calling them awkward and insensitive, while others defended her by saying she was simply trying to joke about an emotional situation. Sherry continued speaking publicly about wanting another child, despite concerns about her age and busy career. In another comment that made headlines, she joked, "I don't know how we're going to have this baby because I'm in my 40s and I can't even remember my first son's name. But I'm going to have another baby because I'm feeling good." The comments were meant humorously at the time.
But they took on a very different tone once the legal and personal fallout between her and Lamar became public. What made the entire situation even more controversial was the fact that Sherry had reportedly been deeply involved throughout every stage of the surrogacy process. Reports stated she participated in the planning, legal arrangements, medical decisions, and financial side of the pregnancy journey from the very beginning. Because she had signed legal paperwork and allegedly approved each major step, critics later questioned how the situation unraveled so dramatically afterward. Supporters of Lamar argued this showed the process was originally a shared decision, while Sherry later maintained that circumstances changed in ways she had not expected. Things reportedly took a serious turn once the surrogate pregnancy reached around 20 weeks. Around that time, Sherry and Lamar's marriage was already falling apart behind the scenes, and the tension between them became impossible to hide. According to reports connected to the case, their personal disputes quickly spilled into disagreements over finances, parenting plans, and legal responsibilities tied to the surrogacy arrangement. What had once been presented publicly as a happy journey toward expanding their family suddenly became part of a very public legal battle. Critics of Sherry argued that after the relationship deteriorated, she attempted to distance herself from both the marriage and the surrogacy process entirely. They believed she no longer wanted to remain connected to Lamar and tried to legally separate herself from the agreements that had already been made earlier in the pregnancy. Supporters of Sherry, however, claimed the situation was far more complicated emotionally and legally than people online made it seem. The court proceedings attracted major media attention because they involved questions about parental responsibility, surrogacy agreements, and celebrity influence. Eventually, the legal system ruled that the agreements surrounding the surrogacy could not simply be dismissed after the relationship ended. Reports from the case stated that the court held Sherry financially responsible despite her objections. The ruling became a major entertainment headline because many people were shocked by how public and intense the dispute had become. Legal commentators at the time pointed out that surrogacy arrangements involve binding commitments that courts generally take very seriously once the process is already underway. At the same time, public opinion around the case became heavily divided. Some people felt Sherry had unfairly used media appearances and public sympathy to shape the narrative in her favor, especially because she had a larger celebrity platform and stronger media connections than Lamar. Others believed she was being unfairly attacked during an already painful breakup. Either way, the situation damaged her public image for many viewers, and critics continued accusing her of trying to distance herself from responsibilities once the relationship collapsed. The controversy followed her for years afterward and remains one of the most debated chapters of her personal life. With how polished Sherry's public image has always been, a lot of critics feel she has managed to avoid the same level of backlash that other celebrities would have faced in similar situations. People online often point to the contrast between her cheerful television personality and the serious accusations tied to her past relationships and public feuds. To some viewers, the way things played out with Lamar, the child involved in the legal dispute, and even the Wendy Williams situation painted a completely different picture from the upbeat image she presents on camera. That disconnect is exactly why debates around Sherry continue years later, especially as more old interviews and court details keep resurfacing online. Even now, Lamar reportedly still believes he was treated unfairly throughout the entire ordeal. According to sources and past statements connected to him, he has accused Sherry of being very different behind closed doors than she appears publicly. He allegedly described her as someone who knows how to appear friendly and relatable while quietly making moves that benefit her career and personal goals. Critics tying this back to Wendy Williams believe the daytime television situation only strengthened those opinions, and some viewers now say they are starting to notice patterns they ignored before. Social media has definitely added more fuel to the conversation. Some users have posted harsh reactions like, "Saw her husband didn't want her and tried to pull the fetus deletus." Wanted no parts with the surrogate. Others question why certain celebrities seem to escape major backlash while public outrage hits other people much faster over smaller controversies. At the same time, supporters of Sherry argue that internet commentary often oversimplifies complicated legal and personal situations without knowing every detail behind the scenes. Still, the criticism has never fully disappeared, and every new headline seems to bring the entire controversy back into public discussion again. What do you think about everything surrounding Sherry, Lamar, and the Wendy drama? Do you think the criticism is fair, or do you believe people have been too hard on her over the years? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and if you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more celebrity tea right here on Star Watch.
So now, guess who's jealous of Adele? Beyonce.
Wendy Williams just kicked open a conversation the industry keeps trying to avoid.
Beyonce needs auto-tune. Adele, Aretha, Celine, Dionne Warwick, and Mariah. They need nothing.
And now people are looking at Adele's Grammy moment in a completely different way. For years, Wendy hinted that Adele was deeply uncomfortable around the pressure connected to Beyoncé's name.
God. This is why Adele has to get on the podium and thank Beyonce. When actually she did it because of my manager, my label, my A&R, and all of the I created for her to exist.
But critics brushed it off as drama and accused Wendy of stirring up problems between two of the biggest women in music. Now those old clips are resurfacing everywhere, and suddenly the story does not sound so messy anymore.
One of the best videos of all time.
Beyonce, it was so monumental. We fucking adore you. You are our light.
Fans are starting to wonder if Adele's emotional reactions over the years were tied to something much bigger happening behind the scenes in the entertainment world. Back when Adele stood on that Grammy stage crying while praising Beyonce, most viewers thought it was simply a respectful tribute from one superstar to another. But now, people online are re-examining every second of that speech and asking why Adele looked so overwhelmed and nervous during what should have been one of the happiest moments of her career. Some fans believe she felt trapped under massive industry pressure, especially after publicly beating Beyonce in major award categories. The internet has spent years turning those moments into conspiracy theories, rumors, and non-stop debates.
I started out around the same time, and just like all of her fans, I fell in love with her. The first time I saw her, from her singing to dancing to acting, she can do it all. She's a triple threat and one of the most talented people I've ever seen.
And the fact that Beyonce made a country record changed the game. So thank you.
Beyonce, you changed my life. So thank you so much. I definitely want to say thank you to Beyonce.
With many claiming celebrities act extra careful whenever Beyonce is involved because they are terrified of backlash, career damage, or becoming targets online. A huge wave of memes exploded after that Grammy speech, showing endless clips of celebrities thanking Beyonce during award wins that had absolutely nothing to do with her. The trend became so massive that even casual viewers started noticing how often stars mentioned her name during emotional speeches. Social media users stitched together compilations featuring singers, actors, athletes, and influencers almost treating Beyonce like a required part of every acceptance speech. That only pushed the rumors further, especially among people already convinced that powerful figures in entertainment quietly control who rises and who disappears from the spotlight. Things became even darker once internet detectives started connecting unrelated celebrity tragedies to these wild theories.
She is my icon of my whole life.
My life is Beyonce, and this album for me, the Lemonade album, was just so monumental. Beyonce.
Lemonade. So a piece of me did die inside as a Beyonce stan, I'm not gonna lie, because I was completely rooting for her. I feel like it was her time to win. Obviously the visual is very new, and you know, and the Grammys are very traditional, but I just thought this year would be the year that they would kind of go with the tide. And I am, of course, very, very grateful having won it. But I felt the need because I love her, because I felt like she was more than...
Videos began circulating about artists like Aaliyah, M.I.A., and even stories tied to Jay-Z's alleged former mistress, Kathy White, who died before a reported interview connected to journalist Liz Crokin. Online creators used those cases to build dramatic narratives about hidden industry secrets, suspicious timing, and celebrities supposedly living in fear behind closed doors. Even though many of these claims remain unproven and heavily debated, the speculation refuses to die down, and every old interview or emotional award speech keeps getting pulled back into the conversation again.
Guess who's jealous of Adele? Beyonce. Adele is the voice. And Adele does not have to lose, 50 pounds to impress us. And Adele is just a beautiful, gorgeous, regular woman that we can all relate to. Like a real body. Adele has a live-in lover and a brand new baby. And Beyonce's got a husband and the Blue Ivy baby.
The argument people kept pushing online was that Beyoncé had somehow been connected to certain women losing opportunities, getting blacklisted, or facing major career problems after refusing to follow industry expectations. Over time, these theories grew into something even bigger, with conspiracy videos claiming there was a hidden pattern involving female artists who supposedly challenged powerful people behind the scenes. Almost every viral compilation used J. Cole's song She Knows in the background, which only added more mystery and made viewers connect the lyrics to the rumors spreading all over social media. What made the song stand out even more was the fact that J. Cole mentions Aaliyah, Left Eye, and Michael Jackson in the lyrics.
No, I can't answer that. I can't answer that.
Oh, she's touching him up the neck. Look! You see?
Why do people not want to let the Jay-Z Blue Cantrell thing go?
I didn't think it would last, though.
What, me and him?
Yeah.
All three artists passed away tragically, and for years there have been non-stop theories online claiming they had conflicts with influential figures in entertainment before their deaths. Because of those references, internet users started dissecting every line of She Knows, trying to figure out if J. Cole was hinting at something deeper happening inside the music business. Some people even pushed the theory that the "she" in the title secretly referred to Beyoncé, which sent conspiracy channels into complete overdrive and caused endless debates across YouTube, TikTok, and podcasts. Around that same time, blogger Storm Monroe added even more attention to the rumors when he claimed that many celebrities treated Beyoncé almost like untouchable royalty within the industry. According to him, the entertainment business constantly builds certain artists into larger-than-life figures, placing them at the top as the kings and queens of music for specific eras. His comments quickly spread online because people connected them to all those award show clips where celebrities seemed overly emotional or intensely grateful whenever Beyoncé's name came up. Critics argued that it was simply respect for her influence and success, while conspiracy-minded fans believed there was something much deeper happening behind the curtain. The conversation kept growing because social media thrives on mystery, especially when it involves global superstars, hidden power structures, and old celebrity tragedies that still leave fans with unanswered questions. Every resurfaced interview, awkward reaction, or emotional speech suddenly became evidence for people trying to connect dots that may not even exist. Even though there has never been proof supporting many of these claims, the theories continue spreading because they mix fame, fear, power, and secrecy into one dramatic story that keeps audiences watching non-stop. Some online commentators took the theories even further by claiming the music industry always chooses a single superstar to sit at the top of entertainment culture for a certain era. According to those rumors, Madonna supposedly held that position years ago before Beyoncé became the new dominant figure in pop culture. The theory claimed that many artists, even massive stars with successful careers of their own like Adele, were expected to publicly praise her and show loyalty whenever possible. These claims spread heavily across conspiracy forums and gossip channels, especially whenever celebrities gave emotional speeches mentioning Beyoncé during award shows or interviews. The Oshun discussion added another layer to the internet speculation surrounding Beyoncé during the Lemonade era. Fans quickly noticed the heavy use of yellow dresses, water imagery, and spiritual symbolism throughout the visuals, with many pointing out similarities to depictions of Oshun, a respected deity connected to love, beauty, and femininity in Yoruba spirituality. Online creators began turning those artistic references into exaggerated conspiracy theories, with some people completely misrepresenting the cultural symbolism and pushing dramatic claims that spiraled far beyond the actual themes of the project. The visuals became one of the biggest talking points surrounding the album, especially because Lemonade already had the internet dissecting every frame and lyric for hidden meanings. What really kept the conversation alive was the timing surrounding the Grammy Awards, where Lemonade lost Album of the Year to Adele's 25. Instead of delivering a standard acceptance speech celebrating her own success, Adele became emotional on stage and spent a huge portion of the moment praising Beyoncé and calling her work monumental. That speech instantly went viral because viewers could not understand why Adele seemed more focused on Beyoncé's loss than her own historic win. Some fans saw it as genuine admiration between artists, while conspiracy communities treated it like proof that celebrities felt pressured to publicly honor Beyoncé no matter what happened. The situation became even more talked about after Adele later shared that she went backstage to Beyoncé's dressing room following the ceremony to continue praising her and tell her she deserved the award more. That detail sent social media into another frenzy because people felt Adele was being unusually intense about the situation. Critics online started calling the behavior excessive, while supporters argued Adele was simply being humble and showing respect to an artist she deeply admired. Either way, the moment became one of the most replayed Grammy stories of that decade, and conspiracy theories around it only grew louder with time. People online could not stop talking about how intense Adele's reaction seemed after winning that Grammy. A lot of artists have publicly praised Beyoncé before, but viewers felt Adele took it far beyond a normal thank you speech. During interviews after the ceremony, Adele kept explaining how emotional she felt about beating Lemonade, saying, "I just got this feeling I won. I got overwhelmed with I will have to go and tell her how much her record means to me." She also defended Beyoncé's work by criticizing the Recording Academy and saying, "The way that the Grammys work and the people who control it at the very, very top, they don't know what a visual album is. They don't want to support the way that she's moving things forward with her releases and the things that she's talking about." That explanation only made social media react even harder because people thought Adele sounded unusually nervous and overly eager to reassure Beyoncé that she deserved the award more. Online conspiracy communities immediately jumped on the moment, claiming Adele was trying to make it crystal clear that she did not see herself as competition. Some viewers interpreted her emotional speeches as genuine admiration and respect between artists, while others pushed the idea that she seemed afraid of upsetting one of the most powerful figures in entertainment. The theories became even more dramatic once clips of Adele repeatedly praising Beyoncé started circulating side by side with old celebrity interviews and award speeches. Wendy Williams wasted no time jumping into the conversation either. Just hours after the Grammys aired, Wendy discussed the situation on her show and threw gasoline onto the already exploding debate. She openly suggested that Beyoncé may have been frustrated about Adele's album 25 massively outselling Lemonade, especially since 25 dominated commercial sales worldwide. Wendy argued that the public connected to Adele in a different way because she came across as more relatable and less carefully managed than many major celebrities. According to Wendy, Adele's image felt more natural and less focused on perfection, which she implied gave her an advantage with everyday audiences. The comments instantly sparked backlash because Beyoncé's fanbase saw Wendy's take as disrespectful and designed to create division between two successful women. But at the same time, critics of celebrity culture kept replaying the clips because they believed Wendy was exposing uncomfortable truths about image control, competition, and insecurity in the music industry. As usual, the internet split into two sides almost overnight, with one group defending Beyoncé as an untouchable icon, and another group insisting Adele's behavior at the Grammys looked way too intense to ignore. At the time, Wendy Williams faced major backlash for suggesting there was tension surrounding Beyoncé and other female artists in the industry. A lot of people accused her of creating unnecessary drama and trying to turn successful women against each other. But years later, some viewers started revisiting those old interviews and wondering if Wendy had noticed patterns that others ignored. Online discussions began focusing on artists who publicly challenged Beyoncé or became linked to controversy afterward, with many people pointing to Carrie Hilson as one of the biggest examples. The situation between Carrie Hilson and Beyoncé became huge after a remix of Carrie's song Turning Me On leaked online. In the track, Carrie delivered lyrics many listeners believed were directly aimed at Beyoncé. The lines included, "Your vision cloudy if you think that you the best. You can dance, she can sing, but need to move it to the left. She needs to go have some babies. She needs to sit down. She fake." Fans immediately connected "Move It to the Left" to Beyoncé's hit song Irreplaceable, where the phrase became iconic. Once the remix spread online, blogs and entertainment shows exploded with debates about whether Carrie had crossed the line by taking shots at one of the biggest stars in music. Things only became more uncomfortable for Carrie after old clips resurfaced showing awkward moments involving Beyoncé and Jay-Z. One of the most talked about videos showed Carrie appearing hesitant to hold up a magazine once she realized Beyoncé and Jay-Z were featured on the cover. That clip fueled even more rumors about behind-the-scenes tension, and suddenly Carrie found herself facing non-stop criticism online. Fans heavily defended Beyoncé, while Carrie's public image started taking serious hits as the controversy continued growing across blogs, radio shows, and celebrity gossip programs. Over time, many people began linking that controversy to the slowdown in Carrie Hilson's music career. Years later, Carrie explained in interviews that she felt pressured by people within the industry to participate in the remix and record lyrics she was uncomfortable with. According to her, the situation spiraled out of control once the song leaked, and by then, the public had already formed strong opinions about her intentions. Even though she later tried to clarify her side of the story, many fans felt the damage had already been done, and the feud became one of the most talked about celebrity conflicts of that era. By that point, many fans felt Carrie Hilson's career had taken a serious hit after the controversy surrounding the Beyoncé diss track. Online discussions became brutal, and people constantly compared her situation to artists who chose to publicly praise Beyoncé instead of challenging her. That is why some internet users joked that Carrie might have had a smoother path if she had handled things more like Adele by staying supportive and avoiding public tension altogether. Whether fair or not, the perception around Carrie changed dramatically after the remix leaked, and the industry conversation around her never fully recovered. Then people started bringing up Blue Cantrell as another artist connected to these long-running industry rumors. Blue was having a massive rise in the early 2000s, with major labels reportedly competing to sign her because of her strong vocals and growing popularity. Songs like Hit 'Em Up Style made her stand out quickly, and many believe she had the potential to become one of the biggest R&B stars of that era. But according to internet speculation, things allegedly shifted once Beyoncé launched her solo career around the same time. Blue was trying to establish herself as a dominant force in music. In 2003, Blue released her second album, Bittersweet, right as Beyoncé was stepping into solo superstardom after Destiny's Child. Fans online later turned that timing into part of a larger conspiracy narrative, claiming there was intense competition between female artists behind the scenes during that period. Rumors also circulated for years, suggesting Blue and Jay-Z may have had some kind of relationship, although those claims were never confirmed publicly. Even without proof, gossip blogs and celebrity forums kept the rumors alive, especially because people were already obsessed with stories involving Beyoncé, Jay-Z, and possible industry rivalries. The speculation became even louder after listeners connected certain Beyoncé lyrics to the gossip surrounding Jay-Z. In the song Signs, Beyoncé sang, "I was in love with a Sagittarius. I wish he were a Virgo, the same sign as me, and know how to show me love, 'cause I've been hurt by a Pisces." Fans immediately started trying to decode the lyrics and match them to rumored relationships and alleged betrayals. As always, social media and gossip culture transformed vague references into full-blown theories, with people convinced there were hidden messages buried inside every lyric, interview, and public appearance connected to Beyoncé's world. Fans online wasted no time connecting the dots once they noticed that Jay-Z is a Sagittarius and Blue Cantrell is a Pisces, matching the zodiac signs mentioned in Beyoncé's lyrics. That only pushed the rumors further, especially among gossip blogs that were already convinced the song contained hidden references to real-life relationships. Over the years, Blue's personal struggles also became part of those conversations. TMZ once reported concerning incidents involving Blue, including claims that she appeared distressed in public and believed people were trying to harm her. Those reports sparked even more speculation online, with conspiracy channels trying to tie her situation back to long-running rumors involving Jay-Z and Beyoncé, despite there being no verified evidence connecting the events. Mia is another artist whose name repeatedly gets pulled into these discussions whenever people revisit old celebrity gossip from the early 2000s. At the height of her career, Mia was seen as one of the most talented performers in R&B and pop, consistently releasing hits and collaborating with major artists. Rumors surrounding her and Jay-Z started gaining attention after they worked together on Best of Me, Part 2. Fans immediately noticed their chemistry in the music video and performances, and entertainment blogs quickly began speculating that there could have been something happening behind the scenes. Even though nothing was ever publicly confirmed, the gossip followed both artists for years afterward.
The rumors exploded again in 2014 after Beyoncé performed her song Resentment live and appeared to change some of the lyrics during the performance. The original version included lines like, "I've been crying for too long. What did you do to me? I was writing for you for so long." But during that performance, fans noticed Beyoncé saying, "I know she was attractive, but I was here first, boy. Been riding with you for 12 years. Why did you do this to me?" Because Beyoncé and Jay-Z had been together for around 12 years at that point, viewers instantly believed the lyric change was personal and directed toward real events in their relationship. That performance sent social media into complete chaos because fans immediately started trying to figure out who Beyoncé could have been referring to. Mia's name quickly resurfaced due to the old collaboration rumors, and gossip sites treated the performance like hidden confirmation of past drama. Supporters argued that artists often personalize songs during live shows without it meaning anything specific, while others became convinced Beyoncé was subtly exposing relationship issues in front of the audience. Either way, the moment became another major chapter in the endless online obsession surrounding Beyoncé, Jay-Z, and the rumors tied to people in their circle. According to old gossip reports, a source allegedly connected to Beyoncé's circle once contacted Media Takeout, claiming Beyoncé had discovered a supposed affair between Jay-Z and Mia not long after the Best of Me Part 2 collaboration. The story spread across blogs almost instantly because fans were already obsessed with rumors surrounding Jay-Z's relationships. What made the situation even more suspicious to internet detectives was the fact that the article reportedly disappeared from the website only hours later without any clear explanation. Even though nothing was ever confirmed, people online treated the sudden removal like proof that powerful figures were trying to shut the story down before it gained even more attention. One thing people always say about Wendy Williams is that she may joke around and stir controversy, but she usually says what is already floating around behind the scenes. Looking back at Adele's emotional Grammy speech, a lot of viewers now believe she knew exactly how carefully she needed to handle that moment. Some fans think Adele went out of her way to praise Beyoncé because she did not want to end up caught in the same kind of backlash, rumors, or industry drama that other women in entertainment have faced over the years. Of course, none of these theories have ever been proven, but that has not stopped people online from connecting old interviews, performances, and celebrity feuds together. Social media users had plenty to say once these clips started resurfacing again. One person commented, "So Wendy wasn't lying. Wendy has been telling everybody for a long time, more than just this." Another wrote, "Wendy was messy, but she always said the truth." Those reactions only added more fuel to the non-stop debates happening online about fame, influence, celebrity loyalty, and the pressure artists may feel inside the entertainment industry. Whether people believe the theories or think the internet is reading too deeply into everything, the conversation around Beyoncé, Adele, and these old rumors clearly is not disappearing anytime soon. Now I want to hear what you think. Do you believe these celebrities are genuinely intimidated by Beyoncé, or do you think social media has completely exaggerated these situations over the years? Drop your thoughts and theories in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more celebrity stories, industry drama, and viral entertainment breakdowns.
Is a horrible person to me. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's the way he moves with other people. You know what I'm saying? And what's going on with these other people at my apartment in Miami? What are you doing? Oh, you spent on what? And what is going on at Wells Fargo?
Had me over to the house of where these perpetrators in this ring kind of basically started. They'd pull me away for their threat sessions and tell me they have gaydar, they have this. At the end of the day, if you don't keep the members of this group happy, we control Hollywood, we can eliminate you, we will eliminate you. Threat after threat after threat. At the house it was, I mean, I've had put in drinks, I had liquor poured down my throat from being...
Wendy Williams has, on several occasions, spoken publicly about the pressure that can come with discussing powerful figures in Hollywood. According to her, raising concerns about problems inside the entertainment industry sometimes leads to serious professional consequences. She suggested that people who openly challenge influential individuals may face setbacks that affect their careers, opportunities, and public reputation.
series of depositions that not only prove that she's being held against her will, but also threaten to dismantle the Hollywood PR ring's sinister web of coercion and control. We've got the tapes, and they're shocking. It's clear that Wendy is currently living in fear for her life. They're locking up a mentally stable woman who holds incriminating evidence against some of the world's most powerful people. And they're doing it in broad daylight in front of the entire world.
Over time, her comments became part of a larger discussion about how difficult it can be for entertainers to speak freely about issues behind the scenes while continuing to work in the industry. Other well-known comedians have also shared thoughts about the complicated nature of the entertainment world. Cat Williams, Jim Carrey, and Dave Chappelle have each made remarks in interviews or stand-up performances about the pressure performers can feel when dealing with powerful executives or major celebrities.
Yo, man, Cat, you cool, man? How you doing
I'm
tonight,
cooler than a fan, man. They took my children from me.
Yeah, I mean,
how terrible is that?
I did want to ask, the cops, allegedly found some guns and...
Yeah, they always find guns. I never leave without. My girlfriend. I'm on the middle of an interview, sir.
Sorry about it. They found guns and drugs. Now, is that's what it was reported.
Sir, you can look at my paperwork. There was no drug. Weed is not a drug.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that's safe for kids to be around guns and stuff like that? I mean, I'm just curious.
How do you keep this kids safe without guns? They were in a lockbox that the police broke.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm saying, if the police come in and raid my place and break into my gun boxes, you're gonna find guns. But these aren't. Well, I'm not in a gang. What difference does it make?
Now, you were actually stopped for this and let go because you have a license for it,
No,
right?
this is their 9th time coming to my house. The problem was this time they came to my office and took my kids from an office. Not from my house, from an office. So now when I can't have my kids at my office,
that's an issue.
I must be
the
most terrible black dude. Because here's the whole thing. You gonna charge me with child endangerment? After I adopted 7 children and had them for 14 years in this state? Really? You coming after my kids now? Because it was already a...
Their comments often point to the idea that the industry has an unwritten system where influence and connections play a major role in determining who succeeds and who struggles. While their perspectives differ, they all highlight how challenging it can be to question people who hold significant control over major projects and career opportunities. Investigators who examined information connected with Jeffrey Epstein reported that he had contact with numerous influential individuals across several industries, including entertainment, business, and politics. Some reports mentioned connections involving people from both film and music circles. Those findings sparked public interest and raised questions about how networks of influence can operate behind closed doors, particularly in industries where relationships and reputation often shape professional outcomes. Critics of the entertainment industry have long argued that a small group of executives, producers, and major celebrities hold a large amount of decision-making power. According to these critics, that level of influence can sometimes affect who receives roles, endorsements, or long-term opportunities. They claim that disagreements with powerful figures may occasionally lead to individuals being removed from projects or losing access to important industry connections. In recent years, several actors, models, and entertainment professionals have spoken publicly about uncomfortable or inappropriate situations they experienced while working in the industry. Some said they felt pressured by individuals who held authority over casting, contracts, or project approvals. High-profile legal cases involving people such as Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein resulted in major investigations, criminal charges, and widespread discussion about workplace standards.
The babies, the code words in the emails, literal emails of Epstein and Bill Gates, like these are known entities starting to talk about jerky. And then they're talking about the intestines of babies. They're talking about cream cheese. Like, I welcome anyone to prove me wrong because I hoped to fucking hell this is not true. But when we mentioned jerky, that was the more elite meat is what I'm interpreting this as. There were emails from people, redacted names again, saying, hey, I have 68 pounds of jerky in my freezer. I'm not sure what to do with it. There were emails of, I need more jerky. I'm going to send it to the lab. When he knew they were coming after him, they knew they were going to come arrest him. He ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid, which is...
What?
Which is how you would dispose of masterpiece. And there are mentions, and now Congress is actually speaking about it. They did this week, spoke about Zora Ranch and how there's so many mentions of bury them in Zora Ranch, leave them in Zora Ranch. And now that's 7,000 acres of land that Jeffrey Epstein owns in New Mexico.
Those cases also encouraged broader conversations about accountability, professional boundaries, and the importance of creating safer environments across the entertainment world, including discussions that sometimes mention figures like Sean Combs when examining the broader culture of power and influence in the music business. For many years, Wendy Williams stood out as one of the most recognizable figures in daytime talk television. Her style was different from many other hosts because she spoke openly about celebrity culture, influence in entertainment, and the constant drama surrounding famous names. Audiences knew her for being direct and unfiltered when discussing headlines involving actors, musicians, and media personalities. That approach helped her build a strong following and made her show a regular topic of conversation across social media and entertainment news outlets.
Wendy Williams became a major presence on daytime television largely because of her bold personality and willingness to talk about topics that many other talk shows avoided. During the peak years of The Wendy Williams Show, her well-known Hot Topics segment regularly attracted attention from both viewers and celebrities. In that segment, she discussed trending stories, rumors circulating in the entertainment world, and public controversies involving well-known figures. Because she addressed stories that other programs often ignored, many people in the industry paid close attention to what she said and how she framed certain headlines. In more recent years, Wendy's personal life and career became the subject of widespread public discussion. News reports about her health, legal guardianship arrangement, and time spent receiving medical care led to intense conversations online and in entertainment media. Supporters of Wendy have suggested that her outspoken history, including past criticism of powerful figures in entertainment such as Sean Combs, may have contributed to the level of scrutiny surrounding her situation. Those comments resurfaced online after new investigations and media coverage involving major figures in the music industry began gaining attention. After Wendy was publicly associated with a dementia-related diagnosis, some commentators in the media began questioning her credibility and whether her earlier statements about the entertainment world should still be taken seriously. Her absence from television also created space for speculation about what led to the sudden change in her career. Some observers believe her outspoken reputation made her an easy target for criticism, while others argue that the circumstances are more complex and closely connected to the serious health challenges that had already been reported by medical professionals and her representatives. More recently, the legal and medical discussions surrounding Wendy Williams' condition have continued to draw significant public attention. Reports about her health, guardianship status, and the care she has received have circulated widely across entertainment media and social platforms. At the same time, different claims and interpretations about her diagnosis and treatment have appeared online, leading to ongoing debate among fans, commentators, and journalists. Some people rely on official statements from her representatives and medical professionals, while others continue to question whether the full story has been clearly explained to the public. Additional discussion emerged after Gene Deal, a former bodyguard who previously worked for Sean Combs, shared his perspective on past tensions between Wendy Williams.
Understand about Puff is that he held the entertainment grip, especially for the people who was his former artists, in a chokehold. If you didn't do what he say do, if he didn't like you, you would never ever work for Bad Boy or anybody in the entertainment business again. He did it to Kirk Burroughs. You understand? He did it to Wendy Williams. He did it to a lot of people, bruh. So now her going back is just wanting to get food on her table, keep a roof over her head. Because nobody was probably telling her, yo, I can't work with you. I can't deal with you unless Puff say so. I'm not gonna work with you. I'm not gonna do anything, because they didn't want to make him mad because he had enough power in the business to stop her.
And influential figures in the entertainment business. In several interviews, Deal described moments when Wendy's outspoken commentary about major industry personalities created friction behind the scenes. His statements added another layer to the broader conversation about whether relationships and influence within the entertainment world may sometimes affect how public narratives develop around certain individuals. This is where the situation becomes even more complex, especially when placed within the wider context of how the entertainment industry operates. Some critics of the industry say they have observed similar situations unfold over the years. Comedian Cat Williams, for example, has spoken in interviews about the challenges that can arise when entertainers publicly question powerful executives, major producers, or highly influential celebrities. According to him, individuals who openly challenge those structures may face intense public scrutiny, professional pressure, or reputational damage that can affect their opportunities within the business. Cat Williams has also experienced several widely reported legal issues during different periods of his career. Some supporters believe those events happened while he was openly criticizing power structures within entertainment. Others emphasize that the incidents were addressed through standard legal processes and should be viewed separately from his public commentary. Regardless of interpretation, his remarks about the inner workings of Hollywood have fueled widespread online discussion about influence, control, and how much authority major entertainment figures truly hold within the industry. Discussions about powerful networks within the entertainment world often return to the case of Jeffrey Epstein. Before his death in 2019, while he was awaiting trial, Epstein faced federal charges. The case drew international attention not only because of the serious allegations, but also because Epstein was known to have social and professional relationships with a number of wealthy and influential individuals. Those connections reportedly included people from business, politics, and entertainment, which led to ongoing public questions about who may have known about his activities or interacted with him in social settings. In the years that followed, several batches of court documents connected to Epstein were made public. The release of these materials brought renewed attention to individuals whose names appeared in various records, flight logs, and legal filings. However, investigators and legal experts repeatedly emphasized that the presence of a person's name in a document does not automatically indicate wrongdoing. Many of the references simply reflect social contact, professional relationships, or mentions within testimony rather than accusations of illegal behavior. Commentators discussing influence within the entertainment industry sometimes also mention Sean Combs when examining how power and reputation operate in the music business. Civil lawsuits and ongoing investigations connected to him have received extensive media coverage, though many aspects of those matters remain part of active legal proceedings. Because of that, several details are still being addressed within the legal system and have not yet reached final conclusions.
These situations often lead to a broader question that continues to circulate in public discussions. Many observers wonder how much influence major figures truly have behind the scenes in industries such as music, film, and television, and how those networks of relationships shape opportunities, public narratives, and the careers of people working within entertainment. Some of the discussions surrounding the Jeffrey Epstein case have also focused on unusual wording found in a number of emails that became public during legal proceedings. In several messages, phrases such as pizza, beef jerky, white whale, and grape soda appeared in ways that some observers felt seemed unusual or difficult to interpret. Because the context of those phrases was not always clearly explained, online commentators and independent analysts began debating whether the wording might have been symbolic or coded in some way. Despite the speculation, investigators and legal experts have repeatedly stated that there has been no official confirmation showing that those specific phrases were proving to represent coded references connected to criminal activity. As a result, the meaning behind those messages remains uncertain and widely debated. Attention has also been directed toward Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, a large property covering roughly 7,600 acres that became part of the broader investigation into his activities and connections.
The ranch was mentioned in several reports and witness statements, with some individuals claiming that a number of wealthy and well-known visitors had been seen there over the years. Because of the scale of the property and the level of privacy surrounding it, the location became a frequent topic of discussion whenever Epstein's network of contacts was examined. One FBI document dated July 19, 2019, only days after Epstein's arrest, recorded a call from a retired New Mexico State police officer. According to the report, the officer stated that several high-profile individuals had allegedly been seen visiting the property at different times in the past. The report documented the tip as part of the information gathered during the investigation, though the document itself did not present confirmed conclusions about those claims. Over time, numerous theories and interpretations about what may have happened at Epstein's properties began spreading widely across the internet. Posts and videos discussed everything from visitor lists to purchases and deliveries that were reportedly connected to some of his locations, including the ranch and his private island. Investigators and journalists, however, have repeatedly warned that many online discussions combine verified facts with unconfirmed speculation. Because of that, officials have emphasized the importance of relying on documented evidence and confirmed findings rather than assumptions that circulate without verification. As conversations about influence and power in Hollywood continued to grow, another well-known celebrity who openly criticized aspects of the entertainment industry was Jim Carrey. After decades of major success, blockbuster films, and multiple award nominations, Carrey began speaking more candidly in interviews about how he viewed fame and the culture surrounding celebrity life. He explained that after experiencing the highest levels of success in Hollywood, his perspective on the industry had changed significantly. Instead of focusing on fame or recognition, he said he started questioning the value placed on image, status, and public perception within the entertainment world. In several public appearances and interviews, Carrey described Hollywood as a place that can sometimes prioritize image and reputation more than personal growth or meaningful work. His comments gained widespread attention online because they came from someone who had already reached the highest levels of success in film and television. For many viewers, it was unusual to hear such a prominent actor speak so critically about the system that helped make him famous. Around the same time, another moment circulated widely across social media, involving a recording that allegedly captured a tense exchange between attorney Alan Dershowitz and businessman Leslie Wexner. In the clip that spread online, the attorney appeared to caution that answering a certain question could have serious consequences. The recording quickly became the subject of debate and speculation, especially among people already discussing the broader network of relationships connected to the Jeffrey Epstein case. Some observers previously believed Wexner was one of the most influential figures associated with Epstein's financial and social circle, but conversations sparked by the clip led others to question how influence may have actually been distributed within those networks.
Meanwhile, Wendy Williams' legal and personal situation has also become a major focus of public discussion. The former talk show host has been involved in a guardianship arrangement that oversees many aspects of her financial decisions and personal affairs. Wendy has spoken publicly about wanting greater independence and has expressed frustration with the limitations placed on her daily life, which has led to ongoing debate among fans, legal commentators, and media outlets about how such arrangements should be handled. Supporters online have continued to share posts expressing concern about how guardianship systems can affect individuals, especially public figures who once managed large careers and financial empires. Some people argue that while guardianships are designed to protect individuals who may need assistance managing important decisions, the system can sometimes become controversial when questions arise about fairness or personal freedom. One widely shared tweet captured that frustration, stating, "Wendy Williams built an empire, and now she's trapped in a system that's failing her. Guardianship abuse is real, and no one deserves to lose their freedom like this." Messages like that have circulated widely, sparking emotional reactions from fans who followed Wendy's career for decades. Situations like this often lead to bigger questions for viewers who closely follow the entertainment industry. When outspoken personalities face legal battles, sudden career changes, or long periods away from the public eye, audiences sometimes wonder how often similar situations may happen quietly behind the scenes. The entertainment world is known for its intense pressure, powerful business relationships, and complicated legal structures, which means the full story behind major headlines is not always simple or easy to understand.
understand. Conversations about Hollywood, influence, and celebrity culture continue to evolve as new information, interviews, and investigations appear over time. Many viewers are interested in examining these stories carefully, looking at available facts while also recognizing the difference between verified information and speculation. If you enjoy exploring major entertainment stories and breaking down the details behind headlines, share your perspective in the comments and join the conversation. Your thoughts help shape future discussions and bring different viewpoints into the spotlight. If you want to see more deep dives into trending topics, interviews, and the stories people across the entertainment world are talking about, make sure to like this video and subscribe to Star Watch. Staying subscribed helps you keep up with future episodes where we continue exploring the biggest stories shaping Hollywood and the music industry.
Do you miss not coming to the show?
Yes, I do. I wish I was there. I wish I was there right now and talk about it with you. But you know what? Because they already put people there like you. You guys are already in position. So you'll be talking about that. But I'm glad that I'm able to talk about when I come back.
I gotta be real. It's seriously hard to like somebody when they hop on live TV and casually announce they won't be watching your show because it's not their thing.
You know?
Okay, so is there plans for a new show, or are you coming back to the Wendy Williams show?
Back to the Wendy Williams show. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Wow. Because I know they were talking about Sherry Shepherd.
That's not even subtle shade at that point. That's basically a public slap in the face with a smile attached to it. And according to the rumors floating around, this is just one reason why Sherry Shepherd reportedly has major issues with Wendy Williams. For years, people online kept dragging Sherry, calling her a snake, a copycat, and somebody trying to snatch Wendy's daytime crown.
Taking over the show, a new, what?
But I won't be watching her, because I know what she's going to be doing, and that's really not my thing. You know.
But behind the scenes, Sherry was allegedly dealing with non-stop slick comments, cold energy, and Wendy constantly talking to her in a way that came off disrespectful and condescending. Imagine taking hits from the public while also dealing with someone in the industry allegedly throwing shade at you for over a decade. Now the gossip is getting even messier because word around the industry is Wendy allegedly tried to sabotage Sherry's rise too. And apparently, Sherry is finally fed up with staying quiet and taking all the heat while everybody else acts innocent. This whole situation is turning into straight daytime TV warfare. Okay, when Sherry officially stepped into Wendy's old time slot, the internet completely lost it. Social media turned into a straight-up battlefield overnight. Wendy's loyal fans were coming hard for Sherry, accusing her of stealing the crown while Wendy was at a low point, and every little move Sherry made got picked apart online. Meanwhile, Sherry had to sit there, smile through it, and act unbothered even while people were dragging her left and right every single day. But now that some time has passed and the dust is finally settling, insiders are saying Sherry allegedly feels more comfortable speaking up about what she really dealt with behind the scenes. And apparently, she had been holding in years of frustration.
Sherry Shepherd. The barbecue was going to be a decent person.
Here's where things get extra messy. According to people close to the situation, whenever Sherry showed up as a guest on the Wendy Williams show, the energy allegedly felt cold from the start. Wendy reportedly wasn't exactly making her feel welcome, and Sherry could supposedly tell she was walking into a room where she wasn't fully wanted. Still, she kept it classy, stayed professional, and played nice on camera even when the vibe felt awkward and tense. And it didn't stop there. Wendy was also known for throwing sharp little comments about Sherry's personal life too. From her very public divorces to the messy surrogate court drama that played out in front of everybody, Wendy allegedly kept bringing it up in ways that felt more shady than supportive. Now imagine having to smile, play nice, and guest host for somebody who allegedly spent years turning your personal struggles into headline material for daytime TV. That's a whole different level of awkward. But even with all the tension and shade floating around, Sherry still kept showing up. Not just as a guest either, but eventually as the person holding everything together when Wendy could no longer host the show herself. And honestly, that's when the situation allegedly went from uncomfortable to full-on messy. You gotta remember, Sherry didn't just land a brand new talk show with a fresh start. She stepped directly into Wendy's world. Same time slot, same studio, and even a lot of the same crew members who had worked closely with Wendy for years. That kind of pressure would make anybody feel uncomfortable. Imagine walking into a workplace every day knowing people are silently comparing you to the person who built the whole brand before you even got there. Rumors started spreading that Sherry allegedly felt like she was constantly competing with Wendy's shadow hanging over the set. Every move she made got compared, every joke got analyzed, and every episode had people online debating whether she could ever fill those shoes.
Thank you so much. Passing on. So you're officially passing the baton. I'm passing the baton.
That kind of energy can wear somebody down fast. And maybe that's part of the reason one of Sherry's first major moves reportedly involved letting go of Wendy's longtime producers, David Perler and Suzanne Bass. According to reports, that decision allegedly came directly from Sherry herself. Some people saw it as harsh, while others believe she was simply trying to create her own environment and protect her peace instead of feeling trapped in somebody else's legacy every single day. But the pressure didn't stop behind the scenes. Once Sherry officially took over the time slot, social media turned ruthless. Wendy's fans were constantly attacking her online, calling her a seat stealer and accusing her of taking advantage of Wendy's situation. No matter what Sherry did, people were ready to criticize her, and the backlash just kept getting louder and louder. Sherry literally had to sit there smiling through endless "We miss Wendy" comments almost every single day. No matter what she did, people kept comparing her to Wendy nonstop, and according to reports, that allegedly started building serious resentment behind the scenes. Insiders claim Sherry was especially frustrated because Wendy never publicly told her fans to ease up or really gave her a full public blessing after the transition happened. So while Sherry was taking hit after hit online, she reportedly felt like she was standing alone in the middle of the storm.
For all of us here at Sherry. And I know that you have seen the news, and I'm ready to address it. Our show has not been renewed for another season. And I wanna say to y'all, everybody, y'all try not to faint or fall out, because healthcare is expensive and none of us have it anymore. So y'all.
And honestly, things only got messier because Wendy herself publicly made it clear she wasn't exactly happy about how everything played out. Sources close to Wendy claimed she allegedly saw Sherry as somebody borrowing her seat instead of truly earning it on her own. So when producers officially replaced Wendy with Sherry back in 2022, Wendy reportedly didn't feel relieved at all. She felt replaced. Reports even claimed Wendy was so hurt by the situation that she refused to drive down the same New York block where Sherry taped her show. Once that story started making rounds, people say it definitely added even more tension between them. Then the network executive stepped in and accidentally made things even worse. Debmar Mercury executives admitted during interviews that audience research showed viewers sometimes saw Wendy as mean, and because of that, they intentionally promoted Sherry as the warmer and kinder alternative. You already know that kind of corporate messaging was guaranteed to stir up drama. Suddenly, the media was painting them like total opposites, with Wendy as the edgy, controversial figure and Sherry as the friendly replacement brought in to clean things up. And let's be honest, that narrative hit a nerve with Wendy's supporters fast. A lot of them felt like daytime TV executives were trying to erase Wendy's bold style and replace it with something safer and more polished. Rumors even started spreading online, along with alleged stories tied to Wendy's circle, claiming Sherry only landed the opportunity because powerful industry connections were backing her. Supporters of Wendy pushed this whole idea that Sherry was basically a corporate pick meant to sanitize daytime television and move away from the raw, unpredictable energy Wendy built her career on. And of course, the situation got even more complicated once Oprah publicly showed support for Sherry. A lot of people noticed it immediately because Wendy had already spent over a decade dominating daytime TV. Yet Oprah seemed to pass that big cosign moment directly to Sherry instead. That definitely got people talking. Sherry even openly shared how much Oprah supported her behind the scenes. According to Sherry, Oprah stayed updated on the show and became somebody she leaned on whenever she felt unsure about certain decisions. In Sherry's words, "Oprah was the one who taught me to advocate. I sent her all of my ratings and what I do on the show. She called me back and said, 'You know what? They want me to come on with the other cast, but I'm coming by myself. We're going to have some fun.'" Even Oprah knew what a big deal this was for her to come by herself. "I couldn't have done what I did if it was the entire cast of The Color Purple. Her being there really made people look at my show and go, 'Oh.'" Now everybody already knows Wendy has never exactly hidden her feelings about Oprah. Over the years, Wendy became one of the few media personalities bold enough to openly question and criticize Oprah publicly. So, when Oprah showed that level of support for Sherry, a lot of people saw it as more than just a friendly appearance. To some fans, it looked like Oprah was indirectly choosing sides in the daytime TV drama, and insiders claimed that allegedly added even more tension between Wendy and Sherry. And apparently, that wasn't the only issue bubbling behind the scenes. Reports also started circulating that Sherry allegedly became frustrated with producers and network executives because she felt Wendy's influence was still hanging around the show even after the transition. Rumors claimed there were moments where producers were still heavily focused on Wendy's opinions, legacy, and audience reactions, which allegedly made it harder for Sherry to fully establish her own identity on the show. There were even reports suggesting Sherry's relationship with Debmar Mercury allegedly became strained sometime last year as pressure behind the scenes continued building. And that's what allegedly made the whole situation hit even harder for Sherry. Despite the show pulling in solid ratings and reportedly bringing in strong revenue, her contract was still canceled earlier than expected, and insiders say she was completely blindsided by it. On camera, Sherry always looked upbeat, smiling, laughing, and keeping the energy high. But reports claim behind the scenes she was deeply hurt because she truly believed the show was heading toward a long-term future. According to the gossip floating around, Sherry was allegedly expecting a major renewal for season 5, along with a pay increase, because she felt she had earned it after carrying the show through non-stop comparisons, online backlash, and constant pressure. So, when things suddenly shifted, it reportedly left her shocked and frustrated. There's also talk that Sherry has been quietly venting behind the scenes, telling people that the public has no idea what was really happening off camera. Allegedly, she wishes she could fully speak out and tell her side of the story, but legal agreements and NDAs are supposedly keeping her from saying too much publicly. And honestly, that only made fans even more curious about what was really going on behind those studio doors. Then the rumors got even crazier once reports started circulating that Debmar Mercury was allegedly considering bringing Wendy back to daytime television because of audience demand. Since Wendy has reportedly been doing much better lately, insiders claim there were discussions about whether she could eventually return to TV full-time. And apparently, producers were looking closely at ratings trends and audience engagement data behind the scenes. Reports claimed executives felt Sherry wasn't dominating daytime television in the explosive way they had originally hoped, especially compared to the cultural impact Wendy had during her peak years. Because of that, rumors suggested the network started searching for a major ratings and revenue boost, and many allegedly believed Wendy Williams was still their strongest option to bring attention back to the brand. When you really think about it, if producers were constantly hearing narratives that Sherry was only a temporary replacement, it would explain why things reportedly shifted so fast despite the show still performing well financially. And honestly, imagine how emotionally draining that must have been for Sherry. Walking onto that set every single day, smiling for the cameras, interviewing celebrities, and acting like everything was perfectly fine while allegedly knowing executives could have been discussing ways to bring back the very person she had spent years trying to respectfully replace. And another thing people found really strange was how the cancellation news even came out in the first place. This is a daily talk show with a host who's literally on television every day talking directly to viewers. So a lot of fans felt the announcement should have come from Sherry herself, instead of leaking through an article first. People online were seriously questioning why she seemingly didn't get the chance to break the news on her own terms. Fans especially started comparing the situation to how other daytime hosts were treated. A lot of people pointed out that Kelly Clarkson was able to personally address major updates surrounding her own show publicly, while Sherry reportedly had to wait until producers released an official statement before she could even speak on it herself. And once she finally addressed it on air afterward, people said the whole thing felt awkward and rushed, which only fueled even more speculation that something messy was happening behind the scenes. When you really zoom out and look at the full picture, it becomes easier to understand why Sherry allegedly might carry resentment toward Wendy and the entire situation surrounding that show. Think about it. Sherry walked into what many people already saw as a PR disaster. She stepped into a position filled with controversy, non-stop comparisons, loyal Wendy fans attacking her online, and years of tension already built into the environment.
Then on top of that, she allegedly had to work around constant reminders of Wendy's influence while trying to prove herself every single day. And despite all of that pressure, reports claim Sherry still helped stabilize the brand, kept the show moving, and even brought in strong revenue numbers. Yet according to the rumors, she still allegedly ended up being treated more like a temporary placeholder instead of a long-term investment. That's the part a lot of fans say feels unfair. Meanwhile, the same person who publicly said she wouldn't even watch Sherry's show was allegedly still being considered for a major return behind the scenes. You can already imagine how emotional and frustrating that must have felt. And the internet definitely has opinions about all of it. Some people say they would completely understand if Sherry still feels hurt over years of personal jokes and public commentary about her divorces and family struggles. Others say they understand why she'd be tired of constantly being labeled a seat stealer every time she goes live online. And then there's the non-stop rumors from critics claiming she was some polished corporate replacement backed by Oprah and executives instead of someone who earned her own place in daytime TV. Whew, this whole situation stayed messy from beginning to end. After hearing all of this, you really have to wonder how much tension was actually building behind the scenes all those years. Was Sherry truly treated unfairly after stepping into an impossible situation, or do you think fans were always going to compare her to Wendy, no matter what happened? And if Wendy really was being considered for a comeback, was the network wrong for exploring that option, or was it just business at the end of the day? This whole situation feels way deeper than what the public got to see on camera. Now, I really want to hear from you. Whose side are you on in all of this? Or do you think both Wendy and Sherry were caught up in a messy industry situation? Drop your thoughts in the comments because I'm definitely curious to know what you think. Thanks for watching all the way through. Don't forget to hit that like button, share this video with somebody who's been following the daytime TV drama, and if you're new here, subscribe to Star Watch for more celebrity news, industry tea, and behind-the-scenes stories you don't want to miss. And trust me, there's a lot more wild celebrity drama waiting for you on this channel, so keep watching. Catch you in the next one.
I'm not gonna take a lot of time because, you know, I'm getting emotional. And I told myself I wasn't gonna do this.
People had been talking quietly for months that Sharina Hudson was moving a little too bold, but nobody thought things would turn this serious.
Over the 12 years that I've been here entertaining you on television. Welcome to Hot Topics, Sharina Hudson. Getting out of my car with my money. Good morning, Journey. She'll be almost I think she'll be 3 next month, don't you know? Good morning, Kelvin. It's my truth.
Out of nowhere, everything she had with Kevin Hunter started falling apart, and now people are saying she had no clue it was coming. The situation with Kevin Hunter was never clean to begin with, and now it is all catching up. A lot of people already believe Kevin and Sharina were planning to live easy off Wendy's money without stressing about it.
You left your wife. Now, we may not care about her on the show. That's different. But you left your wife. Got you a side piece. Had a baby and was living a whole different life. And evidently, Wendy Williams was the real bread maker. Because now you can't live that lifestyle without that check. The grass wasn't greener.
But the second Wendy stepped away from her show and got placed under that strict guardianship, everything changed fast. Kevin's money situation got shaky, and he started filing lawsuit after lawsuit, hoping something would stick and force Wendy to keep supporting his lifestyle again. Then, when his latest case got shut down, things shifted quick. Word going around is, Kevin walked away from Sharina just like he did Wendy. No warning, no hesitation, just gone.
It wasn't just an incident. I mean, the relationship that Kevin had with this woman went on for...
No. Kevin was a serial cheater. Kevin had different mistresses depending on, the part of his life.
While Kevin was busy trying to pull Wendy back into court, Sharina went completely off the radar. She wiped her Instagram and stayed silent, like she was trying to avoid any attention or questions. Now, after being quiet for so long, bits of the truth she tried to hide are starting to come out. At the same time, Wendy has been dealing with non-stop pressure, fighting hard to get out of that guardianship she never agreed to. A new evaluation even confirmed she was never dealing with dementia, which had been used as the reason to control her life for more than 3 years. It is starting to look like too many people were moving in the same direction. The judge, her former manager, the doctor, the bank, and even the guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, all seemed connected in a way that kept Wendy cut off from her own money. That kind of situation raises serious questions, and now that new details are coming out, things are shifting fast. Wendy might finally get the chance to break free from that setup and move on.
Anybody ever explain to you why you're in a guardianship?
No, not exactly. But you know what? There are some things that I do know for myself. You know what I'm saying? And I understand because it's about my money. You know what I'm saying?
Can you talk to me about how Wendy ended up in a guardianship?
My understanding is somebody was in her bank account that Wells Fargo flagged, and there was large withdrawals being taken out.
My son, you know, he overstepped his boundaries in terms of me. You understand? He overstepped his boundaries, and he was inappropriately using my money without telling me crap about it. You know, like is he stealing from me? Look, all I know is that in terms of what I'm dealing with, and that this is still going on, because, you know, that's when my money got frozen at Wells Fargo. Thank God. No more money stealing from my son and the other people.
Wells Fargo, your bank, said you were the victim of undue influence and financial exploitation.
Even if she is not planning a big return to TV or jumping back into work anytime soon. When Wendy stepped away, it hit more people than expected. Friends, critics, and even those who acted like they did not care felt the impact. Kevin Hunter and Sharina were definitely part of that circle. The moment Wendy's show stopped, everything around her changed, and the steady money she once had slowed down quick. That shift forced Kevin, also known as Calvin, to face a reality he did not see coming. He never expected that their divorce agreement had a hidden detail sitting right there. It clearly stated that if Wendy's contract was paused or not renewed, she would not have to pay him any alimony at all. That one clause changed everything fast.
Death to all of them.
The last thing Wendy Williams remembers is being betrayed by her husband. A lot of people do not know how dirty this guy did her and how much she really loved this man. We first met Kevin Hunter at a skating rink in 1994, and she immediately knew that this man was the love of her life. She basically has said that she was immediately infatuated with him and wanted him to be in her life forever. Got married 3 years later and started to try for a baby, although Wendy went through several miscarriages and no doctors were really sure if she would ever be able to carry a baby to term. She was pregnant with her son Kevin Jr., and yes, she did love her husband so much that she named her one and only child after him. She spent much of that pregnancy bedbound, and of course this is when Kevin started cheating on her with other women. Even after all this, Wendy did decide to forgive Kevin for his cheating. He was even quoted, "You know what, like, I love this man so much, I just pushed it down and forgave him because I wanted to keep our marriage, which was so strong, together." Basically, Wendy wanted anything but divorce. Her life was extremely intertwined with Kevin. Not only did he help her father her only child, but Kevin also helped her launch the talk show, which made her famous.
Whoever slipped that line into the paperwork knew exactly how things could play out, because Kevin clearly thought he was set for life off Wendy's success. When the divorce was finalized, Kevin walked away with a major lump sum, and monthly alimony checks reported to be around $250,000 every single month. That kind of money changes how someone moves, and it looked like he got comfortable real quick. Most people will never touch that kind of money in a full year, but Kevin moved like it would never stop. He did not plan for anything switching up, and he definitely did not expect Wendy's situation to interrupt that steady flow. The moment those payments stopped, everything shifted fast. By 2022, he was right back in court, trying to force Wendy to start paying again so he could keep his lifestyle intact.
But what I needed at the time, because I was running 100 miles an hour, and I was so much of a strong support structure for her and all the dreams that she wanted to accomplish, I needed somebody for me. And my new offspring, my daughter, who is a beautiful, beautiful spirit, she was not an oops baby. She was not a mistake baby.
Kevin told the court he was struggling heavy without those checks coming in. He claimed he was buried in bills, falling behind, and dealing with pressure from where he lived, including strict homeowner fees that had to be paid on time. According to him, missing those payments put him at risk of losing the property, showing just how quickly things were breaking down. He even admitted he could not keep up with insurance payments on his luxury cars, the same ones he used to show off like status symbols. On top of that, he said he was behind on multiple credit card bills, which only added more pressure to his situation. By the time he filed that lawsuit, things must have been serious because he reportedly took out loans against 2 of his high-end vehicles through a company called Flex Wealth, and it did not stop there. He also had to put the home he shared with Sharina up for sale because without Wendy's money supporting everything, he could not afford to keep it going. It became obvious in real time that the lifestyle Kevin built using Wendy's success was falling apart, and that perfect image he once showed Sharina was losing its shine fast.
With Barbie, he was tricking up money. She's in the passenger seat of my Rolls Royce Ferrari, and real.
The idea that everything would be better on the other side did not hold up at all. Even after his first lawsuit got dismissed quickly, Kevin did not ease up or step back. By 2024, he returned with a completely different claim, saying Wendy had supposedly hidden more than $1. People had been talking quietly for months that Sharina Hudson was moving a little too bold, but nobody thought things would turn this serious. Out of nowhere, everything she had with Kevin Hunter started falling apart, and now people are saying she had no clue it was coming. The situation with Kevin Hunter was never clean to begin with, and now it is all catching up. A lot of people already believed Kevin and Sharina were planning to live easy off Wendy's money without stressing about it.
Kevin had gone to LA for business. And I hired a PI. Yes, I did. I hired a PI to follow my husband. And this guy is telling me that Kevin is in Miami with the girl. This is where you show the picture of them on the beach. You know the picture where she's going to the camera and he's laying there on the cell phone like they're chilling like a couple. You understand what I'm saying? The PI was taking pictures of them going to the gym, going to dinner, her with Gucci, Poochie, and...
But the second Wendy stepped away from her show and got placed under that strict guardianship, everything changed fast. Kevin's money situation got shaky, and he started filing lawsuit after lawsuit, hoping something would stick and force Wendy to keep supporting his lifestyle again. Then, when his latest case got shut down, things shifted quick. Word going around as Kevin walked away from Sharina just like he did Wendy. No warning, no hesitation, just gone. While Kevin was busy trying to pull Wendy back into court, Sharina went completely off the radar. She wiped her Instagram and stayed silent, like she was trying to avoid any attention or questions. Now, after being quiet for so long, bits of the truth she tried to hide are starting to come out. At the same time, Wendy has been dealing with non-stop pressure, fighting hard to get out of that guardianship she never agreed to. A new evaluation even confirmed she was never dealing with dementia, which had been used as the reason to control her life for more than 3 years. It is starting to look like too many people were moving in the same direction. The judge, her former manager, the doctor, the bank, and even the guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, all seemed connected in a way that kept Wendy cut off from her own money. That kind of situation raises serious questions, and now that new details are coming out, things are shifting fast. Wendy might finally get the chance to break free from that setup and move on, even if she is not planning a big return to TV or jumping back into work anytime soon. When Wendy stepped away, it hit more people than expected. Friends, critics, and even those who acted like they did not care felt the impact. Kevin Hunter and Sharina were definitely part of that circle. The moment Wendy's show stopped, everything around her changed, and the steady money she once had slowed down quick. That shift forced Kevin, also known as Calvin, to face a reality he did not see coming. He never expected that their divorce agreement had a hidden detail sitting right there. It clearly stated that if Wendy's contract was paused or not renewed, she would not have to pay him any alimony at all. That one clause changed everything fast. Whoever slipped that line into the paperwork knew exactly how things could play out, because Kevin clearly thought he was set for life off Wendy's success. When the divorce was finalized, Kevin walked away with a major lump sum and monthly alimony checks reported to be around $250,000 every single month. That kind of money changes how someone moves, and it looked like he got comfortable real quick. Most people will never touch that kind of money in a full year, but Kevin moved like it would never stop. He did not plan for anything switching up, and he definitely did not expect Wendy's situation to interrupt that steady flow. The moment those payments stopped, everything shifted fast. By 2022, he was right back in court, trying to force Wendy to start paying again so he could keep his lifestyle intact. Kevin told the court he was struggling heavy without those checks coming in. He claimed he was buried in bills, falling behind, and dealing with pressure from where he lived, including strict homeowner fees that had to be paid on time. According to him, missing those payments put him at risk of losing the property, showing just how quickly things were breaking down. He even admitted he could not keep up with insurance payments on his luxury cars, the same ones he used to show off like status symbols. On top of that, he said he was behind on multiple credit card bills, which only added more pressure to his situation. By the time he filed that lawsuit, things must have been serious because he reportedly took out loans against 2 of his high-end vehicles through a company called Flex Wealth, and it did not stop there. He also had to put the home he shared with Sharina up for sale because without Wendy's money supporting everything, he could not afford to keep it going. It became obvious in real time that the lifestyle Kevin built using Wendy's success was falling apart, and that perfect image he once showed Sharina was losing its shine fast. The idea that everything would be better on the other side did not hold up at all. Even after his first lawsuit got dismissed quickly, Kevin did not ease up or step back. By 2024, he returned with a completely different claim, saying Wendy had supposedly hidden more than $48 million during their divorce. He pushed to have the entire agreement thrown out, like it should all start over again, just to get another chance at that money. The court shut that down just as fast, and it raised a lot of eyebrows that he was willing to reopen such a complicated situation over finances again. Then earlier this year, he filed yet another lawsuit, this time asking for $250 million in damages from Wells Fargo, Wendy's guardian, and several others connected to her guardianship. Kevin tried to present it like he was standing up for Wendy, claiming her rights had been violated and saying he had been misled by the court-appointed guardian. So, in a short time, he went from taking legal action against Wendy to going after the people managing her situation. That kind of switch got people talking. Looking at the situation without picking sides, this case still ended up revealing how complex the guardianship setup was. It pointed to Wells Fargo, the court, the guardian, and others around Wendy, all playing roles in a system that kept tight control over her finances and access to what she built over the years. That part really caught people off guard because it helped explain a lot of the strange moves happening behind the scenes. Still, even with all that coming out, most people were not convinced by Kevin's claim that he was doing this to protect Wendy. After everything that has happened, that story just did not land with the public. He is no longer her husband, he does not have legal control over her decisions, and he cannot file anything on behalf of their son since he is an adult now. Those facts made it hard for people to take his actions at face value. So instead of looking like some kind of Zashiter move, it came across as a financial play, and a messy one at that. The timing, the claims, and the targets all pointed in the same direction. If anything, the situation highlighted how serious Kevin's financial pressure had become. It looked like he was searching for any angle he could use to bring money back in, even if that meant going after banks, court officials, and others connected to Wendy's situation. And according to reports, those money issues did not stay private. They started affecting his home life too, especially his relationship with Sharina. As expenses stacked up and their lifestyle shifted, tension reportedly started building between them over what to do next. Because at the end of the day, people were saying Sharina did not sign up for a difficult situation. The narrative going around was that she was used to comfort, stability, and a certain level of living, and once that started slipping, everything between them began to change fast. But once that steady money stopped coming in, the pressure showed up fast. Hudson had to switch gears and really start working to keep things afloat. She tried to keep her vegan food business going, but it was not bringing in the kind of money needed. So she stepped into something new and got her real estate license, jumping into the Florida housing market just to create some kind of income. That shift was major because it was not the kind of lifestyle she expected when she first got involved with Kevin. Everything changed, and it changed quick. There have also been claims that Kevin has not been keeping up with child support and does not plan to restart payments until his finances recover. That alone had people questioning his decisions and looking at him differently. Then things took another turn when Sharina suddenly made her Instagram private. Reports started circulating that she moved back in with her mother to stabilize her situation and get her finances in order. After some time offline, she returned and started pushing hard, promoting herself as a real estate agent while also marketing the gut health products she created. It was a full shift in how she presented herself. She went from showing a calm, luxury-focused lifestyle to posting about working, building, and selling her services with urgency. Now it looks like she is doing everything she can to stay steady and take care of her daughter during all this change, and people are saying she and Kevin may have quietly gone their separate ways.
Nothing has been confirmed publicly, but the sudden change in her page, her tone, and her moves has everyone talking. The shift is so noticeable that people are connecting dots on their own, and a lot of them are calling it karma catching up. Many are saying there is no way Sharina truly believed that lifestyle would last forever living off someone else's success. No one is openly wishing anything bad on her, but even Sharina seemed to hint that karma came back around, and it did not give any warning. Online reactions have been loud. People were posting things like, "I would never feel right living off another woman's money," and that sentiment spread fast. The overall vibe made it clear that many felt the situation was never built on something stable. One comment that got a lot of attention said, "That is exactly what happens when you rely on the wrong setup." Another person wrote, "He and his partner really thought they could depend on Wendy forever," and that kind of reaction shows just how intense the public opinion has become. The tone might be harsh, but it reflects how shocking the whole situation looks from the outside. What really caught people off guard was how quickly everything changed. Kevin once lived like nothing could touch him, spending freely and moving with confidence, and now that image is cracking fast. Watching Sharina go from luxury photos and calm, polished posts to pushing real estate listings and promoting her health products had people stunned because the switch happened almost overnight. With everything unraveling, a lot of people online are showing little sympathy for either of them. Comments are calling out the situation as selfish and short-sighted, questioning why anyone would expect to build a long-term life off money that was never theirs to begin with. Now the big question people keep asking is simple. Did anyone really expect Sharina and Kevin to split this quickly? What makes it even more intense is how fast details about their lifestyle started coming out once the money slowed down. People close to them have been sharing small insights that paint a very different picture from the polished image that used to be shown online. Turns out that picture-perfect luxury life was not as smooth as it looked. It depended heavily on Wendy's past income, and once that stopped, everything started falling apart fast. The shift was immediate, and the cracks became impossible to hide. Reports say Kevin grew frustrated when he realized he could not keep up the high-end lifestyle he had built around himself. He allegedly kept searching for quick ways to bring money in, but nothing seemed to land. That is when the tension between him and Sharina reportedly reached another level because she was not trying to step down from the lifestyle she had gotten used to. The pressure was real and it kept building. At the same time, more details started circulating about how Kevin handled money even before things started falling apart. There were claims that he spent heavily just to maintain a certain image, luxury rentals, designer outfits, expensive dinners, all to make everything look flawless on the outside. But behind closed doors, people say the bills were stacking up quickly and the reality did not match the image being presented. On Sharina's side, sources say the stress pushed her into survival mode. She reportedly began distancing herself from anything that tied her too closely to Kevin's situation. That included skipping certain events, cutting off shared connections, and even changing how she showed up online so people would not link her directly to the financial issues. That quiet shift did not go unnoticed. It made a lot of people believe the breakup rumors might actually be real. What surprised many even more was hearing that Sharina had been warned early on. According to reports, friends told her that Kevin's lifestyle was not built to last, and that depending on someone else's past success was risky. Still, she chose to trust what she saw at the time because everything looked secure on the surface. Now, as more behind-the-scenes details start coming out, people are really questioning how much Sharina actually knew about Kevin's financial situation from the beginning. Was she ignoring the warning signs, or was Kevin keeping things hidden until everything started collapsing? That question is getting louder, especially now that people are going back through the timeline and noticing the red flags were there the whole time. Kevin moved like someone who believed the money would never slow down, and now that everything has shifted, people are re-examining every move he made. What once looked like confidence is starting to feel more like pressure, like he was trying to hold together an image that was already slipping. The untouchable persona is fading, and the reality behind it is hitting hard. Then there is Sharina, whose shift has people talking non-stop. She went from polished photos and calm, luxury-focused posts to full grind mode almost overnight. Now she is posting, promoting, and pushing every opportunity she can find, but the sudden change has people looking closely. It highlights just how fast her situation turned and how quickly that lifestyle disappeared. Some insiders are even saying Sharina has been quietly cleaning up her online presence to distance herself from all the controversy tied to Kevin.
That alone has people wondering what kind of pressure she has been dealing with privately, because this was not a small adjustment. It was a complete reset, and the more she tries to rebuild, the more people question whether she regrets ever stepping into Kevin's world. At the same time, Kevin is still facing heavy criticism. A lot of people feel he had multiple chances to handle things differently, but instead kept chasing quick fixes through lawsuits and risky moves that did not pay off. Now that everything is unraveling, many believe he is finally dealing with the consequences of building a lifestyle that depended on someone else's success. This whole situation shows something clear. No matter how perfect things look on the surface, the truth eventually comes out, and this time it came out loud. If you want more updates and deep dives like this, make sure you like, share, and subscribe to stay locked in with Star Watch. And tap into the next video on your screen for even more celebrity drama and stories that everyone is talking about.
Cuteness of the family, and now you look at them demonic-like, and everybody's life seems to be falling apart. Let's go down the line.
Federal RICO though on KK and Chris. Ooh, the federal RICO I'm about to drop on Chris and Kim is about to be crazy.
Wendy Williams is back in the spotlight, and she's making serious claims about Kim Kardashian and the Kardashian brand. After years of controversy surrounding Wendy's conservatorship, she's now speaking out again, and this time she's pointing at something much bigger. Allegations that some Kardashian business ventures may have been used to hide where certain money was really coming from. According to Wendy's claims, the family's non-stop cycle of launching new brands and projects, only for some of them to fade out quickly, may not have been random at all. She suggests those businesses could have served as cover operations tied to suspicious money, with the family allegedly taking a cut along the way.
So Kim and Khloe was my sister's assistants. They stole $600,000 to $800,000 off my mom's credit card and Brandy's credit card.
To do what?
Kim was doing closets. They didn't have any money. All that's a lie. They worked for Brandy. Brandy said, go shopping for me.
It's a wild accusation, but it's one that's been floating around online for a while. What pushed the story into overdrive was a recent shipment controversy that got people talking again. Reports traced the situation back to September 2025, when a Polish truck driver, Jakub Jan Konkel, was transporting 28 pallets of Skims clothing from the Netherlands to England, and investigators allegedly discovered illegal substances hidden inside the shipment. When the truck reached the port of Harwich, UK Border Force officers reportedly discovered 90 concealed packages of cocaine hidden near the rear trailer doors.
So I went to a women's prison, CIW, and I sat in a room like this, and this one girl was like, my boyfriend had me go get drugs or pick something up at this apartment, and I didn't know that like some shit was gonna go down and someone died, and like these crazy stories. And I thought to myself, oh my God, one time my friend had me go pick up like ecstasy at this apartment, and like, what if something happened? And I was like, I literally thought that. And
so Elwood's right.
And no, I'm being serious though. Like I was like, what? I don't want to name names. I'm getting myself in trouble.
With an estimated street value of around £7.2 million, investigators also said the trailer appeared to have been specially modified to hide the drugs. On top of that, the driver, Jakub Jan Konkel, reportedly made an unexplained 6-minute stop before arriving at the port, and authorities believe that may have been the moment the shipment was loaded. At first, Jakub denied knowing anything about the drugs, but later he pleaded guilty and admitted he had agreed to transport the shipment in exchange for $5,200. That alone turned the case into a major headline. But online, people quickly started connecting it to older moments from Kim Kardashian's past, which only made the story blow up even more. One clip people brought back was from a 2018 episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, where Kim spoke openly about her past experiences with drugs and said she was using during a period of her life that included her marriage.
Got married on ecstasy. I had no idea. No, the first time. I did ecstasy once and I got married. I did it again. I made a sex tape, like everything bad would happen.
You were high on ecstasy when you had that sex tape?
Absolutely. Everyone knows it. Like my jaw was shaking.
Then there was the 2017 Snapchat controversy, when viewers spotted what looked like a white powdery substance in the background of one of her videos. Kim denied it at the time, but years later, people are still bringing that clip up whenever her name gets tied to another scandal. Because of all that, a lot of people online weren't exactly shocked to see Kim's name wrapped up in another messy and potentially illegal situation, even though the full truth behind these claims is still heavily disputed. Long before Kim Kardashian became the business powerhouse people know today, she was already tied to a major money controversy. Back when she worked as Brandy's personal stylist, Brandy's mother, Sonia Norwood, sued Kim over allegations that she used Sonia's credit cards without permission. According to the lawsuit, Kim had access to the cards while shopping for Brandy, but Sonia claimed those charges went far beyond anything she had approved. The lawsuit went even further, alleging that Kim shared the card information with her siblings Chloe, Courtney, and Robert Jr., who then used it for unauthorized purchases. Some of those charges were reportedly made at Dash and Smooch, stores connected to the Kardashian family, and the total allegedly reached more than $120,636. Sonia Norwood said, "After Ray J and Brandy urged me not to file criminal charges because of their prior friendship, I decided to allow the Kardashians to resolve this matter without a lawsuit."
My sister's assistants, they stole $600,000 to $800,000 off my mom's credit card and Brandy's credit card.
To do what?
Kim was doing closets. They didn't have any money. All that's a lie. They worked for Brandy. Brandy said, go shopping for me. They swiped the card and get Brandy 3 or 4 Jimmy Choo shoes or whatever, or clothes, whatever. And then they'll get themselves like 4 or 5 shoes too. Over and over for months and months and months until they ran up to like almost $1 million. Then my mom gave them the card. My mom don't spend money. My mom is very frugal. They spent like 100 bands on her card running it up. They thought my mom spent like Brandy spent. And stole all their money, bro.
When the fraudulent charges were brought to their attention, they apologized profusely and advised us through their attorneys that they would pay the debt in full. However, they have since reneged on that promise. That old case has now resurfaced as people look back at earlier accusations tied to Kim and her family. And with Ray J later making even more explosive claims, including talk of law enforcement allegedly building a RICO case, the story only gets more serious from here. At the time, Ray J was making those claims. A lot of people brushed him off and assumed he was speaking out of bitterness because of everything that happened between them after their infamous tape became public. But now, with Kim's name being dragged into fresh allegations involving cartel connections and suspicious business activity, some people are starting to look back at what he said in a very different way. According to the rumors making the rounds, federal investigators allegedly started looking into these operations years ago, and one of the biggest red flags was Kris Jenner's church. Critics online have claimed that the church may have been one of the earliest places where money was quietly being moved around before attention shifted to the family's bigger business ventures. As the story goes, once that operation became too risky, the focus allegedly moved into their commercial brands, with Skims now getting mentioned more than anything else. That's also why some people keep questioning Skims' massive valuation, which has been estimated at around $4 billion. On paper, that number reflects the success of a shapewear empire. But according to these theories, critics believe there could be much more behind it than product sales alone. And if you're wondering where the church controversy even started, it all traces back to 2008 when Kris Jenner launched California Community Church, a move that has sparked questions and side-eye for years. According to reports and long-running online rumors, the church was presented as a non-profit-style religious organization, but critics quickly raised eyebrows over the money involved. One of the biggest talking points was the claim that members were expected to pay around $1,000 a month to remain part of it. For a church that was supposed to be rooted in faith and community, that price tag immediately made people suspicious and led to questions about what kind of operation was really being run behind the scenes. And that monthly fee allegedly wasn't the only financial expectation. Reports also claim members were encouraged to give an additional 10% of their income as tithe. That's where the controversy really took off, because critics argued the setup could create a system where money stayed circulating within the same inner circle while still being treated like charitable giving on paper. Since Kris Jenner has been linked to the church's leadership, that only added more fuel to the accusations and made people question whether it was a genuine ministry or something far more strategic. The church's financial history also gave critics more to talk about. Back in 2012, the organization, then known as Life Change Community Church, was reportedly hit with a tax lien for $1,601 in unpaid taxes, covering the period from October 2010 to June 2011. Just days later, another lien reportedly followed for $2,293, including penalties and interest. On their own, those amounts may not sound massive, but to people already suspicious of the church's finances, they became another piece of a much bigger and messier puzzle. Another controversy that put Kim under heavy scrutiny came from the crypto world. In 2021, she was investigated over an Instagram post promoting Ethereum Max tokens. The post made it look like a casual recommendation tied to her friends, but the SEC later said it was actually a paid promotion and that Kim had failed to clearly disclose that she had been compensated for it. According to the SEC, she was paid $250,000 for the post while promoting the token to her massive audience. Kim eventually agreed to settle the matter by paying $1.26 million in penalties, disgorgement, and interest, and she also agreed not to promote crypto assets for 3 years. That case became one of the biggest celebrity crypto controversies at the time because it raised serious questions about influencer advertising, transparency, and the way major stars can sway millions of followers with a single post. Then there's another layer of controversy that keeps resurfacing online whenever Kim's name trends: references to the Epstein files. Kim has been named in online discussions about documents tied to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. But it's important to be careful here because appearing in documents or being mentioned in claims does not by itself prove wrongdoing. Still, those references have been enough to keep speculation alive and add yet another shadow over an already long list of public controversies surrounding her name. Some of the claims circulating in those filings and online discussions go even further, touching on deeply personal allegations involving fertility, surrogacy, identity misuse, family relationships, and financial dealings connected to the Kardashian brand. There have also been references to cosmetics business transactions, reported high-value deals, and accusations of broader financial misconduct. Khloe and Kendall's names have also been mentioned in some of these online narratives, which has only added more confusion and speculation to an already chaotic story. But it's important to draw a line between verified facts and unproven allegations. A lot of what has been repeated online comes from claims, rumors, or legal filings that do not automatically prove criminal conduct. Even so, that hasn't stopped people from revisiting old warnings and comments from Wendy Williams, especially now that the Kardashian family is once again being pulled into a storm of controversy. Wendy has long suggested that there was more going on behind the scenes with the Kardashians than the public was being shown, and now some people believe current allegations are making those old comments look more serious. According to the chatter surrounding her recent remarks, Wendy allegedly does not buy the image of Kim as someone whose wealth came only from business success and branding. Whether those suspicions lead anywhere real is another question entirely, but they've definitely added more heat to a story that is already packed with accusations, speculation, and public fallout. One person wrote, "Anyone who thinks that they are not involved needs to take a serious look at the Kardashians and their associates who they hang out with. Just because they pay people to take responsibility for their side businesses does not mean that they are not involved." Another person added, "He could have used any other truck." Why a truck carrying her Skims product? Comments like these have been all over social media, with people questioning whether this was all just a bizarre coincidence or something much deeper. At the center of it all is Wendy Williams, who is once again stirring up conversation by speaking on Kim Kardashian and the long list of allegations, rumors, and scandals attached to her name. Whether you believe Wendy is finally saying what others were too scared to say, or you think this is another case of the internet running wild with speculation, one thing is clear: people are paying attention, and they want answers. Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think Wendy Williams is exposing something real here, or do you think these accusations are being blown way out of proportion? And when it comes to Kim and the Kardashian empire, do you believe there's more happening behind the scenes than the public knows? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss the latest celebrity drama from Star Watch. And if you want even more wild Hollywood stories, click the next video on your screen right now because this rabbit hole goes even deeper.
Kevin's problem is that Kevin ended up getting with this girl. She made herself very available to him. She was very disrespectful to me. I'm a fair game player and a straight shooter too. She was one of these, less than smart women who moved to the big city with bright lights, and she wanted to be a model.
And, people fall in love and out of love every day, for whatever reason.
Wendy Williams has always been known as the Queen of Shade, and it looks like she hasn't lost that title. Word on the street is that when she heard about her ex-husband Kevin Hunter getting left by his longtime mistress Sharina Hudson, she didn't hold back her thoughts. People close to her say Wendy had a few sharp words to share, and let's just say her comment reminded everyone that her mouth can still slice through tension like a blade. It's that same raw honesty that made her famous in the first place, and even now, she knows exactly how to get people talking. Those around Wendy are saying this moment might be the spark that kicks off her long-awaited return to the public eye. After a rough few years filled with personal battles, Wendy's been slowly finding her footing again.
I didn't even go back and forth with, do we stay? Maybe there's a marriage counseling or something. No.
She's been spotted spending more time with her son, moving with a kind of calm confidence that fans haven't seen from her in a long while. Taking time to focus on herself, her health, and her family seems to have given her a whole new energy. Sources close to Wendy believe she's getting ready to step back into the spotlight on her own terms, more determined and composed than before. And if these recent whispers are any clue, she might start that comeback with a statement that sets the tone, a reminder to Kevin and Sharina that Wendy Williams still has her voice, her attitude, and her ability to command attention without even trying. Now that Kevin Hunter and Sharina Hudson have officially gone their separate ways, word is that Wendy Williams finally feels free to speak her mind.
I think I've talked about it all on TV and radio.
Yeah.
There is so much more to the story. I've created for myself.
Insiders close to her say she's known about their affair long before her marriage ended and had been quietly holding her cards, waiting for the right time to tell her side of the story. For years, she kept her cool in public, but those who know her best claim Wendy never forgot the betrayal or the way it unfolded. She was just waiting for the moment when the truth would sound louder than the drama that surrounded it. After the divorce, Wendy began to drop subtle hints during interviews, carefully framing her words while making it clear she had opinions about Kevin's choices. She hinted that Sharina wasn't drawn to Kevin out of love, but out of the comfort, money, and lifestyle that came with being by his side. According to Wendy's comments, Sharina always had her eye on a life filled with glamour, luxury, and attention, and Kevin became the easy ticket to get there. For a while, it looked like that plan worked perfectly. The moment Kevin's focus shifted to Sharina, she stepped into the spotlight, living the kind of life Wendy had helped him build. But the contrast between Kevin's life with Wendy and his life with Sharina couldn't have been sharper. With Wendy, things were steady, built on years of teamwork, shared goals, and a sense of loyalty that had once been real. The marriage eventually turned into a cycle of long workdays and emotional distance, but Wendy had always tried to hold things together. When she discovered that Kevin had gone as far as creating another family behind her back, she made the hardest decision of her life. Walking away ended years of pain and disappointment, marking the start of Wendy's journey back to self-respect, freedom, and quiet strength. After years of holding everything together, Wendy Williams eventually realized that the only way forward was to start putting herself first. She had spent so much time trying to protect her marriage and her image that she forgot what peace even felt like. When the truth about Kevin's double life came out, it hit her like a wave, forcing her to rebuild from the ground up. While Wendy was left to handle the public humiliation and heartbreak on her own, Kevin was busy diving headfirst into a flashy new chapter with Sharina Hudson as if nothing had happened. Yet even through the pain, Wendy stayed sharp and saw things for what they really were. People close to her say she never once believed that Sharina's loyalty came from love. To Wendy, it was all about luxury, not emotion. As she once put it, Sharina was someone who stayed because the money kept her comfortable. Kevin, on the other hand, seemed desperate to prove his worth after the split. Instead of reflecting on the damage he'd caused, he went all in on his new relationship, spending wildly to keep Sharina's attention. He showered her with high-end gifts, designer handbags, sparkling jewelry, private dinners in expensive restaurants, and cars that made heads turn. Kevin didn't even try to hide it. Those close to the situation said it was as if he needed the world to see that he was still capable of living large. One of the boldest displays came when Sharina was spotted cruising around in a gold Ferrari, a car that clearly didn't match her personal income or career status. For Kevin, the affair seemed to become more than just romance. It turned into an escape, a way to reinvent himself outside of Wendy's shadow. During their marriage, Wendy had been the center of attention, the one in front of the camera, commanding millions of viewers, while Kevin played the background role. With Sharina, he could finally step into the spotlight and pretend to be the one in control. The power, the attention, and the money gave him a sense of dominance he hadn't felt in years. But instead of building something real, he got lost in appearances. Obsessed with proving himself, Kevin poured money into Sharina's ambitions, funded her lifestyle, and spoiled her endlessly, even calling her his soulmate, as if to convince everyone, including himself, that it all meant something deeper than it really did.
Kevin Hunter's obsession with proving his manhood went far beyond expensive gifts or flashy displays of wealth. Those who knew him say he was fully convinced that Sharina Hudson was with him out of pure love, not for the comfort, attention, or luxury he provided. That belief became his blind spot. Wrapped up in his own fantasy, he convinced himself that walking away from 25 years of marriage was somehow worth it, tossing aside the woman who had been in his corner from the very beginning. Wendy Williams had been his partner through everything, the grind, the fame, the success, and she built much of what they had together. Yet when Kevin chose to chase something new, Wendy didn't lose her composure. She stayed calm, even in the storm, refusing to turn her heartbreak into a public meltdown. She let him have the life he'd chosen, quietly certain that what looked like passion would eventually wear off when real life took over. Everything changed in 2019 when Wendy discovered that Sharina was pregnant with Kevin's child. That revelation was the breaking point, the moment that shattered every last piece of trust she still had left. The betrayal was brutal, but Wendy didn't let it destroy her. Instead, she made a decision that stunned everyone watching. She filed for divorce and walked away for good. She chose dignity over drama and made it clear that she valued herself more than the chaos he had created. People close to Wendy say she understood something Kevin never did. Without her drive, vision, and influence, his so-called perfect life would never hold up. While he was chasing an illusion, she was reclaiming her identity. As Wendy later explained, she stood tall on her own, thriving at the peak of her career, while Kevin tried to build a new empire on a shaky foundation that didn't belong to him. In the end, it became clear that Wendy was the real powerhouse, and Kevin's dream life was just another fantasy waiting to fall apart. By the time Kevin Hunter's secret double life finally collapsed, Wendy Williams had already evolved past him in every way. Learning there was a child involved only made her see how far she'd come and how much she'd outgrown the man she once loved. Wendy had built her entire career from nothing, turning her voice, charisma, and drive into an empire. She no longer needed validation, and she certainly didn't need anyone telling her what her worth was. Emotionally, she was stronger than ever, and financially, she stood on solid ground. But deep down, there was a quiet part of her that wanted Sharina Hudson to see the truth, to finally understand who Kevin really was when the fame and money weren't propping him up. That's why Wendy agreed to pay Kevin alimony after the divorce. To the outside world, it looked like an act of maturity, even kindness, a way to keep things civil. But to those who knew her well, it was a strategic move that spoke volumes. By continuing to support him financially, she let the world see just how dependent Kevin had always been on her success. Every check she wrote only highlighted the imbalance between them, showing the same man who had tried to control her once couldn't stand on his own. Over time, that truth became impossible to ignore. When the payments finally stopped, everything Kevin had been pretending to be began to crumble. The confident image, the smooth talk, the flashy lifestyle, all of it started to fade. What took its place was frustration and resentment as the reality of his situation set in. According to people close to him, even Sharina began to notice the shift. The charm that once drew her in was gone, replaced by the weight of unpaid bills and broken promises. The image of a powerful producer couldn't hide the fact that Kevin's success had always been tied to Wendy's name. The situation hit rock bottom when court documents revealed just how desperate things had become. In his own filing, Kevin admitted, "The fact that I'm unable to sustain my life and pay my bills in order is extremely emergent to me." His words painted a clear picture. Without Wendy's financial help, his world couldn't function. For Sharina, that was the moment everything clicked. The fairy tale she thought she was living turned into a harsh reality. Realizing there was nothing left to hold on to, she quietly stepped away, leaving behind the man who had once promised her the world but couldn't even keep his own together. When the dust finally settled, Kevin Hunter was left surrounded by debt, regret, and the heavy silence that comes when the truth can no longer be avoided. Wendy Williams, however, has seen this moment coming long before anyone else did. She always believed that Sharina Hudson's loyalty was tied to the lifestyle Kevin provided, not to genuine love. To Wendy, it was never about romance. It was about the comfort that came with fancy dinners, designer gifts, and financial security. Once those luxuries disappeared, the reality became impossible to ignore. The loyalty that once seemed solid vanished overnight. Sharina hadn't been chasing commitment, she had been chasing comfort. The moment real-life struggles like bills and responsibility entered the picture, her devotion began to fade, leaving Kevin alone to face the mess he had created. Now, as Kevin's finances crumble and his once polished image unravels, Wendy seems to be reclaiming her strength with quiet confidence. There's something poetic about the way everything has come full circle. She's rebuilding herself piece by piece, not with bitterness, but with wisdom. Those close to her say Wendy finds a quiet satisfaction in watching life balance itself out. The same people who once tried to humiliate her now facing their own consequences. Her calm demeanor isn't about revenge, it's about peace, knowing she survived what was meant to break her and came out on top. Fans who have followed Wendy's journey weren't surprised by how it all turned out. Social media was filled with comments from people who saw the downfall coming long before it happened. One user wrote, "He bought that woman a home while still married to Wendy, so that was basically one of Wendy's houses." Another added, "Of course they were going to go broke. They've got no jobs and no income. I'd be laughing all the way to the bank." These comments reflected what many already believed, that karma had a way of catching up, and this time it hit exactly where it needed to. For Wendy, signing those divorce papers wasn't just an ending, it was the moment she truly began again. It marked the start of a new chapter built on independence, clarity, and self-respect. After years of carrying a marriage that had already fallen apart, she finally let go of the weight that had been holding her back. Today, Wendy stands in her own light, confident, self-assured, and wiser than ever. While the chaos around her fades, she remains steady, watching the story unfold just as she always knew it would, with the quiet satisfaction of someone who came out stronger, freer, and completely unshaken. Everything eventually came full circle the day Sharina Hudson finally walked on Kevin Hunter. For years, Kevin had been lost in a fantasy, convinced that what he felt for Sharina was real love. He ignored every warning, brushed off every sign, and refused to see what everyone else already understood, that her loyalty was tied to his wallet, not his heart. When the perfect image he had built began to fall apart, Sharina's frustration started to surface. She began lashing out, trying to shift the blame away from herself. In her eyes, Wendy Williams had turned their private drama into a public circus. Sharina accused Wendy of profiting off their pain, even claiming that the talk show queen had dragged her honest name through the mud. But the reality was very different. Wendy didn't have to create the scandal. The scandal was already alive, fed by the choices Kevin and Sharina had made themselves. Their story had grown so big that it took on a life of its own, spreading across headlines, talk shows, and gossip blogs. It became one of the most talked about celebrity dramas of its time, messy enough to be inspired a documentary titled What a Mess. The name couldn't have been more accurate. It perfectly captured the heartbreak, betrayal, and wild chaos that surrounded Wendy as her personal and professional life collided in front of millions of viewers.
Sharina's defensive attitude wasn't surprising to those who had watched everything unfold. She had been under intense scrutiny ever since Wendy called her out live on television, a moment that instantly made her one of the most talked about figures in pop culture. From that day forward, she became a symbol of scandal, her name attached to controversy she could never quite escape. Every move she made was analyzed, every rumor magnified, as people waited for the inevitable, the day she would finally walk away from Kevin. And when she did, it only confirmed what most had believed all along, that her loyalty had never been about love, but about lifestyle. In the end, the story that began as a secret affair turned into a public lesson on truth, timing, and karma, with Wendy standing tall while the rest unraveled exactly as she once predicted. When the chaos finally died down, Wendy Williams began to shift her focus toward rebuilding her empire, this time with a sharper, more fearless vision. Her comeback wasn't about chasing fame or returning to television just for the spotlight. It was about taking control of her story and reshaping how the world saw her. For years, she had been the center of endless gossip, her name tied to rumors and headlines she didn't write. Now she was ready to flip the narrative and remind everyone why she once dominated daytime television with confidence no one could imitate. This new chapter wasn't about survival, it was about power, purpose, and redemption. Behind the scenes, insiders say Wendy has been quietly working with a tight, trusted team on fresh projects designed to reflect her truth, not the tabloid's version of it. She's reportedly exploring a more intimate format, one that strips away the glitz and focuses on authenticity. The goal, according to those close to her, is to create something raw, honest, and completely unfiltered, where Wendy can connect with her audience directly. No scripts, no producers controlling the message, just her, speaking from experience with the same boldness that made her a legend in the first place. Those who have seen her recently say she's glowing again, walking with that same confidence and spark that once made her the most unforgettable voice in daytime entertainment. Meanwhile, Kevin Hunter's name keeps resurfacing, though not in ways he'd want. Industry insiders reveal that he's been struggling to regain footing since losing both his marriage and the financial support that came with it. The career opportunities that once came easily are reportedly drying up, and his reputation in the business world has taken a serious hit. Even Sharina Hudson, once the center of his world, seems to have moved on, staying out of the spotlight and keeping her distance from the controversy that once followed them everywhere. While Kevin's world grows quieter, Wendy's is beginning to roar again, not with drama this time, but with determination and a clear sense of who she truly is.
For Wendy Williams, this chapter feels like the sweet calm after the storm, the moment when everything finally settles and she can breathe again. She's standing tall, free from betrayal and pain, completely in control of a story for the first time in years. The woman who once watched her world fall apart is now rebuilding it piece by piece, stronger, wiser, and far more intentional than before. What makes it even more powerful is that she's doing it entirely on her own terms. This time, there are no outsiders shaping her image or writing her ending. Wendy is the one holding the pen, and she's rewriting her legacy with clarity and purpose. Wendy has never been one to hide how she feels, especially when it comes to those who crossed her. She made it no secret that she believed Sharina Hudson deserved the public criticism that came her way. But while the world was busy following the scandal, Wendy was fighting a much quieter, deeper battle behind the scenes. The emotional wreckage from the divorce cut deep, leaving marks that didn't fade overnight. Insiders say the toll it took on her mental and physical health was immense. Reports began to surface about her exhaustion and ongoing struggles with alcohol, fueling concern that one of television's most outspoken voices might never return to her old self. For a while, it seemed like Wendy's light was dimming, her spark fading under the weight of heartbreak and exhaustion. But true to form, Wendy found her way back, slowly, steadily, and in her own way. Defying every expectation, she started making public appearances again, looking healthier, clearer, and more vibrant than she had in years. Each sighting reminded fans of the strength they had always admired in her. Recently, she's been seen spending time with her son, walking with a sense of peace and warmth that had been missing for too long. Those close to her say she's been focused on healing, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, while staying grounded in gratitude.
And as she moves forward, she's doing so with quiet confidence, watching from a distance as the people who once hurt her now face their own consequences. For Wendy, that's not revenge, it's closure and the beginning of the life she was always meant to live. After the release of Wendy Williams' explosive documentary, the entire narrative shifted. The spotlight that once painted her as the subject of gossip turned directly toward Kevin Hunter and Sharina Hudson, and this time the public wasn't holding back. The backlash was relentless. People who had once watched their story unfold with curiosity were now openly calling them out. Kevin and Sharina's once glamorous image, built on flashy displays of wealth and confidence, started to crumble fast under the weight of criticism. Behind closed doors, things weren't much better. Sources close to them revealed that financial troubles were piling up, forcing Kevin to make desperate moves just to survive. Reports even surfaced that he sold off his last property, a quiet sign that his empire had officially collapsed. Wendy, true to her unfiltered nature, didn't stay silent about any of it. When asked about the situation, she spoke her mind without hesitation, pointing out the truth that had been clear to her from the start. Sharina disappeared the moment the money stopped flowing. To Wendy, that was the ultimate confirmation that the relationship was never about love. It was about lifestyle, status, and luxury. She had said it before, and now the reality spoke louder than words. In her eyes, Sharina's sudden exit wasn't heartbreak. It was proof that the affection she'd claimed to have for Kevin had always been tied to his bank account. From Wendy's perspective, the entire situation feels like poetic justice. The same relationship that once tore her marriage apart has now fallen apart in front of the world. Insiders close to Wendy say she isn't gloating. She's simply at peace, quietly observing how time has a way of setting everything right. These days, she's focused on herself, surrounded by genuine love and family support. She's reportedly settled in Florida to stay close to her son, choosing calm and healing over chaos. The divorce that once drained her emotionally and forced her to step away from TV ended up becoming the reset she needed. Slowly but surely, she's finding a balance again, rebuilding her strength and preparing for whatever comes next, this time with control, confidence, and a sense of inner peace she hadn't felt in years. More than anything, Wendy Williams wants her journey to stand as a powerful reminder of how pride, greed, and betrayal can completely destroy everything you've built. She's not just telling a story for sympathy, she's sharing it so people can understand what happens when you let ego and temptation take the lead. And when it comes to Kevin Hunter, Wendy wants him to finally face the truth about what he lost. He gambled away decades of loyalty and stability for something that never held real weight. Fans who've watched her transformation seem to agree. One viewer commented, "After watching her docuseries, you can tell she's moving smart. She's showing Kevin and his mistress exactly what they threw away." That sentiment has been echoed across social media, where supporters are praising her for standing tall and owning every part of her truth. Of course, not everyone sees Wendy's comeback through the same lens. Some critics still question her decision to revisit the past so publicly. One user wrote, "The past should stay in the past. Wendy, will you ever learn? Leave that man alone. You gave him the green light for that affair, and he took it. Let it go." But letting go has never been Wendy's way, especially when it comes to reclaiming her voice and setting the record straight. For her, this isn't about revenge or dwelling on old wounds. It's about empowerment. It's about proving that no matter how many times life knocks her down, she'll always rise again, stronger, wiser, and unapologetically herself. Now, the big question is, what comes next? Will Wendy finally get the upper hand over her ex and his former flame? Could she take full control of the narrative, showing the world that karma doesn't miss a beat? Whatever happens, one thing's for sure, Wendy's story is far from over. Her comeback is just getting started, and the world is watching closely. Drop your thoughts in the comments below and make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch so you never miss an update on Wendy's next big move, her ongoing journey, and all the latest twists in this unforgettable story.
He was with me, begging forgiveness, telling me to take a moment, and he would see it, and we were meant to be together.
Wendy Williams just dropped a legal bomb. She's coming after her ex's mistress, Sharina Hudson, demanding every dime of those alimony millions back. And the judge is on her side. Now Sharina's broke, panicking, and watching her luxury life crash down fast. Here's the wild backstory. After Wendy's explosive 2019 divorce from Kevin Hunter, she was forced to pay him a jaw-dropping $250,000 a month in alimony. But Kevin's affair with Sharina, his longtime secret partner of nearly 15 years, was the real scandal behind it all. Now, Wendy's lawyers say that money wasn't just for Kevin. It was secretly funding Shayna's lavish lifestyle. The court just ruled the deal flawed, and Wendy wants every cent returned. Shayna, once living large off Wendy's success, is reportedly broke with no way out. Sources say the designer clothes, luxury homes, and fancy cars are all gone. Court docs show her accounts drained, her assets sold off, and her future in shambles. And Kevin, insiders whisper he's vanished, leaving Shayna to face the storm alone. Kevin Hunter is scrambling to fix things with Wendy Williams, trying to save himself from total financial disaster.
And I sacrificed a lot of myself to come out successful on the other side.
But why now? What secret is he hiding that's got him running scared? This courtroom chaos didn't come out of thin air. Wendy's been battling for years, not just against Kevin, but against a system she says tried to silence and control her. Remember, this is the same Wendy who was labeled cognitively impaired last year and forced into a guardianship she swore she didn't need. She called it a luxury prison, claiming it was all a setup to trap her and control her cash, even accusing her own family of playing along. Now, with her mental state back under review and a judge finally taking her side, Wendy's done playing nice. This isn't just about the money anymore, it's about power. She was paying Kevin a shocking $250,000 a month, $3 million a year, while Shayna reportedly lived off that money in pure comfort. But when Wendy's health and legal issues hit hard, those payments stopped fast.
It happened, the banks froze everything up. Yeah. He was not in a position to pay $10,000 a month on a apartment.
In early 2022, Kevin, broke and desperate, sued to restart them, claiming he couldn't even pay his bills. The court didn't buy it. Records show he was deep in debt, behind on his mortgage, car, and credit cards. Even UBS Bank came after him for over $20,000 in unpaid charges. Now his Florida home, once shared with Shayna, is listed for $1.2 million, a last-ditch fire sale to cover his legal mess. But here's the bombshell. While Kevin was crying broke, Wendy's team dug deep and found out he allegedly used her money to live a double life.
I want to let people know that we still only human.
Fancy cars, luxury homes, and business deals all on her dime. One rare 2005 Ford GT worth $140,000 was reportedly sold off for quick cash, and court docs say he even owed thousands in HOA fees. The trail's messy, the lies are stacking up, and the truth is about to explode. The moment Wendy's payments stopped, Kevin's whole empire started crashing down. Now, with Wendy's lawsuit heating up, he's suddenly switching sides and begging for mercy. Insiders say Kevin's been reaching out non-stop, apologizing to Wendy, asking for forgiveness, even offering to testify against Shayna just to get back in her good graces. But Wendy's not here for forgiveness. She wants justice. She's coming for every penny that was funneled away. Legal experts say if her team proves Kevin and Shayna worked together to divert her money, Shayna could owe millions she doesn't even have. And Kevin's sudden change of heart? It's raising serious questions. Is he actually sorry? Or just scrambling for a deal before Wendy's lawyers drop the real bombshells? The timing is wild too. Just last month, Wendy made a glamorous comeback at New York Fashion Week. Front row at Laquan Smith's show, shining in designer looks and pure confidence. A total glow-up from the dark days when she was hospitalized and her career looked over. Now she's back on top and fighting harder than ever. This isn't just about money, it's about taking back control. The same system that once called her unfit to handle her own life is now proving her right. The judge's new ruling isn't just a legal win, it's sweet vindication. But this story runs deeper than court documents. Wendy's guardianship battle has been pure chaos. Rumors of exploitation, family betrayal, and a system that almost broke her. Her niece, Alex Finney, has been vocal about the injustice, while Wendy herself has called her old facility a dump, surrounded by people she didn't belong with. Yet through every setback, Wendy stayed sharp and strategic. Now she's turning the tables in a way only she can. If she proves Kevin and Shayna drained her fortune together, it'll be more than victory. It'll be revenge served stylishly cold. Meanwhile, sources say Cena's cracking under pressure, reaching out to old friends, even hinting at a tell-all to save herself.
You know, in a court proceeding that has nothing to do with Wendy's career. Moreover, that were made in front of Wendy Williams. If true, that is outrageous because this judge, one, she's not in the entertainment industry, so I don't know where she would get off opining about that and why that's even relevant to her role as a judge, who's basically the judge of the law.
But here's the trap. If she talks, she drags Kevin down with her. If she stays quiet, she's broke for good. Either way, Wendy wins. And if history tells us anything, when Wendy wins, she really wins. And when Wendy wins, she makes sure the whole world's watching. So where does that leave Kevin now? The man who once pulled all the strings, controlling Wendy's career, money, and even her personal life, is suddenly the one spiraling. His debts are stacking up, his assets are vanishing, and insiders say his ex-mistress is furious he's left her to take the fall alone. Sources claim Kevin's been spotted sneaking into quiet meetings with lawyers, trying to figure out his next move. Will he throw Cena under the bus to save himself? Or will he crawl back to Wendy, offering secrets in exchange for survival? Either way, one thing's clear. Kevin Hunter's flashy playboy lifestyle is done. The real question now is, will he sink solo or drag Cena down too? But here's the shocking twist. While Wendy's team is focused on getting her money back, the deeper story might expose Kevin's real role in her downfall. This was the man who stood beside her for years, allegedly running her finances, her show, and even shaping her image behind the scenes. Now, with Wendy's guardianship under renewed scrutiny, whispers are flying that Kevin's control may have gone way deeper than anyone knew.
An inordinate amount of people that took advantage of my absence, you know, and her vulnerability at the time.
Was he just an unfaithful husband, or part of a bigger setup to control her entire empire? And with him suddenly begging forgiveness, everyone's wondering, what truth is he so scared she'll expose next? Wendy's legal team says the receipts are coming and the drama's just getting started. We're talking about a woman who built her empire by exposing the biggest names in hip-hop, a legend who made truth her brand. If Wendy's got receipts on Kevin and Cena, she's not keeping them quiet. She'll drop those receipts for the whole world to see. And when she does, it's going to hit hard. This isn't just a court battle. It's personal. The money, the betrayal, the pride, it's all on the line. But one question keeps echoing. Why now, after everything she's been through? Health scares, career meltdowns, and a guardianship that almost wiped her off the map, why strike at this exact moment? Maybe it's not just about the cash. Maybe it's about payback. The final reckoning with the man who broke her heart, the system that tried to silence her, and the mistress who thought she'd won. Whatever her reason, one thing's for sure. Wendy Williams is back. And when she fights, she doesn't play nice. She destroys. The only mystery left is who's going down with her. Now that the judge has flipped the script, the motives are getting messier. Insiders say Kevin's cold abandonment of Cena isn't just heartless, it's calculated. He's trying to save himself while Wendy's lawsuit threatens to expose years of financial tricks. This is the same man who once played the loyal husband, the manager, the rock by her side, until he wasn't. Now, with the legal tide turning fast, Kevin's sudden shift toward Wendy looks less like guilt and more like survival. Sources say his apologies aren't sincere, they're desperate. The man who allegedly ran her career in cash is now the one scrambling for a lifeline. And poor Cena, she's been iced out. No calls, no support, no loyalty left. Insiders claim Kevin's already whispering promises to Wendy behind closed doors, trying to cut his own deal. The irony is wild. He built a secret life with Cena using Wendy's money, and now he's tossing her aside to protect himself. But here's the real twist. Wendy's not famous for forgiveness. Wendy's not known for forgiveness. She's known for revenge. And if Kevin thinks a few weak apologies can erase years of betrayal, he's about to find out just how wrong he is. Let's get into the money, because that's where things get dirty. Cena Hudson didn't just enjoy Kevin's alimony, she lived like royalty on it. Lavish homes, luxury cars, designer everything. She was living the dream on money that never truly belonged to her. But now, the court says those payments were never valid, and she's facing a financial nightmare like no other. Legal experts say Wendy's team is coming hard, demanding every penny back. Cena's bankruptcy filing won't protect her either. The court doesn't care that she already spent the money. It only cares that it wasn't hers to spend. If Wendy's lawyers win, Cena might have to sell off everything just to settle her debts, leaving her with nothing but bills and a bruised reputation. But here's where it gets juicier. Cena's not going down quietly. Sources say she's calling up old friends and insiders, even teasing the idea of a tell-all that could blow this case wide open. The danger? If she talks, she exposes herself. If she stays silent, she's broke for good. It's a trap with no way out, and Kevin knows it. Insiders claim that's exactly why he's cutting her off now, hoping to escape before she drags him under too. But Wendy's legal team is watching every move. They know Cena's desperation might be their secret weapon. One wrong word, one shocking interview, and the whole scheme could collapse overnight. And beyond the money and lawsuits, this fight runs deep. It's personal. Wendy Williams built her empire by exposing cheaters and liars, and now she's facing them head-on in her own story. This isn't just revenge, it's her legacy on the line. The man who betrayed Wendy is now begging for mercy, while the woman who profited from that betrayal is left holding the bag. But inside Wendy's camp, opinions are split. Some think Kevin's apologies might actually be sincere, that maybe he's finally owning up to his mistakes. Others, they're calling it what it is, just another slick move to regain control. And honestly, who can blame them? Kevin's history is messy. He's been accused of manipulating Wendy's money, isolating her from her circle, and even exploiting her health battles for his own gain. So why should anyone trust his sudden change of heart? Insiders say the real answer is simple. He's terrified of what Wendy might expose next. This lawsuit isn't just about getting her money back, it's about revealing the truth. And if Wendy's team brings the receipts, that truth could completely destroy Kevin's reputation. Remember, this is the same man who allegedly lived a double life, using Wendy's hard-earned money to fund his affairs and even trying to take over her accounts when she was at her weakest. If her lawyers prove Kevin and Cena worked together to funnel those funds, it won't just be a financial win. It'll be a total takedown. In Hollywood, reputation is currency, and Kevin's could be gone overnight. But there's a bigger story playing out here too. Wendy's long guardianship fight has been one of the most talked about scandals. Claims of exploitation, family betrayal, and a court system that many say trapped her in silence. She's described her living conditions as a luxury prison, surrounded by strangers, stripped of freedom and power. Yet despite it all, Wendy stayed sharp, strategic, and unshaken. And now she's flipping the script. If she proves Kevin and Cena drained her fortune, this won't just be justice, it'll be her full circle moment. And through it all, her family's been speaking out. Her sister, Wanda Finney, has called out the broken system holding Wendy back, while her niece, Alex, has stayed fiercely by her side, reminding everyone that Wendy might have been silenced, but never defeated. But where were they when Kevin was allegedly draining Wendy's money? Where were they when Cena was living large off Wendy's grind? That silence says everything. And now, as Wendy's legal war hits its peak, her family ties are getting tangled fast. Some think she should forgive Kevin for the sake of peace, but others, they're ready to watch it all burn down. So the question is, whose side will Wendy really take? As the courtroom tension explodes, one thing's crystal clear. This fight isn't just about cash. It's about control, power, and one woman's mission to reclaim her life after years of being silenced. Wendy Williams has always been a fighter, and this time she's fighting for everything: her money, her freedom, and her legacy. And if Kevin and Cena ever thought they could play her, they're about to get a reality check they'll never forget. But here's the kicker. This story's nowhere near over. With Cena drowning in bankruptcy and Kevin mumbling apologies behind closed doors, the real question is Wendy's win truly the end, or just the beginning of something even wilder? Because in the world of fame, money, and revenge, the truth never stays buried for long. It just gets louder and messier. So what do you think? Are Kevin's apologies real, or just another one of his smooth plays to save himself? And what's Cena's next desperate move gonna be? Drop your thoughts below because this scandal is still heating up and the next twist could drop any minute. Like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more breaking updates, wild receipts, and all the drama that Hollywood doesn't want you to see.
They're adopting, but they're gonna play it off like it's allegedly, you know, like they gave birth. I don't know, but I can. Okay, you remember I was the first one to say this. And you remember, because wait, I haven't said it yet. Watch. It's gonna be an at-home water birth in the master bathroom. There are gonna be 3 people there. Beyonce, Jay-Z, and her mother. You would know, I've never partied with them. I've never been to their house. I don't swim in their pool. Like, we're not friends. I'm a pop culture pundit and commentator, right? That's what you call it. Pop culture woman. And I talk about
Kevin Hunter stirred up new drama by claiming that Beyonce and Jay-Z secretly played a role in silencing Wendy Williams. According to him, the power couple allegedly used their influence in the entertainment industry to make sure Wendy's voice disappeared from the spotlight once and for all.
she's a real looker and she's a great singer, but she speaks the Ebonics, and that might not be good for.
He insists that there were powerful moves made behind closed doors, all to keep her quiet after years of bad blood. Things between Wendy and the Carters had been tense for a long time, especially after that infamous fake baby bump story, which Wendy discussed endlessly on her show, refusing to back down no matter how much criticism came her way. Wendy was never shy about her opinions on Beyonce or Jay-Z. She made it known every time she talked about them, often in ways that kept her audience watching and the internet buzzing. Now, Kevin Hunter, who has already been tied to that massive $250 million lawsuit over Wendy's estate and the guardianship drama, is adding another layer to the controversy. He's suggesting that the Carters' supposed interference wasn't just about silencing Wendy, it also left him financially stranded once her talk show was taken off the air and the alimony payments stopped coming his way.
That people play around with pregnancy. I've had so many miscarriages and I beg God so much for my own. So I just don't like to. And all right, here's some alleged conspiracy theories. Number 1, the baby is helping Beyonce's sagging.
The real question now is what Kevin Hunter is actually after. Is he pulling back the curtain on how deep the entertainment industry's power moves go against Wendy Williams? Or is he simply trying to make himself relevant again while bringing in some extra money? The timing of his accusations raise eyebrows. He's speaking out right when Wendy is still mourning her father's passing and struggling with major health issues, along with her ongoing guardianship situation. It's hard not to wonder if he's taking advantage of her silence to reshape the narrative and make himself look like the one with all the answers. These new claims suggest that Mike might be trying to rewrite his part in Wendy's downfall, especially now that her story continues to attract public attention. The whole situation feels calculated.
Beyonce stole her steez.
Oh, you think so?
Look at Crazy in Love video and look at A. Marie, Why We Fall in Love.
As though he's trying to shift sympathy his way by turning the spotlight back on himself. For years, Beyonce was one of Wendy Williams' go-to subjects on her talk show, and not in a flattering way. Wendy mentioned her often, rarely holding back when it came to criticism. At one point, she mocked Beyonce's speaking voice, claiming Beyonce sounds like she has a 5th grade education and needs closed captioning. She even joked that Beyonce should have starred in The Princess and the Frog instead of Alicia Keys, but only if she took lessons to refine her Ebonic speaking style, which Wendy said wasn't polished enough for a Disney princess role. The tension between Wendy Williams and the Carters didn't fade, it only got stronger with time. Wendy didn't just throw shade at Beyonce's attitude or public image, she went deeper, questioning the originality behind Beyonce's success. On her show, Wendy often brought up moments when Beyonce was accused of borrowing creative ideas from others. One memorable episode focused on a filmmaker who claimed that Beyonce's Lemonade trailer copied his short film. Wendy didn't just talk about it, she came with what she called receipts, showing side-by-side clips that looked strangely similar. She pointed out scenes with graffiti-covered walls, old garages, and wide grassy fields that lined up almost perfectly with Beyonce's visuals. Wendy used those comparisons to suggest that this wasn't an isolated issue, it was part of a larger pattern that had followed Beyonce for years. And to be fair, Wendy wasn't completely exaggerating. Beyoncé has faced several copyright controversies throughout her career. One major case involved her cover of Desiree's song Kissin' You for the B-Day album, which she retitled Still in Love Kissin' You, while allegedly giving herself songwriting credit. The problem was that the proper licensing for the track hadn't been approved. Despite that, the song and movie video were released anyway, reportedly without Desiree's team signing off. When they found out, they filed a lawsuit seeking $150,000 in damages and demanded that Beyoncé remove the track and video from all releases, arguing that the song had been used without authorization. For years, quiet rumors have followed Beyoncé's career, with people suggesting that her success might have come with more inspiration from others than she ever admitted. Some insiders even claimed that after her record label's first vision for her solo music didn't quite land, Beyoncé began drawing influence from the rising sound of artist Anne Marie to reshape her image and musical direction. These claims were never proven, but they added to the ongoing chatter about how carefully her team built her brand.
Then came the 2003 controversy involving singer Jennifer Armour, which only fueled the gossip further. According to reports, Jennifer sent a demo of her track Got a Little Bit of Love for You to Columbia Records, the same label that represented Beyoncé. Just a few months later, Baby Boy dropped and immediately climbed the charts. But when Jennifer heard it, she couldn't shake the feeling that it sounded strikingly similar to her own song. Believing that her ideas had been lifted, she filed a lawsuit, insisting that Beyoncé's camp must have used her demo as inspiration. The case eventually fell apart, though, because Jennifer couldn't prove that Beyoncé or anyone on her team had ever actually listened to her version before creating Baby Boy. So when Wendy Williams brought up the possibility that Beyoncé had borrowed ideas or sounds from other artists, she wasn't just stirring up drama for ratings. She was pointing out topics that were already circulating within the music industry. But the real explosion came later, when Wendy dove headfirst into the infamous fake baby bump rumors, analyzing every whisper about Beyoncé's pregnancy, from talk of a possible surrogate to speculation about adoption, turning gossip into national conversation. Even before Beyoncé officially announced her pregnancy, Wendy Williams was already telling her audience that she thought something about it didn't add up. She hinted that the entire thing might have been part of a calculated media plan, an elaborate setup to build anticipation for the on-the-run HBO special with Jay-Z. To test her theory, Wendy took things to another level by having her production crew stage a pregnancy experiment live on her show. They tried to see if a baby bump could actually fold or collapse the way Beyoncé's appeared to during that infamous interview clip. Wendy said she wanted to believe Beyoncé's pregnancy was genuine, but her tone made it clear she had doubts. The clip went viral within hours, setting social media on fire. Later, Wendy reminded viewers that plenty of insiders had whispered about the same thing behind closed doors, but she was the only one who had the nerve to say it on national TV, and the only one who took the heat for doing it. Looking back at Wendy's archives, it's clear she covered every major controversy linked to Beyoncé and Jay-Z. She broke down everything, from the Lemonade era's emotional storytelling and Jay-Z's alleged infidelity, to the mystery behind Becky with the good hair, which she openly connected to designer Rachel Roy. Wendy even brought up unconfirmed talk of other side relationships that kept fans guessing and arguing online for years. But she didn't stop there. Wendy analyzed Beyoncé's Bow Down backlash, the rumored rivalry with Rihanna, and even repeated claims that Beyoncé's team might have had a hand in slowing down Carrie Hilson's career after their supposed feud. Wendy also discussed Kelly Rowland's emotional track Dirty Laundry, where Kelly admitted feeling overshadowed by Beyoncé's fame. And Wendy wasn't afraid to touch on family matters either. She talked about rumors that Beyoncé wasn't entirely supportive of her mother Tina Knowles' marriage to Richard Lawson, reportedly because of speculation about his alleged ties to Scientology. For Wendy, nothing was off limits when it came to the Carters, and that fearless approach kept her name and theirs circulating through every corner of the media. Wendy didn't just stop at criticizing Beyoncé and Jay-Z's public image. She took it to another level by questioning how much of their perfect couple aesthetic was real.
She suggested that every glowing Instagram photo and coordinated public appearance was part of a strategy, carefully managed by powerful PR teams determined to protect the Carters' billion-dollar brand. On her show, Wendy also revisited one of the most controversial stories linked to Jay-Z, the long-standing rumors about a young man named Rymir, who claimed to be Jay-Z's son. Rymir reportedly pushed for a paternity test to confirm the connection, and Wendy broke it down in detail, hinting that the situation was being swept under the rug. Behind the scenes, whispers started spreading that Jay-Z's legal representatives, or even Roc Nation itself, had quietly sent cease and desist letters aimed at stopping Wendy from digging too deep. The timing matched when she began discussing the explosive Rihanna rumors, which had already sent social media into a frenzy. Many fans believed the Carters wanted the speculation buried before it could spin further out of control. If you stack up everything Wendy Williams ever said about Beyoncé, it would easily fill hours of footage, so it's not exactly surprising that the Carters might have wanted her to cool things down after years of criticism and public tension. What is surprising, though, is Kevin Hunter suddenly stepping forward now, claiming he's exposing the truth about Beyoncé supposedly silencing Wendy. The timing feels calculated. These allegations only started surfacing after Kevin's alimony payment stopped and his $250 million lawsuit was thrown out. Reports even suggest that the lawsuit was filed without Wendy's knowledge, raising serious questions about his motives.
If Kevin truly believed Wendy was being silenced, why wait until he was reportedly facing foreclosure and financial strain to start talking? According to court records, he's been trying to undo his divorce agreement, arguing that it was filled with fraud, misrepresentation, and misconduct. It all paints a picture of a man fighting to stay relevant and perhaps to recover what he's lost. One detail that really stood out in Kevin Hunter's ongoing legal maneuvers was how he involved Wendy Williams' longtime friend Regina in his case. According to court documents, Regina submitted an affidavit stating that while she was living with Wendy around July 2022, she personally saw Wendy's bank account balance. She also noted that Wendy had plans to switch banks and even met with representatives from Bank of America later that December. When you line up those events, it paints a different picture, one that suggests Kevin's motives may have been less about protecting Wendy's voice and more about trying to regain access to whatever money or assets was still within reach at the time. This wasn't Kevin's first attempt to take Wendy to court either. Long before the recent accusations, he had already filed 4 separate legal cases against her. One of his biggest challenges was aimed at Wendy's court-appointed guardian, Sharina, whose authority he openly questioned. Kevin argued that Sharina only became involved 2 years after his divorce with Wendy was finalized, suggesting that her role didn't hold much weight. He even went as far as requesting that Wendy be required to appear in court herself, writing in one of his filings, the defendant further asks that the court order the plaintiff, Wendy Hunter, to appear before the court herself. But the story doesn't stop with the paperwork. Behind the scenes, whispers began to circulate that Kevin's legal efforts were just one part of a much bigger pattern. Some people close to Wendy have hinted that Kevin's attempts to maintain control may have gone beyond court filings, that he might have played a deeper role in the instability surrounding her personal life and health struggles. Certain insiders have even suggested that Kevin, along with a few individuals from her former production team, may have influenced the chaos that unfolded as her condition worsened, raising serious questions about who was really looking out for her best interests. People who have followed Wendy Williams for years know she had big plans to make a full comeback to radio after her split from Kevin Hunter. She talked about it often, saying she wanted to return to the platform where her career first took off. According to industry insiders, word of her plans spread quickly, and that's when things reportedly began to get complicated. A return to radio would have given Wendy the kind of independence she hadn't had in years, both personally and financially. But some say that kind of freedom was exactly what Kevin didn't want her to have. Those close to the situation claim Kevin Hunter wasn't ready to let Wendy rebuild her life without him.
Allegations surfaced that he may have teamed up with a few people from her production circle to keep a degree of control over her, even after their separation. According to those rumors, the claim was that Wendy was allegedly being kept medicated just enough to remain functional on camera and maintain the show's image. The alleged method was unsettling. Sources said the medication was mixed into the tea Wendy drank daily on set. The alleged goal was chillingly straightforward: keep her compliant enough to keep filming, and when she could no longer perform, gradually move her out of the public eye while maintaining control of her assets and reputation. Now, years later, Kevin is presenting himself as Wendy's so-called protector, trying to rewrite history as if he's the one looking out for her best interests. But that narrative doesn't match what Wendy herself has said. During a heated phone call to TMZ Live in late 2025, Wendy made her feelings crystal clear. She didn't hold back, saying, "Of course he wants to steal my money. He's always been that way." Her words left little room for interpretation, reinforcing the idea that Kevin's current claims may be less about loyalty and more about leverage. At this point, it's hard to tell whether this latest wave of chaos has anything to do with truly defending Wendy Williams, or if it's just Kevin Hunter's newest attempt to inch his way back into her world and somehow restart the money flow that ended with their divorce. The timing of it all feels calculated, especially since his financial troubles seem to surface right around the same time these claims about industry silencing began making headlines. Still, there are fans who believe there could be much bigger forces moving behind the curtain. Some suspect that the Carters may have had some kind of quiet involvement, if not directly controlling what happened to Wendy, then at least choosing not to step in while she was being pushed out of the spotlight. So, what do you think? Was Kevin truly fighting for Wendy this time, or was he simply trying to protect his own bank account and reputation? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more shocking deep dives into the stories shaking the entertainment world.
According to a new report, Wendy Williams does not have frontotemporal dementia.
Looks like Wendy might finally be breaking free from that messy guardianship. After some new medical tests came out, it turns out she was intentionally misdiagnosed with a list of mental illnesses she never even had. Can you believe that? What's worse, those same so-called professionals the court assigned to protect her are the ones being accused of setting her up. Wendy's been shouting from the rooftops for months saying, "I'm not crazy," but nobody wanted to hear her out. Even Nicki Minaj jumped in, spilling major tea about what they were doing to Wendy, but folks brushed it off like it was nothing. Nicki apparently did it because she's afraid she might be the next one to get hit with a fake diagnosis and tossed into a conservatorship. But of course, people are ignoring Nicki just like they ignored Wendy until the truth blew up in their faces. All this chaos started a few days ago when TMZ dropped a bomb. Wendy recently went through a series of neurological tests done by a top neurologist in New York. And guess what? He said Wendy never had the illness that kept her trapped under that guardianship for years. Can you imagine? They locked this woman in multiple mental facilities, yanked her TV show away, kept her away from her own family, and filled her up with meds. All because of a so-called illness that wasn't even real. That's some straight-up foul play. And according to Wendy herself, this wasn't some innocent mistake, it was planned. She's saying Wells Fargo had everything to do with it, pulling strings behind the scenes to control her money and do whatever they wanted with it. Wells Fargo's the one who started this entire circus when they claimed Wendy wasn't capable of handling her finances and needed a guardian to stop exploitation. That's when she got slapped with that diagnosis of frontotemporal dementia and aphasia, and from there, her freedom was gone. But here's the shady part. Right after her legal guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, took over, reports came out that Wendy was doing better. So how did she suddenly go from recovering to supposedly having all these illnesses again? Make it make sense. Even Wendy's son, Kevin Jr., wasn't buying it. He jumped into the comments on a post from the Shade Room and called it out. Plain and simple. He said Wendy's own doctor told them her dementia was supposedly alcohol-induced, but for some wild reason, her team was still letting her drink. That's not care, that's control. On top of that, they cut all contact with her family, leaving them totally in the dark about where Wendy was or what was happening to her. This whole situation screams corruption, and it's finally coming to light.
I feel like the Guardian has not done a good job of protecting my mom.
Wendy's been fighting non-stop to break free from that guardianship, but they just won't back off. She's done everything possible. She even brought in her own independent medical evaluations that clearly showed she doesn't have those illnesses they keep labeling her with. Still, they keep pushing the same tired story like they're desperate to keep control of her life. Experts have already said it. People with frontotemporal dementia are supposed to get worse over time, not better. But Wendy's story is the total opposite. Ever since she got clean and sober 3 years ago, she's shown incredible strength and mental clarity. Her progress alone proves something isn't adding up here. Now, TMZ is reporting that Wendy's legal team is gearing up to file some serious paperwork within the next 2 weeks. They're heading straight to court to request a hearing where they'll demand the judge end this guardianship once and for all. And if the judge tries to play hardball and refuses, Wendy's powerhouse lawyer Joe Tina is ready to take it even further. He'll call for a jury trial and ask real people, not just the system, to decide Wendy's freedom. That's huge. When this whole guardianship nightmare started, everyone had one main suspect in mind, Sean. The tension between him and Wendy goes way back, and anyone who's been watching knows he's been trying to take her down for years. Wendy even once claimed that she got an email with photos showing Sean in a very compromising situation during a trip to Mexico. She said she received proof that made her question everything about him. Ever since then, things between them have been nothing but chaos.
She got fired from Hot 97 because she had a picture of Puffy. So if you don't mind, give me the story from your point of view and what was in the picture.
We were in Cancun. For whatever reason, dude was playing with Puff. He went behind him and grabbed his trunks and pulled them down. Some girls that was taking pictures. They took that picture and emailed it back to Wendy Williams. Wendy Williams said she had him in a compromising position and like he was gay, something like that. She was gonna put it out. Wendy had shown people that email. Puff told Hot 97 if they didn't get rid of her before he got back in New York, that they was not gonna get any music from any of his friends, any of the record labels executives that was cool with him. Everybody was gonna boycott their station. We was out in LA for about 3 days before we landed back in New York. Wendy Williams was in the radio station in Philly. She was fired.
And don't forget that wild moment years ago when a 19-year-old artist ended up taking the blame for that messy club incident connected to Sean. Wendy was the only one bold enough to question what really went down. She didn't buy the official story for a second and kept saying the whole situation needed a proper investigation. She even hinted that Sean and J-Lo might have been keeping something hidden from the public. That's how fearless Wendy was. She wasn't afraid to shine light on the secrets everyone else tiptoed around. And long before Cassie ever walked away, Wendy was already calling out Sean's relationship with her, saying something about it just didn't sit right. Turns out, she might have been right all along.
Puffy wants Cassie back. Oh, it's been all over social media. Puffy posted a picture of Michael Jackson's song, Lady in My Life, and wrote, if anyone sees Cassie this weekend, please tell her to listen to this song 100 times. I suggest don't use social media, though, to reach out. I think this is a grand overture from Puffy. I don't believe he really wants her back. I believe he probably treated her at some particular point like a possession, like a possession. And if you really care, then you'd reach out privately, not publicly.
Y'all had bad blood for a while.
Real bad.
Real bad blood.
The worst blood.
The worst blood. You almost wanted to run you out of New York at one point, right? Well, not run, like push you out of New York at one point. He had you ran out. You give him full credit for that? Okay, cool. He had you ran out of New York.
Things got real tense when Sean made a chilling comment about Wendy's teenage son during an interview. Wendy had invited him for what was supposed to be a normal chat, but out of nowhere, he mentioned her son right in the middle of it. You could see Wendy tense up. She instantly knew that wasn't random. People watching felt it too. Many believed Sean wasn't just talking, but sending a warning, like, stay out of my business. The vibe was cold, and everyone could tell he wanted Wendy to back off, or things could get ugly. Nicki Minaj might stir up drama sometimes. But one thing she's not is a liar. And people are finally starting to see it. For the longest time, everyone blamed Sean for what went down with Wendy because of their history. But Nicki's latest claims just flipped the script. She's saying Jay-Z and Roc Nation also had a hand in Wendy's situation. And now they're allegedly trying to pull the same move on her. A few days ago, Nicki went off after Charlemagne did that interview with Gucci Mane and Keishia. And she didn't hold back. She accused Roc Nation of using Charlemagne to help set up Wendy's guardianship, saying, Charlemagne, the fraud, is Jay-Z's friend and business partner, using iHeartRadio for these disgusting ploys against innocent families. That line shook the internet. Nicki reminded everyone that Charlemagne was close to Wendy before her life spiraled. And she warned, the buck stops here, baby. Bookmark this tweet. She's letting everyone know she's not going down quietly. Then Tasha K came through with even more tea. She claimed Roc Nation's allegedly been plotting to do the same thing to Nicki. According to her, the only reason they haven't succeeded is because of Nicki's husband, Kenneth Petty. Since she's married, if anyone ever tried to fake a diagnosis or take control of her finances, her money would legally go straight to her husband. That makes it way harder for anyone to trap her the way Wendy got trapped. And when you look at the pattern, it all fits. Every celebrity who's been thrown into a conservatorship was single at the time. Britney wasn't married, and Wendy was divorced when Wells Fargo got involved. So maybe that's the secret. Being married gives a layer of protection that makes it harder for anyone to pull these power moves.
This is not something that is like a conspiracy theory. This shit actually happens. But if they're able to separate Nicki and Kenny, that makes Nicki vulnerable because your husband is your power of attorney. Your husband is your signator on all of your accounts in the event anything goes wrong. Michael wasn't married. Britney Spears was married, but of course they control all of that. And so the mere fact that all these narratives are out about Kenny stealing this to buy chains and buy that, that's not what it is. It's like, you know, they got doctors that are giving out these diagnoses saying that she's schizophrenic and bipolar and all of this stuff. And then Kenny's now here. You know, she trusts Kenny. Of course, they've known each other since they were kids. Their families know each other. And so Kenny is just in the way. And so what do? You create narratives to try to separate, because if you separate, then you can divide and conquer. And so that's what it's about. You know, she's going into her latter years and, you know, there's a lot of money on the line and she's worth a lot, but Kenny is in the way. And so, yeah, I mean, look at what they're doing to Wendy Williams. Had Wendy would have still been with Kelvin, they wouldn't have been able to put her under a conservatorship because she has a husband. So, you know, and like I said, there was only one that was accused of stealing.
People need to stop twisting Nicki Minaj's words for real. She doesn't have schizophrenia. Let's get that straight. What's wild is that this whole thing feels way too familiar. Remember how they tried to 5150 Kanye just for being bipolar? It's a mood disorder, not a crime. And then they turned around and tried to take his assets just because he spoke his mind. Meanwhile, Wendy Williams is sitting in some fancy hospital suite while her lawyers burn through her money like it's nothing. It's the same old pattern. Michael Jackson's gone. Britney Spears had to run off to Mexico just to feel free again after years trapped under that conservatorship. And now Wendy's stuck in this twisted system too. What part of this don't people understand? This is an industry takedown. Systemic, planned, and meant to make powerful artists look unstable so others can control their money. And let's be real, Kenneth, Nicki's husband, is a major obstacle for them. All this drama started after Nicki tweeted about that COVID vaccine, and things have been heating up ever since. Now people are speculating that Wendy's misdiagnosis wasn't just some coincidence like the industry wants us to believe. Word is, they locked her in that guardianship right when Sean's trial was going down, so she couldn't testify about what she supposedly went through with him. But now that the trial's over and she's no longer a threat, suddenly they're ready to let her go free? Sounds way too convenient. And honestly, it all lines up. Wendy took multiple independent tests proving she wasn't sick. No one listened. But right after Sean's trial ended, another test came out and suddenly everyone's taking her seriously. Please, that timing says it all. And now look what's happening. They're trying to label Nicki crazy, right when rumors start swirling that Jay-Z might be next in line for major legal heat after Sean. It's almost like they're playing games right in our faces, expecting everyone to ignore it. But people are waking up. It's getting harder and harder to look away. Fans have plenty to say too. One person online said Wendy's family should sue that doctor who misdiagnosed her with dementia. That mistake ruined her life. Another person pointed out that her condo was sold, her beloved pet was given away, and thousands of dollars worth of clothes and furniture disappeared while she was under that guardianship. It's heartbreaking. Bottom line, free Wendy. But now it's your turn to sound off. What do you think about Wendy finally breaking free from that guardianship? And do you believe Nicki Minaj might really be the next target in this industry game? Do you think Wendy's finally free for good? Or could there be more twists coming? And what's your take on Nicki's situation? Real threat or just rumors gone wild? I really want to know what you think, so drop your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks so much for watching and hanging out till the end. Don't forget to like, share, and if you're new around here, hit that subscribe button for more updates from Star Watch. There's plenty more drama, secrets, and celebrity talk waiting for you. Go check out another video next. Catch you later. Stay sharp and stay tuned.
I'm not talking about him particular, but if you go on a podcast to degrade and belittle another group of people, that's a little move to me. That's just real to me. I don't, if y'all ask me on the show, man, I don't want to talk negative about nobody. That's why I say, man, like, I would apologize to him, or I would say, ask the brother what's wrong, because I really want to know,
For years, Steve Harvey's public image seemed rock solid. He built a reputation around motivational stories, family values, and his journey from hardship to success. But now, that carefully crafted image is facing intense scrutiny. In October 2024, his adopted son Jason was arrested following a disturbing incident at an oceanfront Airbnb involving a powerful psychedelic substance known as Enigma.
So you're not allowed, they don't want you to say nothing about what's really going on.
No, they want you to be quiet.
Reports described a chaotic scene, including a woman claiming her body was shutting down and another person found unclothed near the property's entrance. For most families, a situation like this would already be overwhelming, but many observers believe the story goes beyond a single troubling night. What is people paying attention is how quickly old conversations and past warnings resurfaced once news of the incident spread. Suddenly, comments that had been ignored or dismissed for years were being revisited from a completely different angle. As more people looked into the story, they uncovered old clips of Cat Williams and Wendy Williams discussing Steve Harvey and members of his family. At the time, many brushed those remarks aside. Now, with fresh headlines dominating the conversation, some viewers are looking back at those clips and asking whether they deserve a second look. For years, both Cat Williams and Wendy Williams raised questions about parts of Steve Harvey's public story. Cat openly challenged the well-known homeless to success narrative, while Wendy made remarks that pointed towards similar doubts. They also spoke about Marjorie Harvey's influence within the family. At the time, most fans dismissed those comments as celebrity drama, personal opinions, or attempts to stir controversy.
He took my Winton. Took my Winton from me. He turned my son against me.
But after a highly publicized family incident became part of official reports and body cam footage spread online, many people started viewing those old interviews through a different lens. As interest grew, people began revisiting those clips and paying closer attention to what was actually being said. At the same time, details from the Airbnb incident started drawing even more scrutiny. According to reports, officers responded to a frantic emergency call at the property. Body cam footage reportedly shows multiple police units approaching the home with caution as they worked to assess the situation. Inside, authorities found Jason's wife, Amanda, along with another woman who both required medical attention and were later hospitalized. Jason reportedly acknowledged taking the same substance involved in the incident.
So you can't possibly respond to it. You're not sure of the meaning. And I'm going to continue hitting you because this is what comedians do.
Right. Amanda later told medical staff they had been working on what she described as a healing-focused documentary centered on personal awakening and alternative practices. She also said a shaman had been invited and brought substances known as Cambo and Bufo.
Regardless of people's views on those practices, the situation surprised many observers because it was far removed from the public image often associated with Steve Harvey's family. Another detail that drew attention was that Jason and Amanda are parents of 4 children. One important detail often mentioned in reports is that the children were not present during the incident. Because of that, they were not directly involved in the events that unfolded at the property. Still, many people focused on that fact as questions about the situation continued to grow. As more information emerged, attention shifted to the sequence of events and the wider discussion surrounding the family. Reports suggested that Steve Harvey's reaction evolved from concern and frustration to relief once it became clear that everyone involved had survived and received medical care. That response is one many parents would likely understand given the circumstances. However, some observers began looking beyond the incident itself and focusing on the broader family dynamic. Steve Harvey is the father of 7 children. 4 are from his first 2 marriages, while 3 are Marjorie Harvey's children whom he later adopted after they married. Over the years, online discussions have frequently pointed out the difference in public visibility among family members. Marjorie's children, particularly Lori Harvey, often attract media attention through fashion events, magazine features, and high-profile relationships. By contrast, Steve's biological children from his earlier marriages generally maintain a much lower public profile.
You know, he's a man with the power. He's in 60 markets. He's written these books. You know, he's socially connected with the programs and Disney and all these type people.
On its own, that contrast does not prove anything. Many people simply prefer to stay out of the spotlight. But for those revisiting older interviews and commentary, the difference has become part of a larger conversation. That is one reason some viewers have gone back to re-examine Cat Williams' past remarks. In their view, he was not only making jokes or tossing out criticism, he was raising questions that some people are now discussing more seriously. Cat Williams did not frame his comments as broad criticisms. Instead, he pointed to specific details from Steve Harvey's early career. Cat claimed that roughly 25 years ago, Steve was earning thousands of dollars per show, performing multiple shows each week, and touring alongside comedian Mark Curry. According to Cat, those details did not match the widely repeated version of Steve's homeless to success story. He also accused Steve of borrowing material and referenced both Bernie Mac and Mark Curry while making those claims. Whether people agree with Cat or not, many noticed that he was making direct and detailed allegations rather than speaking in general terms.
I'd say that Steve Harvey was in a perfect position to help me get clemency. I wouldn't have to go through what I went through, but God's hand.
That is one reason his comments continued to circulate long after they were first made. Wendy Williams made similar remarks during her own broadcasts. At one point, she stated, "Steve Harvey was never homeless a day in his life." She also suggested that Marjorie Harvey held significant influence within the family and questioned how much control Steve had over certain situations in his personal life. What makes those statements notable to some observers is that they were made years before Jason Harvey became connected to the widely reported psychedelic-related incident. The comments existed long before the current headlines. For a long time, however, those claims gained little traction with the broader public. Steve Harvey's success made him one of the most recognizable personalities in entertainment. Between his talk show, Family Feud, best-selling relationship books, and motivational speaking, he built a powerful and widely accepted public image. His story of overcoming hardship and achieving extraordinary success resonated with millions, making many people less inclined to question the narrative that had become closely tied to his brand. For many years, challenging Steve Harvey's well-known success story was unpopular with a large portion of the public. To many fans, it was an inspiring example of perseverance and determination. As a result, criticism of that narrative was often dismissed. Over time, however, additional voices entered the conversation. Mary Shackelford, Steve Harvey's second wife, also publicly disputed aspects of the homeless story, adding another perspective to an issue that had already been debated by comedians and media personalities. Because of that, some people continue revisiting the topic rather than treating it as a closed chapter. They point to the fact that multiple individuals from different parts of Steve's life have raised similar questions, even if their accounts and interpretations differ. The discussion becomes more serious when it turns to the legal disputes between Steve Harvey and Mary Shackelford.
And so she called me, and she just went off on me.
In lawsuits and public statements, Mary made a number of allegations involving family matters and personal conflicts. The language used in some of those filings attracted significant media attention because of the severity of the claims being presented. Among the allegations that received coverage was an incident involving their son, Wendy. According to reports from the time, concerns were raised after a school-related matter involving missed homework. Accounts that later surfaced described disciplinary actions that allegedly resulted in visible injuries. Reports also stated that Wendy experienced pain afterward and that authorities reviewed the situation. However, the matter did not result in criminal charges or a conviction. Publicly available information indicates that no case ultimately moved forward in court. Because the situation ended without further legal action, it has remained a subject of speculation and debate among those who continue to examine Steve Harvey's past controversies and family disputes. The questions surrounding these stories have not disappeared with time. In fact, for some observers, they have become more noticeable. When the Jason Harvey incident made headlines in October 2024 and body cam footage later circulated online, many people were already revisiting older interviews featuring Cat Williams and Wendy Williams. As a result, separate conversations that had existed for years suddenly became linked in the public discussion. That timing is a major reason the topic gained renewed attention. Some people found themselves looking at a recent family crisis while also revisiting older allegations, criticisms, and claims that had previously been dismissed or forgotten. Whether those events are actually connected remains a matter of debate, but the overlap has fueled ongoing speculation. Steve Harvey's reported reaction to the incident, initial concern, followed by relief that everyone was safe, answered some immediate questions, but it did not end the broader conversation. Critics and commentators continue asking why situations involving controversy seem to resurface around different periods of the family's history, and why certain topics remain largely unaddressed in public. Part of that interest comes from Steve's highly visible public persona. Throughout his career, he has regularly shared advice about relationships, family responsibilities, loyalty, and parenting. He has spoken at length about protecting his children and maintaining strong family values. Because of that, some observers have noticed the contrast between his willingness to discuss many personal topics and his limited public comments regarding specific controversies.
She used to hate, see, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna tell it all. I'm telling all y'all. She said, and it was like, she used to check dudes with big lips.
Issues such as Mary Shackelford's allegations, past family disputes, and ongoing debates about the public visibility of different family members have generally received little direct response from him, leaving room for continued public discussion and interpretation. For years, Steve Harvey's public updates have largely focused on positive moments, family celebrations, anniversary vacations, career milestones, and messages about gratitude. At one time, many people viewed his decision not to address certain controversies as a sign of privacy or restraint. More recently, however, some observers have started interpreting that silence differently. As older interviews continue resurfacing online, attention has increasingly shifted toward the subjects that have never been publicly discussed in detail. Part of the renewed interest comes from the fact that several critics have made similar claims over the years, even though they came from very different backgrounds. Cat Williams argued that parts of Steve's public history were presented differently than he remembered them. Wendy Williams repeatedly challenged the accuracy of the homeless narrative. Mary Shackelford, meanwhile, spent years making claims about her experiences following the end of her marriage, including allegations that she was marginalized, lost access to the lifestyle she once shared, and became separated from important parts of her family life. These are highly personal and disputed matters, but the Jason Harvey incident caused many people to revisit them with fresh attention. Instead of viewing each controversy as a separate issue, some commentators now see a broader pattern of stories, disputes, and unresolved questions that have followed the family for years. That is one reason older interviews, legal filings, and archived reports have begun circulating again. People are revisiting what Cat Williams and Wendy Williams actually said, examining the allegations that appeared in Mary Shackelford's lawsuits, and looking through records that received limited public attention when they first emerged. For many followers of the story, the Jason Harvey incident is not being viewed as the complete picture. Instead, they see it as the event that renewed interest in a much larger history of public claims, family disputes, and unanswered questions. There is also another layer to the discussion that often receives less attention: Beyond the headlines surrounding Jason Harvey, there was a long-running legal conflict involving members of the family that remained in the background for years. For some observers, that earlier dispute offers additional insight into how personal and family challenges have been handled when they become public. Mary Shackelford, Steve Harvey's second wife, remained a public part of the conversation long after their divorce was finalized. In legal filings and public statements, she made a series of serious allegations involving family matters and personal disputes. Some of the language associated with those claims attracted significant attention because of how strongly it was worded, including references to child endangerment, conspiracy, and what was described as soul harm. The phrase stood out because it is not terminology most people expect to see connected to a high-profile divorce case. What made the situation particularly notable for some observers was that Mary's complaints extended beyond the end of the marriage itself. She alleged that major changes occurred in her life afterward, including losing access to her home and experiencing difficulties maintaining professional and personal relationships that she previously relied on. She also claimed that her relationship with her son, Winton, was negatively affected during the aftermath of the divorce. Another aspect of the case that continues to generate discussion is the reported gag order issued during the legal proceedings. Importantly, a gag order is not a finding that allegations are true or false. Instead, it is a legal measure designed to restrict public commentary under certain circumstances while a dispute is being addressed. For some people following the case, that distinction remains significant. Mary has argued that the restrictions limited her ability to publicly share her perspective, while Steve Harvey continued building his television career, publishing books, and expanding his public profile. As a result, supporters and critics on both sides have continued debating the case years after the original legal battles faded from major headlines. Whether people agree with Mary Shackelford's claims or not, some observers have pointed to what they see as a clear difference in public influence. On one side was a nationally recognized television personality with a massive audience. On the other was someone whose ability to publicly discuss the dispute was reportedly limited by court orders. That contrast has remained a frequent topic of discussion among those who continue to examine the case. Before the reported gag order took effect, several allegations had already entered public conversation through media reports and legal filings. Among the most widely discussed were claims involving an incident with Winton. According to reports from the time, concerns were raised about disciplinary actions that allegedly resulted in visible bruising. Accounts that circulated publicly stated that Winton experienced pain afterward and that the matter came to the attention of authorities. Despite the attention those allegations received, the case did not lead to criminal charges or a conviction based on publicly available information. There was also no widely publicized explanation detailing why no further action occurred. Because of that, the issue has continued to generate debate years later. For some critics, the lack of public information became part of the larger story. They argue that when serious allegations receive attention and then appear to fade from public view without a clear explanation, questions naturally follow. Others caution that the absence of charges may simply reflect the outcome of the legal and investigative process. What remains clear is that the limited public record left room for competing interpretations. Without extensive public statements from authorities or detailed explanations about the outcome, supporters and critics have filled in the gaps with their own conclusions. As a result, the case continues to be referenced whenever broader discussions about Steve Harvey's family controversies resurface. When people examine these controversies together rather than individually, some believe they see a broader pattern emerging. They are not necessarily focused on one specific event, one lawsuit, or one family dispute. Instead, they point to a series of separate incidents that, in their view, raise similar questions about how public controversies are handled once fame, financial resources, and influence become part of the equation. Supporters of that perspective often reference several different examples. They point to Mary Shackelford's claims about her treatment following the divorce, the unresolved questions some people continue to raise about the Winton matter, and the ongoing debate surrounding Steve Harvey's well-known homeless to success story. More recently, Jason Harvey's highly publicized legal and medical incident added another chapter to a conversation that was already active online. Of course, others see these situations very differently. They argue that each controversy has its own context and should be evaluated on its own facts rather than grouped together. A divorce dispute, a family disagreement, criticism from fellow entertainers, and the actions of an adult family member are all separate matters. Even so, the overlap between these stories has led some observers to wonder whether there are larger dynamics behind the headlines. The discussion becomes even more complex when attention shifts beyond Steve Harvey himself and toward members of the extended family. For years, online discussions have revisited aspects of Marjorie Harvey's past, particularly events connected to her former husband, Jim Townsend. Before marrying Steve Harvey, Marjorie was married to Townsend, who was later convicted on federal drug-related charges involving an attempted large-scale narcotics transaction. He initially received a life sentence and ultimately served more than 2 decades in prison before receiving a presidential commutation from President Obama in January 2017. Reports from that period also indicate that federal authorities examined individuals connected to the broader investigation. Over the years, Townsend made various public statements about those events and his interactions with investigators. However, Marjorie Harvey was never convicted of any crime related to the case, and publicly available records show that no charges were filed against her in connection with that investigation. Even so, the story remains a subject of public curiosity because of the dramatic elements involved: a major federal case, a life sentence, decades in prison, and a presidential commutation. For some observers, it is surprising that such a significant chapter of family history has rarely been explored in depth during major interviews or public discussions involving Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey has rarely been placed in situations where he was required to publicly address detailed questions about the legal history connected to his wife's past. As a result, discussions involving Jim Townsend, his federal conviction, the years he spent in prison, and his eventual presidential commutation have largely remained outside the spotlight compared with other celebrity family stories. For a long time, those topics stayed in the background while public attention focused on Steve Harvey's career, television projects, and family-focused image. More recently, however, renewed interest in the Jason Harvey incident has led some people to revisit older stories connected to the family, including Townsend's case and the events surrounding that period of Marjorie Harvey's life. Online discussions often expand beyond Townsend as well. Over the years, some commentators have examined Marjorie Harvey's relationships before she married Steve, including reports connecting her to Darnell Woods, who has been identified in various reports as Lori Harvey's biological father. Discussions about those relationships have circulated online for years, often alongside speculation about the people who were part of different stages of her life. Critics on social media frequently point to the progression of those relationships as part of a broader narrative they have constructed around Marjorie's past. However, it is important to distinguish between documented facts and personal interpretations. While people continue to debate timelines, relationships, and family history, speculation alone does not establish motive or intent. Even so, the persistence of those discussions helps explain why certain questions continue resurfacing whenever new headlines involving the Harvey family draw public attention. Questions about Marjorie Harvey's past relationships have circulated online for years. Some people view those relationships as evidence that she was seeking stability, security, or successful partners during different stages of her life. Others believe there may be a broader pattern worth examining. Regardless of the interpretation, these discussions remain largely speculative, and Steve Harvey has generally not addressed them in detail through interviews or public statements. That lack of direct engagement has become part of the conversation itself. While Steve frequently speaks about loyalty, respect, commitment, and family values, critics often point out that he rarely responds to many of the recurring claims and rumors that continue to follow the family. One topic that attracted particular attention involved Jim Townsend's announcement in 2019 that he was working on a tell-all book about his marriage to Marjorie. Townsend claimed the book would contain major revelations and stated that much of it had been written during his time in prison. Although the project generated considerable discussion when it was announced, no widely released publication has emerged, leaving many of the promised details unknown. Around the same period, reports and online speculation focused on property transactions and financial decisions involving Steve Harvey. Those discussions fueled rumors about potential marital problems, prompting Steve and Marjorie to publicly reject divorce claims. They even addressed the rumors in a lighthearted way, making it clear that they were not separating. Even with those denials, some observers continued scrutinizing the timing of various financial moves and asking whether there was more happening behind the scenes than the public was being told. Others argued that property sales, asset management decisions, and financial restructuring are common among high-profile individuals and do not necessarily indicate personal trouble. What brought renewed attention to all of these older stories was the Jason Harvey incident. For many people, that event served as a reminder that public discussions surrounding the Harvey family are not limited to decades-old rumors or archived interviews. Unlike many of the controversies that continue to be debated online, this was a recent event supported by contemporary reporting, police records, and publicly discussed evidence. As a result, it prompted many observers to revisit earlier claims, disputes, and unresolved questions that had largely faded from mainstream attention. Many of the controversies tied to the Harvey family are not new. The allegations involving Winton date back years, and discussions surrounding Jim Townsend's proposed tell-all book have been circulating for a long time as well. What changed for many observers was the timing of Jason Harvey's 2024 incident. Because it was recent and widely reported, it brought renewed attention to older stories that had gradually faded from public discussion. As those past controversies resurfaced, so did questions that have followed the family for years. Critics and commentators began revisiting issues such as the reported gag order connected to Steve Harvey's second wife, the circumstances surrounding past family disputes, and the continued public interest in aspects of Marjorie Harvey's history. Whether those questions have clear answers or not, they remain topics that people continue to discuss whenever new headlines emerge. For many observers, the renewed interest is less about any single event and more about the way multiple stories have accumulated over time. Each controversy may involve different people, different circumstances, and different periods of the family's history. But together, they have created an ongoing public conversation that refuses to completely disappear. Another reason these issues continue attracting attention is the contrast some people see between Steve Harvey's public role and his response to personal controversies. Throughout his career, he has spoken extensively about success, relationships, accountability, loyalty, and personal growth. Yet, when discussions shift toward disputes involving his own family, he has generally chosen to make few detailed public comments, a decision that continues to fuel debate among supporters and critics alike. For years, most of the public saw carefully curated social media updates, anniversary photos, family celebrations, and polished public appearances. Those moments helped shape the image many people associated with Steve Harvey and his family. But today, the conversation looks different. There are widely discussed reports connected to Jason Harvey's recent crisis, years of legal disputes that continue to be debated online, and lingering questions tied to past family controversies. There are also long-running discussions about court filings, old allegations, and the federal case involving Marjorie Harvey's former husband that continue resurfacing whenever the family makes headlines. Whether those stories ultimately change public opinion or not, one thing is clear: questions that once stayed in the background are now being revisited by a much larger audience. Some people believe the controversies have been exaggerated, while others think there are still important details that have never been fully explained. That is why interest remains so strong in topics such as sealed records, unresolved disputes, and the contents of Jim Townsend's long-discussed but still unpublished book. What do you think about everything covered in this story? Are these separate events that people are connecting together, or do you believe there is a bigger picture that has yet to be fully understood? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to like the video, subscribe to Star Watch, and turn on notifications so you do not miss future stories and deep dives. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more on the biggest celebrity headlines and the stories everyone is talking about.
Do you think you have dementia?
No. That's what I've been accused of, believe it or not. Frontal temporal dementia? How dare you? And how do you prove it? By keeping me locked here. So that I can't see. Look, I can't go out. You have to have keys to open the door, to hit the elevator, to go downstairs. Keys.
This whole Wendy Williams situation just keeps getting crazier by the day. Every time her name trends, it's like the story gets deeper and messier. Something about all of it just doesn't sit right. You can tell she's been through a lot, but the people around her, I don't trust half of them. I really don't think she should be out there doing another full TV show. No way. She's too vulnerable right now, and it feels like there are way too many leeches circling her.
People who only care about the spotlight, not her well-being. What she really needs is time and peace, not producers calling the shots or fake friends smiling for the camera.
Pop culture queen is still fighting for her freedom.
How is Wendy doing?
She's doing great. I mean, she's Wendy, you know. A lot of people's knees would have buckled at this point. Not her.
The former talk show host was once at the top of the heap.
How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
Her hot topics, the talk of the town.
Guess who's jealous of Adele? Beyonce.
But her health took a steep fall. Diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia and aphasia and placed in a guardianship. The grim state of her hiatus from public life laid bare in the Lifetime documentary, Where is Wendy Williams?
Did you drink this whole thing today?
Living in a locked memory care facility, Wendy has been on a public campaign for almost a year to get out of her guardianship.
The terms of Wendy's guardianship seem to be extreme. I've spoke to her several months ago, and she just sounds like the same Wendy. Yes, is she quirky? Sure. Is she eccentric? Sure. She always has been.
And now a new revelation. Her team says a new medical evaluation ordered by Wendy's court-appointed legal team finding she does not have frontotemporal dementia.
She does not have frontal lobar dementia. So that should be game, set, match.
Honestly, she should just stay in her own zone, turn on that mic from the comfort of her home and speak her truth straight to the world. Imagine her doing a raw, unfiltered podcast. No scripts, no edits, just Wendy being Wendy. That voice alone could shake things up. People would tune in just to hear her side because everyone knows she's still sharp. She's still got that edge. She doesn't need a fancy studio. Her power is in her words, her attitude, and the way she tells it like it is. Now, about that medical evaluation that's been making the rounds. It's got everybody talking. Reports say it's tied to her dementia diagnosis, but the more you dig, the more confusing it gets.
Because if she is capable now of taking care of her own health and her own finances, there may not be a need for a guardianship.
Like, how do we even know what's real? Something about this whole situation feels darker, like there's a bigger game being played behind the scenes. There's just no way she should still be trapped under that guardianship. It's been too long. She's capable enough to speak, to express herself, to make decisions. So why is she still under control? It doesn't make sense. And I get what some folks are saying. It's because of her past struggles, they say. But come on. I've never heard of someone being locked into a guardianship just because of alcohol use. That's usually handled through treatment or counseling, not by stripping someone's rights away. That's extreme, which is exactly why so many people believe something else is going on.
I am not cognitively impaired, you know what I'm saying?
Speaking to Nightline.
I'm telling you, this is like being in prison.
You look so good, girl.
Even re-emerging into the spotlight at New York Fashion Week this fall.
How does it feel to be dressed up tonight, Wendy? $1 zillion. Oh my God, Wendy.
It's very scary that someone like Wendy Williams could be in that position because it is a situation that she just can't get out of right now. And she's been trying for years.
It's almost like there's a hidden agenda or someone behind the scenes trying to hold on to that control. So the real question is, how does she get out? What's the process? And who's the one holding the keys? Because this woman's been through enough. She deserves to live her life on her own terms. And you can feel the public starting to question everything, like who's really protecting Wendy and who's just pretending to. The world's watching now, and people are demanding answers. Something's got to give soon, because this story isn't over, not even close. Are they even going to answer that question? Like, seriously, are we ever going to get a straight answer about what's really going on here? Because when you start putting the pieces together, it just doesn't add up. After all the backlash, all the people speaking out, it's wild to think that Wendy's being made to pay for a place she doesn't even want to be in. And now we find out she might not even have the medical condition they claim she had. Come on, that's insane. $18,000 a month, every single month for a setup she didn't choose. That's robbery in plain sight. And for real, what was she even paying for before all this? Like, what did her regular home cost? even if she was living nice, $18,000 every month just to stay somewhere she doesn't want to be? That's straight up madness. Who's managing that money, and where is it all going? Out of that $18,000, how much is really being used for her care and how much is being pocketed? Because something about those numbers screams funny business. This whole situation just feels off, and it's getting harder and harder to believe everything's legit.
Alcohol abuse can cause various neurologic symptoms, including memory problems, behavior changes that can sort of mimic dementia. Alcohol-related brain damage can improve. Not all patients will have improvements, but some patients will have really dramatic and substantial improvement as they stop drinking.
Now here's the part that really makes no sense. If that medical evaluation came back saying she doesn't have what they said she had, then why is this guardianship still even active?
In August, but results of the evaluation are not public. However, People magazine exclusively reported that same month that Wendy's dementia diagnosis was upheld.
It was reported her original diagnosis of front temporal dementia and aphasia were upheld. Do you agree with those results?
No, I don't agree with those results because I've not seen those results. We don't know who the doctor is. We've not seen the report. So I don't want to hear it.
There were a group of doctors who said, yes, she has a form of dementia, period, full stop. Now there's a new expert who said she doesn't. Who should the public believe?
The new expert, because he's the top.
Why hasn't that guardian said, you know what, Wendy's fine now, let's wrap this up? That would be the fair, human thing to do. Let her pick someone she trusts, maybe a family member to keep an eye out if needed, and then let her go home. She's more than capable of running her own life. But nah, that's not what's happening, and you gotta ask yourself why. Could it be because once that guardianship ends, somebody stops getting those big checks? Because that $18,000 a month doesn't just disappear, it goes somewhere. And if that money stops flowing, certain people might not like that. That's why this whole thing is starting to look less like care and more like control. It's like they're keeping her boxed in just to keep the money coming. Man, this whole situation is too strange. Something's not right. And the longer this goes on, the more people are gonna start digging for the truth. Because if Wendy's fine and still being held back, that's not just shady, that's downright wrong. At this point, people are demanding answers, and honestly, they deserve them. The whole Wendy Williams situation has turned into something way bigger than anyone expected.
The plan is this. There are guardianship attorneys, and we're watching and waiting. They've assured Wendy by year's end she'll be out of guardianship.
It's not just about her career or her health anymore. It's about power, money, and who's really calling the shots behind closed doors. Every new detail that comes out just makes the story messier. There's talk about lawyers, guardians, medical reports, and contracts. But where's Wendy's voice in all of this? The same woman who built an empire by speaking her mind suddenly can't speak for herself? That doesn't sit right at all. You can tell this isn't just another celebrity headline. This feels like something deeper, something that shows how quickly control can be taken away when the wrong people get involved.
When I talked to her, she said it was $18,000 a month she's paying.
Approximately, yeah, imagine. Just imagine of her money, not the state's money, her money, for a place where she is imprisoned for all intents and purposes.
And the fact that nobody seems to be held accountable yet, that's what really gets people fired up. Fans are online every day trying to piece things together like detectives. They're asking real questions. Who's protecting her? Where's the proof? Why is the truth being hidden? It's wild how the people who claim to care about her the most are the same ones making the situation more confusing. And then there's that money trail. That's where things always get real. $18,000 a month isn't pocket change. Somebody's signing those checks and somebody's cashing them in. But how much of that is actually being spent on Wendy's care versus being funneled somewhere else? It's giving off serious control vibes, like she's being treated as an investment instead of a person. Every dollar she's worked for, every talk show moment that built her name, now being managed by someone else. That's heartbreaking. What's even crazier is how quiet some of the insiders have been. You'd think by now someone from her team or circle would speak up and set the record straight, but it's crickets. And the silence makes it look even more suspicious. People are starting to whisper that maybe there are deals, NDAs, or hush money being passed around to keep the truth buried.
Because when you mix fame, health issues, and control over someone's money, that's when the truth starts disappearing behind polished statements and official reports.
Look, she has had access to her family. She has left the facility to attend particular events, and she's not being mistreated.
It's getting to a point where fans don't just want updates, they want justice. They want to see Wendy standing strong, free, and in charge again. The woman has spent decades entertaining the world, breaking stories, and holding people accountable. Now it's time for someone to stand up and do the same for her. This story isn't fading away anytime soon, and if there's one thing people know for sure, the truth will come out eventually. Man, at this point, everybody can see it. Something strange is going on, no doubt about it. You can just feel that something deeper is hiding behind all this. Every time I check the comments section, it's full of people speaking real truth. Someone wrote, "Dementia is not a crime. Financial exploitation is." And honestly, that line hit hard because that's exactly what's happening. They robbed her right in plain sight, cold. And the wild part is, this kind of thing doesn't just happen to celebrities. It happens to regular people too, every single day. That's what makes it so scary. Another person dropped a real one too. They said their mom had dementia from alcohol use, but once she got treatment, a lot of her symptoms faded away. That shows you how things aren't always what they seem.
And Wendy Williams does not drink alcohol. That's a fact. So where's the danger?
Sometimes people just need proper care and support, not total control over their lives. And then someone else says something that really got me thinking. If Wendy was broke, no one would care to be her guardian. Wow, that right there says it all. If there wasn't money on the table, would anyone even be fighting to hold that position? Probably not. That's why this whole situation feels shady. And look, I still don't understand the full process here. One doctor says one thing, another says the complete opposite. How are we supposed to know what's true anymore? If the new doctor is saying she doesn't have what they claimed, then why hasn't the guardian stepped in to end this mess? Like seriously, if the medical facts have changed, shouldn't the legal situation change too? The guardian, Sharina, she's the one that could really step up right now and show she's doing the right thing. But with every new headline, it's starting to look worse and worse for her side of the story. It just doesn't make sense. And until it does, we're gonna keep watching, reacting, and breaking down every single update that drops. Because people deserve to know what's happening, not the sugar-coated version, but the real story behind it all. Wendy deserves fairness, and the people deserve the truth. So make sure you stick around, because this story is far from over. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button right now so you don't miss the next update. You already know, this is Star Watch, and we're keeping our eyes locked on every twist that comes next.
Sharina Hudson, getting out of my car with my money. Life is not what you think it is behind the scenes. Trust me. Homegirl is miserable. Like, was a serial cheater. Kevin had different mistresses depending on, the part of his life. This last one was the one that he had the longest term.
Looks like karma's got Sharina and Kevin on speed dial again. These two just can't seem to catch a single break. Kevin's been drowning in lawsuits, reportedly maxing out credit cards left and right and owing stacks of cash to several banks. He even had to unload their fancy mansion in those flashy cars just to keep up with the bills. Ever since Wendy's alimony payments stopped rolling in, it's been nothing but pure financial chaos for the couple. But hold up, it gets even messier. Word just came out that Sharina's being sued by TJ Maxx for allegedly defaulting on her $3,000 store card. $3,000 might have felt like nothing back when the money was flowing, but now it's dragging her straight into court. Can you believe that? And here's the kicker. While Sharina and Kevin are out here scrambling to stay afloat, Wendy's reportedly living it up in Florida, relaxed and saying this whole situation is karma in motion. People are whispering that she's been watching their downfall with a grin, and honestly, who could blame her?
So I'm not gonna take a lot of time because, I'm getting emotional. And I told myself I wasn't gonna do this. Nobody, and I mean nobody, will ever bring the energy, the charisma, the passion, the expertise, the talent, and whatever else you want to call it, like you seen Kelvin Hunter and my ex, Wendy Williams.
After everything that went down, this feels like the universe finally evening the score.
Now, before things get even crazier, let's rewind and unpack how it all fell apart. This whole storm started brewing back in 2019 when Wendy finally hit her breaking point and filed for divorce from Kevin. And wow, it got messy fast. Turns out Kevin wasn't just sneaking around, he was deep in a full-blown affair with Sharina, and to make things even worse, he had a baby with her. Wendy reportedly already knew about his cheating ways, but what completely shattered her was finding out that Kevin had secretly fathered a child with Sharina behind her back. That was it, the final straw that blew everything apart. The moment she found out, Wendy wasted no time. Divorce papers were filed, Kevin got the boot as a manager, and she shut that whole chapter down in record time. It was like she wiped her life clean overnight. But here's where it gets even juicier. While this scandal was blowing up, Sharina's own family turned against her. They didn't just keep quiet, they actually stood with Wendy and blasted Sharina for wrecking her marriage. Her uncle didn't mince words. He said she should know right from wrong and even dragged her for leaving her hometown in South Carolina, not even for the holidays. That's some cold truth right there. And as if things weren't already wild enough, the court decided Wendy had to pay Kevin alimony, which became his main source of income. Imagine that, the man who betrayed her walking away with her money. What a jaw-dropper of a twist. Meanwhile, Sharina was out here acting like everything was perfect, trying to live the luxury life by starting business after business that all ended up crashing hard. Kevin was right by her side, pouring his cash into every dream. He even paid for her to go to school to become a massage therapist, got her a little mall kiosk in North Carolina, and helped her launch a jewelry and clothing line called Vish. But guess what? Every single one of those ventures went down in flames. Kevin tried to flip his own luck too. He opened up a barbershop, but that went down just as bad as the rest. And here's the real tea. Every single one of those business moves was being fueled by Wendy's money. Yep, all those failed ventures, fancy setups, and big dreams were paid for with the very checks Wendy was cutting. Despite everything crumbling behind the scenes, Sharina and Kevin were still out here stunting like they were living the high life. Designer fits, luxury trips, expensive rides, all while barely lifting a finger to actually earn it. And come on, if you know Wendy, then you know she wasn't about to let that slide in silence. She threw some serious shade, saying the reason Sharina's businesses kept tanking was plain as day. She's not smart and has no clue how to run a business. That was a brutal hit, but Wendy didn't hold back one bit. But Wendy's revenge didn't stop there. When her talk show got canceled, she slammed the brakes on those alimony payments completely, and that's when Kevin started spiraling. Suddenly, the man who once flaunted wealth was scraping for cash, unable to keep up the flashy lifestyle he and Sharina had built around Wendy's money. Things got so desperate that he actually hauled Wendy back to court, claiming those alimony checks were his only income and that he was flat out broke. What a major downfall for someone who once had it all. According to court papers snagged by the U.S. Sun, Kevin himself laid everything out plain and clear. He said, "I have fallen behind on most of my bills. I currently live in a community that requires payments to the Homeowners Association, and I'm behind on that bill. If the Homeowners Association fees are not paid, foreclosure will soon follow. My car insurance hasn't been paid as a result of not receiving monthly severance payments. I'm behind on credit card payments because I have no money. Since the severance payments were suspended, my life has been greatly affected since the plaintiffs stopped making payments under our settlement agreement." Now this right here is just unbelievable. This man was living it up off Wendy's money, dripping in luxury, and didn't save a single dollar for himself, not one. Kevin and Sharina really thought they had a lifetime pass to Wendy's wallet, like she was just gonna bankroll their lifestyle forever. Talk about bad planning. But here's where the plot flipped. The moment Kevin tried taking his sob story to court, the judge wasn't having it. They looked over his request and basically said, absolutely not. The ruling was crystal clear. His case wasn't considered an emergency, and it got tossed without prejudice. That's legal talk for "you're not getting a dime, case dismissed." What a major downfall for Kevin. So that brings us to the real question. How in the world did Wendy manage to shut off those alimony checks and walk away without facing any penalty? Let's unpack that, because it's pure strategy. Turns out, Wendy had this whole thing locked down from the jump. She made sure there was a clause written right into their divorce agreement that said she'd only have to keep paying Kevin as long as the Wendy Williams show was still running. So when her show got canceled due to her health issues, that clause activated. Boom! No show, no money owed. That meant she didn't have to send Kevin another penny, not one dime. And honestly, that's what you call a power move. And for anyone thinking Wendy might have to start cutting checks again once she gets back to work, nope, not happening. The divorce agreement spelled it out crystal clear. Those payments only applied if Wendy was working in mainstream television. And judging by her recent social media moves, she's not heading back to daytime TV anytime soon. She's shifting gears and gearing up for podcasting instead. Which means Kevin, he's officially out of luck for good. Meanwhile, things have been falling apart fast for Kevin and Sharina. They had to unload their Florida mansion for around $1.2 million just to keep their heads above water. And get this, Kevin reportedly took out a loan from a company called Flex Wealth just to finance 2 luxury cars. And now he's stuck trying to cover those payments solo. No Wendy money to lean on this time. But that's not the end of his problems. He's also being sued by UBS Bank for skipping out on his credit card payments, with the total allegedly running well into 5 figures. That's a serious stack of debt hanging over his head. And just when people thought Kevin was the only one getting hit from all sides, boom, Sharina's name pops up too. She's now reportedly being sued by TJ Maxx, and online whispers say even more lawsuits might be heading her way soon. My girl Miss Chronicles came through with the receipts, posting real court documents showing Sharina's in deep financial trouble, owing over $3,000 on her TJ Maxx card. The paperwork even shows she was supposed to have it all paid off by March 27, 2023, but she hasn't made a single payment since. Things are looking real shaky for that couple right now. After everything fell apart, Sharina tried her best to act unbothered online, posting pics of fancy dinners, luxury handbags, and high-end outfits like life was still sweet. But fans weren't fooled for a second. The comment section lit up with people calling her out, saying she was putting on a show and pretending to live a lifestyle she clearly couldn't afford anymore. Word on the street is, most of those glam photos were old, taken months before their finances crashed. Talk about keeping up appearances. Meanwhile, Kevin's been ghosting the spotlight, barely seen out in public. Insiders say he's been stressing non-stop, trying to figure out how to juggle all that debt now that Wendy's made it crystal clear she's never sending him another penny. Some reports even claim he's been pitching new business ideas to potential investors, but nobody's biting. The same people who used to cheer him on and ride his coattails have suddenly vanished into thin air. Online, people are calling this straight up karma in 4K, saying Kevin and Sharina are finally living the reality they built for themselves. That so-called luxury lifestyle they love to flex is completely falling apart. The designer bags, the cars, the trips, it's all gone, and they're left facing the fallout head on. Crazy thing is, the kind of money they're stressing over now used to be pocket change for them, until Wendy slammed the door shut on those alimony checks. And speaking of Wendy, her longtime bestie, Miss Jones, Jonesy from 94.7, just dropped some fresh updates on what Wendy's been up to lately. And if that name sounds familiar, she's the same one who once exposed Kevin for allegedly trying to send a hitman after her over his messy drama with Wendy. But that wild story, that's a whole other situation we'll save for another time. Recently, Miss Jones showed up at Wendy's place just to check in because no one had heard a peep from her in a while. But here's the update. According to Wendy's doorman, she quietly packed her things and slipped away to Florida a few weeks ago with her son Kevin Hunter Jr. Word is, she just wanted some real peace, a little sunshine, and a break from all the chaos Sharina and Kevin have been stirring up. Now brace yourself, because this next part is wild. Sources are saying Sharina's out here straight up blaming Wendy for her financial mess in that lawsuit. Apparently, she's been telling people that if Wendy hadn't stopped those alimony payments, none of this drama would be happening. Like, seriously? You can't make this up. People are saying Sharina has completely lost it. How do you take another woman's man, blow through her hard-earned money on a bunch of failed business ideas, live off her success for years, and then have the nerve to turn around and blame her when your own finances fall apart? The internet went crazy over this one, calling Sharina delusional and saying she's giving full-on unhinged vibes. And honestly, they're not wrong. One comment online really hit deep. Someone said Wendy's still that girl, and she can absolutely make a huge comeback when she's ready. Ever since she stepped out of the spotlight back in 2020, no one's truly taken her place. They reminded everyone that Wendy deserves to take her time, focus on healing, and return on her own terms, because real strength isn't in how fast you bounce back, it's in how strong you rise. And then came the shade of the century. Another commenter posted, "You know you're broke when you can't even pay off a $3,000 TJ Maxx bill." Whew, that one stung. The internet didn't hold back, and Sharina's been getting roasted non-stop ever since. But now, I gotta ask, what's your take on this whole mess? Do you think Sharina's really lost it by blaming Wendy for her money problems, or is this just another chapter in their never-ending drama? Could this finally be the end for Sharina and Kevin, or will they find a way to stir the pot again? Drop your thoughts down below. I'm ready to hear all of it. And before you bounce, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch so you don't miss what's coming next. Because trust me, the next story is about to be even messier.
You know, Kevin's problem is that Kevin ended up getting with this girl. She made herself very available to him. She was very disrespectful to me.
Wendy Williams has never been one to hold back.
I'm a fair game player and a straight shooter too.
But this story goes deeper than the headlines. What looked like a strong marriage on the outside was quietly falling apart behind the scenes.
Who moved to the big city with bright lights, you know, and she wanted to be a model.
And when the truth finally came out, it didn't just surprise people, it turned her personal life into a full-blown public drama. Because once everything was exposed, the story of love, betrayal, and tough choices took center stage, and there was no turning back from it. We all know Wendy Williams as the undisputed queen of shade, and let's be real, she doesn't even have to try that hard to deliver it.
Go, look, see that guy right there? He's got money. See, because I knew the scene.
So, the second she heard that her ex-husband, Kevin Hunter, got left by his longtime side partner Sharina Hudson, you could almost feel the smirk through the room. Wendy didn't go over the top or do anything extra, she just dropped a slick little comment, the kind that sounds casual but hits like a mic drop. It's that signature style where you blink and realize, yeah, she meant every word. And the timing? Oh, it's perfect, because this might be the very first taste of tea from her comeback season.
Forth with, oh, do we stay? Maybe there's a marriage counseling or something. No.
Wendy's been spotted out lately with her son, and the difference is loud without her saying a thing. She's glowing, moving lighter, and looking like she finally left all that heavy relationship drama in the past where it belongs. It's giving peace, confidence, and just a hint of I've got something coming energy. Now people close to her are saying she's getting ready to step right back into daytime TV and reclaim her spot like she never left. And knowing Wendy, she's not about to tiptoe back in quietly. There's real talk that she could come in strong and put Kevin Hunter and Sharina right under that bright spotlight, the kind that exposes everything and has everybody watching like, did she really just say that?
You know, I just felt like this wasn't for me, that, I was eating a different lifestyle.
Now that the situation between Kevin and Sharina is officially finished, Wendy is basically sitting back like, so, what exactly am I staying quiet for now? Because let's be real, she's been holding on to this tea for years. This was never breaking news for her. She had the inside scoop way before anyone else even knew there was something going on. While the public was catching up, Wendy had already processed it, lived through it, and moved on. And ever since that divorce, she's been dropping those subtle little hints, the kind where she doesn't say names, but everybody knows exactly who she's talking about. In her post-divorce interviews, Wendy played it smooth but sharp. She didn't come out swinging with direct accusations, but the message was still loud if you were really listening. She kept hinting that Sharina didn't just randomly end up in Kevin's life, she saw a door open and walked right through it. The luxury, the lifestyle, the access that was the real appeal. And Wendy, she was watching it all unfold like, I already know what this is. No confusion, no surprises, just quiet understanding. And for a while, it really looked like Sharina's plan was working perfectly. From the moment Kevin noticed her, everything shifted. His life started moving in a completely different direction. The routine he had with Wendy, gone. The structure, replaced. Suddenly, it was less about stability and more about excitement, more about living in the moment. It was like he traded in a steady life for something unpredictable and flashy. But like people always say, it takes two to tango. When Wendy found out her husband had built an entirely separate life behind her back, that was it, no fixing that kind of situation.
I've talked about it all on TV and radio. There is so much more to the story.
Walking away wasn't simple at all. That decision carried years of history, real emotions, and a lot of pain. But even with all that, Wendy chose herself. She chose her health, her peace of mind, and her future over staying in something that was already broken. Meanwhile, Kevin looked more than ready to jump into this new life, leaving Wendy to deal with the aftermath of choices she didn't make. And here's the part that really hits. Wendy saw through the whole thing from day one. She never bought into the fairy tale, not even for a second. In her eyes, Sharina staying around had everything to do with the lifestyle Kevin could provide, not some deep connection. And now that everything has fallen apart, that perspective is starting to look less like shade and more like straight-up truth. And this is where things really start to spiral, because Kevin didn't just entertain the situation, he went all in like there was no off switch. He wasn't being subtle, he wasn't being careful, he was loud with it. Determined to keep this woman in his life, he started throwing money around like it grew on trees. Designer bags, luxury dinners, expensive cars. He was building a whole fantasy lifestyle in real time. And the wild part, he didn't even try to hide it. Wendy's husband was moving with zero hesitation, zero shame, just full commitment to impressing someone new. Because seriously, how do you explain Sharina Hudson casually stepping out of a gold Ferrari like it's nothing, when that kind of lifestyle clearly wasn't coming from her own earnings? For Kevin, this probably felt like a whole new identity, a chance to reinvent himself as the big spender, the provider, the guy calling all the shots. Maybe it boosted his ego, maybe it filled some gap, but whatever it was, he leaned into it heavy. Instead of keeping things quiet, he went bigger and louder. He started backing her business ideas, pouring money into her ventures, and building her up like he was running a one-man investment firm. And then he took it even further, calling her his soulmate. Not partner, not someone he's seeing, soulmate. That's the kind of word that turns a messy situation into something way more serious. And if you think he had a moment where he paused and thought about what he was risking, nope, Kevin fully bought into the story he was living.
I want for people to learn life lessons out of it.
To the point where he was ready to toss 25 years of marriage like it didn't carry any weight. Decades of shared life, history, and loyalty gone, just like that. No slow fade, no hesitation, just a complete shift. Meanwhile, Wendy saw more than she let on. She knew what was happening, she knew the money was being spent, and she knew this wasn't just a passing phase. But instead of confronting it directly, she held on to the hope that it would run its course and eventually fall apart on its own. Sometimes people wait things out, thinking reality will step in, but this situation had other plans. Then came 2019, and that's when everything changed for good. The situation went from messy to undeniable. Sharina was expecting Kevin's child, and just like that, any illusion of this being temporary disappeared instantly. At that point, there was no more guessing, no more hoping it was real, permanent, and impossible to ignore. Wendy was deeply hurt by that level of betrayal, and she didn't sit around second-guessing herself. She filed for divorce and meant it. But here's the thing, deep down, she already knew this situation wasn't built to last. In her mind, the only thing holding Kevin and Sharina together all those years wasn't love, it was the lifestyle funded by her success. And Wendy wasn't just guessing, she knew her own position. Her career was still strong, her money was solid, and she wasn't depending on Kevin for anything anymore. Especially not with everything that had happened. So instead of reacting emotionally, Wendy made a very calculated move. She stayed financially strong and let things play out in a way that would reveal the truth on its own. By agreeing to pay alimony, she essentially flipped the dynamic. Now Kevin wasn't the provider, he was the one depending on her. And that shift, it changed everything. Because once that steady flow of money started to slow down, the cracks began to show real fast. And just like that, the image started to fall apart. The version of Kevin that looked polished and in control, gone. What showed up instead was someone struggling to keep things together. Even in court, he admitted it, saying, "The fact that I am unable to sustain my life and pay my bills in order is extremely emergent to me. I cannot pay my bills and sustain my day-to-day living." That's not the picture he was painting before. And Sharina, this was her moment of clarity. The lifestyle, the comfort, the image, it all started to fade. What she was left seeing wasn't the version she signed up for, and it didn't take long before she decided to step away. In the end, she packed up and left, and Kevin was left dealing with debt and a completely different reality. Meanwhile, Wendy had already moved on mentally and financially. She wasn't looking for anything from him anymore. From her perspective, the situation spoke for itself because the lifestyle Sharina wanted came with conditions, and once those conditions disappeared, so did everything else. Now Wendy is stepping back into the spotlight, and she's not moving quietly either. There's a sense that she's watching everything unfold like, wow, didn't I call this? Because seeing that whole situation fall into financial chaos, that's the kind of outcome she already predicted. And she's not the only one. Fans have been saying the same thing from the very beginning. A lot of people online are pointing out that Sharina didn't really walk away with anything solid. Whatever lifestyle she had, it wasn't built on her own foundation. As one person put it, he bought that woman a home while married to Wendy, so that was one to Wendy's house. And another didn't hold back either, saying, of course, they were going to go broke. They have no job, no source of income. I would be laughing all the way to the bank. The internet has been connecting those dots loudly. And looking back, this might have been one of the best decisions Wendy ever made. The moment she signed those divorce papers, something shifted. She came out more confident, more focused, and finally free from a situation that had been draining her for years. That chapter with Kevin and everything that came with it was officially closed. No more funding someone else's lifestyle, no more carrying that weight. At that point, all that was left was time. Time for everything to play out, time for the truth to show itself without her needing to say much. And sure enough, it did. The moment Sharina walked away, it was like the final piece clicked into place. Because while Kevin might have been caught up in his feelings, a lot of people saw things differently from the outside. The doubts about Sharina's intentions had been there for a while. One of the first signs, when she started throwing shade at Wendy, accusing her of monetizing the divorce and dragging her name into the spotlight. But instead of clearing things up, those comments only made people look closer, and what they saw raised even more questions. Wendy's messy divorce wasn't just gossip, it turned into a full-on public event that people talked about for years. It was everywhere. In fact, the whole situation was so intense it even inspired a documentary called What a Mess, and honestly, that title says it all. Everything happening in her life at that time felt chaotic, dramatic, and impossible to ignore. It wasn't just a breakup, it was a whole spectacle playing out in real time. And with that kind of spotlight, it's no surprise Sharina came out swinging. Once Wendy called her out live on daytime TV, things shifted fast. Suddenly, Sharina wasn't just in the background anymore. She was front and center, and not in a good way. Public opinion turned quick, and people started watching her every move, just waiting for things to fall apart so they could say, "We saw this coming." The pressure was intense, and the criticism didn't slow down. Wendy didn't exactly hide that she knew what she was doing either. She understood the power of attention and wasn't afraid to let the spotlight stay right where it was. But while all this drama was unfolding publicly, there was a much more serious side happening behind the scene. Because at the same time, Wendy was dealing with her own health struggles. The stress from the divorce, the constant headlines, and everything surrounding the situation started to take a real toll. Reports were coming out about how much it was affecting her well-being, and things got genuinely concerning. The same TV icon who always looked strong and glowing was suddenly facing a very different reality. It wasn't just drama anymore, it was serious, and it showed just how heavy everything had become for her. Despite all those scary headlines and everything people were saying, Wendy clearly isn't as fragile as some thought. In fact, she's been spotted out just days ago with her son, and she's looking like her old self again, confident, put together, and very much back in control. It's giving, "I've been through it, and I'm still standing." And now, it seems like she's not just healing, she's also keeping a close eye on the people who once hurt her. Because while Wendy is rebuilding, things on the other side are looking rough. Kevin and Sharina have been catching heat from all directions, especially after that documentary dropped. And that was just the beginning. Now with financial pressure piling up like an avalanche, Kevin is reportedly being pushed to sell off his last major asset. And right on cue, Wendy steps in with a little commentary, basically pointing out that Sharina didn't stick around long enough to prove anything real. In her eyes, if it was truly love, why walk away when things got difficult? From where Wendy is standing, it probably feels like everything played out exactly how she expected. The relationship ended, the reality shifted, and now the picture looks completely different from the fantasy it once seemed to be. And at the same time, her own life is starting to look more peaceful. She's surrounded by family, spending time in Florida with her son, and focusing on herself, even though the divorce drama took a serious toll on her health and paused her career for a while. But Wendy isn't just watching all this quietly. There's a part of her that clearly wants this whole situation to mean something. Almost like she wants people, and especially Kevin, to really understand what was lost and what choices led to all of this. Because in her view, this didn't have to happen the way it did. Of course, not everyone is fully on her side. Some people online are saying she's still playing into the drama. One person wrote, "Like I said, after watching her docuseries, she's acting a role to get back at Kevin and his mistress." Wendy is not stupid, while another added, "The past must be left in the past." Wendy, will you ever learn? Leave the man and his peace alone. You gave him the green light to have the affair. So he did. He chose her. Leave it now. But clearly, this story isn't done yet, because Wendy didn't come back just to stay quiet. She came back with something to say after all that pain and humiliation. And the real question now is, how far is she going to take it this time? So when you really sit back and think about this whole situation, was it ever going to end any other way? Or was this outcome written from the very beginning? Like, was this actually love, or just a situation that looked good while everything was comfortable and flowing? And once that comfort disappeared, was there ever anything real left to hold it together? It really makes you wonder how much of what we see in these relationships is genuine, and how much is built on timing, opportunity, and lifestyle. And let's be honest, do you think things would have played out differently if money was never part of the equation? Now I've got to hear from you. Drop your thoughts in the comments, because I really want to know what you think about this story. Thanks for watching. I truly appreciate you being here. Don't forget to like, share, and if you're new around here, go ahead and subscribe to Star Watch so you don't miss any of the latest updates. And trust me, there's always more stories waiting for you right here, so stick around and check out what's next. Take care, and I'll see you soon.
You can love dudes and not act like a broad, right?
Right, because he really wears dresses.
Hey, man, I get it. You can love dudes, but you ain't a broad. You're a girl. You're a man.
Wendy Williams really came out of retirement just to address E.J. Johnson, and that alone should tell you how messy things got.
I just want to know who told EJ he was putting that shit on. Dressed to the nines, he said. Now, I give credit where credit is due, but baby, let's be honest. Where's the fashion icon? Before you start trying to compare yourself and throw shade, let's have the credentials to back it up.
Wendy doesn't jump in for no reason, so when she speaks, people listen. This time, she wasn't soft with it either. If you missed it, she came through with that same sharp tone she's known for, basically giving EJ a reality check in front of everybody.
The Bergen, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this is a 35 centimeter. This is a 35 centimeter, and 35 centimeters are for going to your daytime things, to your fashion show during the day, or to your lunch during the day, or to a breakfast during the day, or running your errands during the day. But anyway, it's during the day. Please don't bring your large format bag on a red carpet at night or during your dinner. You must go home and change and find a smaller format bag. Get into your 25 centimeter purse, or your mini Kelly is also an option. Something tiny. This does not go to dinner. She's not.
Now EJ has been moving extra bold lately, like he's the most attractive person in any room he walks into, openly saying he competes with women when it comes to men. That kind of energy didn't just raise eyebrows, it had the whole internet reacting. 1 minute he wasn't even being talked about like that, next thing you know, everybody had something to say about him. Influencers started calling him out. Women too, even some people who used to support him heavy switched up and questioned his behavior. It wasn't just random critics either, it was people who had been on his side before, which made it hit different. But instead of slowing down, EJ leaned all the way into it. He stood firm, like he had something to prove, basically saying no apologies, no filter, this is who he is.
Say call me EJ as much as possible. Okay. You know, it's like pronouns I don't really like he, but like I've also trained myself not to get upset when other people use it, which I think is very important, because you're giving your power away when you lose it. You know, you give words too much of personal power. You know, they is fine, you know, whatever. She is cool. Like, I'm really not a stickler about it.
And that's right when Wendy stepped in and checked the whole situation, reminding him real quick how people were actually receiving that energy. People already knew EJ was confident and expressive. That wasn't new, but this time felt different. The way he started speaking toward women had people looking at him sideways. He made it clear he's fully embracing his feminine side and said that's not changing for anybody. He even told his parents, Magic and Cookie, to stop referring to him as he or calling him their son anymore, which added even more layers to the conversation.
EJ came out saying he now goes by she, they, making it clear that his past identity is something he's leaving behind. At the same time, though, he also said he's not transitioning and doesn't want to be placed in the same category as the trans community. That's where a lot of people started getting confused, and not quietly either. Folks were trying to understand how all of that fits together, and the reactions came in fast. On one side, he's asking to be addressed a certain way, but on the other, people feel like he's taking shots at women while doing it. That contrast is what really started making things look messy. It wasn't just about identity anymore, it became about how he was speaking and who he was directing that energy toward. EJ also said straight up that he doesn't date gay men or trans men at all.
I don't attract gay men, and I'm not attracted to gay men. Like, it's just not a thing.
According to him, he's only into men with strong masculine energy, even specifying straight men as his preference. That right there had people pausing like, hold on, because from the outside, it started to feel like the lines he was drawing weren't very clear. Some people believe the attention and support around him might have pushed things further, making him go louder and more extreme with his statements. Then he added another layer by saying he always looks better than any woman in the room. Confidence by itself isn't the issue, but that specific comment is what really got people reacting, because it shifted from self-confidence into direct comparison, and that's what sparked most of the backlash. Style, presence, confidence, all of that is fair. Nobody is mad at someone for showing up and feeling good about themselves. But once it starts turning into trying to outshine women while also putting them down, that's where people started pulling back. It began to feel like he wanted to step into that same space, claim it, and still throw shade at the very people standing beside him, and that contradiction is what really made everything spiral. A lot of people also started pointing out something that's hard to ignore.
Especially if I look cuter than any girl does. Like, what's the problem? Like, what's the issue? And that's exactly how I apply it to myself to these days in the way that I present, like in my, in my feminine regalia. I've always been a feminine being, and like, that's just like how I best express myself. But I'm like, listen, I'm out all the time, and like, I'm killing a dress and no one else is. Like, the girls in the room are not doing it. Like, they don't look cute. They're not dressed to any nines. So
EJ isn't coming across like a girl's girl at all, and that label matters in this conversation. The way he moves has people questioning his intentions. Fans are saying he's living this ultra glam lifestyle, designer outfits, luxury everything, presenting feminine on the surface, but not actually dealing with the everyday pressures that women face. And people are being real about it. His last name comes up every time. There's a strong belief that being Magic Johnson's son gives him a level of comfort most people don't have. Some critics didn't soften their words either. They're saying no matter how he explains it, it looks like he's picking the most glamorous parts of femininity and treating it like something he can switch on and off depending on the moment. Meanwhile, women are out here dealing with real challenges every day, and that gap is exactly why a lot of people aren't convinced. The disconnect feels obvious, not subtle at all. Even when the backlash got intense, EJ didn't shift his stance. He made it clear he's not looking for approval from any group and doesn't feel like he needs it, but that response only added more attention to the situation instead of calming it down. That kind of mindset is a lot easier to carry when you're moving with a certain level of privilege, and people didn't ignore that part. The question started popping up everywhere. Would EJ even have this level of visibility if he wasn't Magic Johnson's son? That alone opened up a whole new conversation, because now it wasn't just about what he was saying, it was about how he got the platform to say it in the first place. At the same time, Wendy Williams wasn't about to sit back and let it pass. Whether EJ agreed or not, she stepped in with that tone like someone had to say it out loud.
EJ Johnson said he is the baddest in the room. He's better than any other female in the room. Well, yes. If the room is empty. Listen, EJ, I don't understand why the LGBTQ community is always trying to be in competition with women. Women is not in competition with us, especially if you up there trying to be a woman. You in woman's clothes, you in a dress, and that's cool. Express yourself how you want to, but why are you trying to bring down the next bit? You better than them. Anybody with two sets of eyes know that's not true. I don't know what land of